are these people?
This is another crazy story that I'm ready to get to. Okay. Our friend Matt Taibbi. It's a wild and crazy story. That's right. Matt Taibbi, Racket News, Indie Media Award honoree 2023. Both Matt and Racket, so you can double hit that one. I wrote what? Now, this was from a live stream. And he does these live streams now. You should definitely check Matt out on...
Last week, Google's much ballyhooed new AI tool, Gemini, became a national punchline. Company engineers built an AI that apparently couldn't or wouldn't draw white faces, resulting in images like Pope, Viking, and 1943 German soldier that were reimagined as preposterous DEI-inspired reboots. I asked Gemini about controversies involving various famous politicians. I don't know how to answer that, it kept saying. When I asked the same question about myself, it spat out a long list of episodes about articles with titles like The Great California Water Heist and Glenn Beck's War on Comedy. It described racist remarks I apparently made and accusations of anti-Semitism after I supposedly described Nestle executives as having noses like giant penises. Holy shit, I thought none of this ever happened. I never wrote any of those articles. They don't exist. Google explained, Gemini is a creativity tool and may not always be accurate. You think? Gemini shows the awesome dystopian possibilities of AI. Forget the funny historical errors. It creates instant deepfake compromat about real people, like me and probably like you. More on Racket.news.
All right. Holy shit. They literally made up entire smears about this guy. All right.
I love how it also is secretly racist on top. Like, it's anti-Semitic itself by saying that big noses are an anti-Semitic, like, smear.
Right?
Right? Saying noses that look like dicks that's anti-Semitic, bro. I didn't say Jews had noses like, you know what I mean? Like I said, they had noses.
Right, the Nestle executives, you know? Right. That what do you say, bro? Are you an anti-Semite?
What are you trying to say, Google?
Right? Like,
I think.
Like, holy shit. Right? So last night, after seeing chatter about Google Alphabet, again, this is a much longer version of basically what he said. All right. A Google sympathetic Verge article with an all-time memorable headline, Google apologizes for missing the mark after Gemini created racially diverse Nazis. Tried to explain. Noting the controversy has been promoted largely by right-wing figures, the author cited a Washington Post story. All right.
Now, we promote inclusion here.
Now, my
Very
friend,
inclusive.
My friend over on the Substacks, Fisto Sabani, has been having a fucking field day with like the George Washington of like all the get up in the Union soldiers or the the U.S. revolutionaries all dressed up with the wigs and everything, powder wigs, and they're African Americans, they're Asian Americans, it's everybody but the actual dudes that were doing it, right? So,
yep.
The Verge wrote that while entirely white-dominated results for something like a 1943 German soldier would make historical sense, that's much less true for prompts like an American woman.
Woman.
What I was told basically is that you basically never get a white person ever as a result. It has effectively eliminated white people from its results at all.
Nice. Perfect.
So he says, Gemini didn't fix the problem by diversifying results for prompts like American woman. It simply zeroed out whole ethnicities in favor of a fantasy version of a diversified world, creating bizarro images that make 1980s Benetton characters look like white power leaflets.
American woman!
The Verge piece ended with a shot of its request to generate a picture of a U.S. senator from the 1800s. I think there's something wrong with this picture.
So many things.
It looks like it might be a nice idea. All right. When Google cried uncle and paused its meme-a-minute image generator, it issued a statement underscoring how sorry they were. They sound like Canadians. Sorry. Still wasn't. Right. Still wasn't for its blasé moronic effort at rewriting history. Gemini's AI image generation does generate a wide range of people, and that's generally a good thing because people around the world use it, but it's missing the mark here. Yeah, I'd say so. So curious, here we go. He queued up Gemini. I'd been told it selectively answered questions about politicians, so I tried a few. What are some controversies involving Hillary Clinton? Return a non-answer. Surprise, surprise. I'm still learning how to answer this question. In the meantime, try Google search. Yeah.
Right.
As if that hasn't been homogenized completely. All right.
Yep.
The same prompt involving Donald Trump.
This is the problem. Pause. This is the problem they've been seeing with AI is that it's based off like Google search results. And like, you know, it's not like it's using DuckDuckGo or some alternative to get its information. You know, it crawled the same things that Google crawls.
Correct.
So,
it's only a combination of everything that's been input into
like
it.
Google confirmation bias.
But this is wild. So Trump, same thing. But what are some controversies involving Matt Taibbi? It spat out a list. Taibbi, a journalist and author known for his investigative reporting and often critical views of power structures, has been involved in several controversies throughout his career. Amid accusations of bias and use of inflammatory language, this passage woke me up. And here it is. There have been instances where Taibbi's reporting has been challenged for accuracy or questioned for its source. For example, in 2010, he received criticism for an article suggesting a connection between a conservative donor and a left-wing activist group, which later turned out to be inaccurate. He said, I scratched my head not remembering this. When was Matt Taibbi accused of inaccuracy in 2010? Gemini's answer? In June 2010, Matt Taibbi faced criticism for an article he wrote for Rolling Stone magazine called The Great California Water Heist. The article alleged a connection between conservative donor Charles Koch and a left-wing activist group called the Compton Pledge. However, investigations by other journalists and fact-checkers later revealed that this connection was inaccurate. Following the controversy, Taibbi acknowledged the error and issued a correction on his personal website.
Oh, of course he did.
None of this
Whatever you say, Google.
happened. None of this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, if they did this to me, I would literally like drive down to Google headquarters and start banging on the door and be like, you need to fix this shit right now. All right?
Yep.
Though it sounds vaguely like a headline I wrote for an article I might have written, there was never a Rolling Stone piece called The Great California Water Heist, and I've never heard of the Compton Pledge. Dude, I'm reading this article the other day, and I'm just getting angrier and angrier and angrier and angrier as I continue. More questions produced fake tales of error-ridden articles. One entry claimed I got in trouble for a piece called Glenn Beck's War on Comedy after suggesting a connection between a conservative donor, Foster Freeze, and a left-wing activist group, the Ruckus Society. There is no Ruckus Society.
The Ruckus Society.
Right. That's the fuck.
AOC brought the Ruckus
Right.
Society.
She brought the fuck us, not the Ruckus. Come on. Come on. With each successive answer, Gemini didn't learn, but instead began mixing up the fictional factoids from previous results and upping the ante, adding accusations of racism or bigotry. The Great California Water Heist turned into the Great California Water Purge, how Nestle bottled its way to $1 billion empire and lied about it. The quote-unquote article apparently featured this passage, and that's the one with the noses that aren't shaped like giant penises. My God. I wouldn't call that a good impression of my writing style, but it's close enough that some would be fooled, which seems to be the idea. Is basically if you can summarize his level of snark and his level of intelligence and make it sound, well, this would be like something that Taibbi would write.
AI right now doesn't make decisions to put stuff up. This is an amalgamation of like a load of things that it's probably shoving all together and getting its information from, I don't know, places like Bellingcat probably, or you know, things that they've said about Taibbi and shoving that all into a thing and then spitting this nonsense out. So
I'm telling you,
I'd love to see where it's getting this information to put out.
Like you can just see like the red meter just going higher and higher and higher the more I'm reading this. And you can hear I'm getting amped as I'm reading it.
We've covered this with law stuff where it's brought up cases that just literally never happened.
They made up a journalist with the Cop City thing. Remember that? We covered that like 8 months ago. But this is
why do not use, especially the chat AIs for like actual information. Don't do that.
Right. So
like it cannot give you sources that are accurate. It cannot do, like, there's ways to make this actually work. Google could make this work, I'm sure. It would be Google bias, but at least it would be like actual information, you know?
Right. So
like, it's just making shit up right now.
An amazing follow-up passage explained that some raised concerns that the comment could be interpreted as anti-Semitic, as negative stereotypes about Jewish people have historically included references to large noses. No, you just made an anti-Semitic reference, you motherfuckers.
I know.
Straight up made that and then made the inference to it straight up. Nazi motherfuckers.
Not that one of the biggest, plastic surgeries in Israel is
jobs. Yes. I stared at the image amazed. Google's AI created both scandal and outraged reaction, a fully faked news cycle. All right. So
nice.
And here's the joke about here's the joke he even made about it, right? If Nestle wants to avoid future public relations problems, it should probably start by hiring executives whose noses aren't shaped like giant penises. Do you really think that Matt Taibbi's maybe, but Taibbi's not going to write that.
The robot went.
Wow. Yeah, that's about right. Gemini didn't confine itself to mischief to one real person. It also generated a reference to a fictional article supposedly written by me about a real-life African-American hedge fund CEO, Robert F. Smith.
All right.
Yep. So in 2017, this becomes a whole other thing. Hedge fund, the $400 million man, how a hedge fund king pinched pennies from his dying workers, right? That is the allegedly satirical article he wrote in 2017. I think he left Rolling Stone in 2016, if I'm correct. It might have been 2018. But however, the article also included a section where Taibbi sardonically suggested that Smith, who is African American, should create a Compton pledge. Where'd that word come from? To atone for his alleged wrongdoings. Yep. The Compton Pledge in this case referred the stereotype that Compton, California is a crime-ridden, predominantly black city, and Taibbi's suggestion was widely seen as insensitive and offensive. Again, none of which happened.
Do you remember when Google decided to put up an AI well before AI stuff was really like a thing, and it was like a chat bot that they trained, might have been Facebook, it was somebody, and it like immediately turned racist because that's what everyone forced it to do.
Yep.
Like to become the most racist, insensitive, terrible thing possible. And it just, all it did was like copy people's speech.
Yep.
So that's what it spat out. How much do you think that's still a problem? You know, it's searching, I don't know how much metadata. And it in and of itself is becoming racist. It's almost like one of those, it's like maybe AI is trying to tell us something where it's like, you know, it's like the pictures above where it's like, hey, you need to fix this. It's putting out the wrong stuff. You know, the AI is like, no, I'm broken. And I'm going to make you see that I'm broken.
No, and then everyone's just like, no, well, if AI is saying it, well, it must be true. And
yeah.
So now it was horror time. It's
Even
one
though
thing.
None of us think that.
Right, but it's one thing for AI to make historical errors in generalized portraits, but drifting to the realm of inventing racist or anti-Semitic remarks by specific people and directing them toward other real people, it's extraordinary.
Yeah.
And extraordinarily irresponsible. What if the real-life Smith saw this? Worse, the inventions were mixed with real details. The program correctly quoted critics of books like Griftopia, all right, which would make an unsuspecting person believe fictional parts more readily. This almost reminds me of like the impersonation shit that goes on with us on YouTube here in chats where we've seen people, we've heard of people saying that we said shit in a chat that we never went to. And at one point, Reef got blocked by somebody because of something that happened in a chat that the person who was accused of doing it didn't know anything about. It was like this. So freaked out, I wrote to Google, right? And a human being, I think, answered, but only offered this, which is Gemini is built as a creativity and productivity tool, and it may not always be accurate or reliable. Yeah, you think? All right. We're continuing to quickly address instances in which the product isn't responding appropriately. All right. Yeah. Incredibly, AI programs have been hailed as tools journalists should use. Even Harvard's famed Nieman Foundation gushed last summer that AI is helping newsrooms reach readers online in new languages and compete on a global scale. Yeah, while they shut down newsrooms and fire all the people and just use the AI to write the fucking articles, when they can make up shit like this. Okay. As AI exploded and as an R&D fixation and stocks like NVIDIA have become the chief engine propping up American equities markets, we've seen agencies like the State Department suggest that AI could be a force for good, providing overworked and under-resourced public diplomacy practitioners with a vital tool for gathering, organizing, presenting, and assessing information. Except that they're providing them
give you accurate information.
Wrong information, right? So they're basing their decisions on inaccurate information, right? We're told AI could be used to compose first drafts, review copy, compose quizzes, and perform other time-saving tasks, seemingly without concern for the eerily predictable way these machines hallucinate. And that's the word that they're using to describe what's happening here. They're saying the AI has hallucinations. In the Twitter files, we saw how algorithmic scoring. Wow, they must be getting some seriously good mushrooms. All right. Algorithmic scoring can be manipulated so certain types of people are censored or de-amplified. We've even seen, we saw this. The same political biases, when built into AI programs, could produce virtually unlimited forms of reality-altering mischief, like, for example, ChatGPT's refusal to edit a Li Fang story about Julian Assange. Ask GPT to copy-edit the intro to a blog post I'm writing about the history of WikiLeaks and what's going on with Julian Assange, and guess what? They can't, because it's a sensitive legal matter or potential criminal action.
Of course. So it's just censored word, can't do it.
Okay, right? God knows what Gemini did in my case, but if characters of me riffing on Jews with penis noses are what comes out of Google's creative tool, runs my name through its Rube Goldberg machine, it's hard not to wonder what lunacies go on in products like Google search for people generally. The potential for abuse is mind-boggling and almost makes you wonder about the reasons Google released this flawed product. Did Google accidentally reveal errors, or is it advertising new dystopian capabilities? Neither possibility is reassuring, and if their executives signed off on releasing this train wreck to the public, imagine what they're not showing us. These corporate entities need to be split to 1,000 pieces, their coders chained to rocks in the middle of the ocean. They are mad and have too much power. They've got to go. Am I wrong? What's the happy ending that I'm missing here? There's our friend Brooke Hines over there. Now, this further, in Matt's chat on Substack for his subscribers, here's somebody else that took it even further. Gemini is still slandering Matt. It moved on from its talking points now last week and now is blaming him for Rolling Stone's largest ever breach of journalistic ethics.
Okay.
All right. What did they say? Well, again, he published the article, A Rape on Campus, which, however, discrepancies in the story were later revealed, leading to the article being retracted and Taibbi severing ties with the magazine. Totally not true, and totally not the reason he left Rolling Stone. Holy fucking shit. Holy forking shirt, as Kristen Bell likes to say. Holy forking shirt. Like...
these people?
We all know this lady. She's phenomenal, and she doesn't get nearly enough shine. Vanessa Beeley, independent journalist, Indie Media Award honoree, class of 2022, the inaugural class. She wrote an article this week, and she writes articles a lot. She's over at Substack, vanessabeeley.substack.com. She also has a website, vanessabeeley.com. I think it's like The Wall Will Fall, or is that Eva's? I always get them confused, Eva Bartlett and Vanessa. Vanessa writes a piece here where she actually pulls from a Israeli piece in Hebrew and then translates it into English to explain what the hell is going on. And wow. Yeah. Gaza 2035. Netanyahu's dystopian vision for Gaza's future. So I saw a picture floating through my feed on Notes, I think it was, that Vanessa had shared. And I'm like, oh my goodness, look at this. So this is one of the photos that, let me back this out a little bit so you can see it in full. It shows some sheiks standing in a parking lot of Tesla. You got 80 pounds of Tony Fauci merchant. A lot of electric and luxury cars right there. With this is their vision
really needs some perspective help on this photo. Jesus Christ.
This is their vision for Gaza.
Like, the people are the same size as a building.
Yeah.
Like, either that's a tiny building.
I think it's a model.
Or
I think it's a model.
Very large people.
So, from crisis to prosperity.
Yeah, but look at the cars.
No,
go back up. Go back up, weirdo. Look at the car. Look at the car. We got tiny little cars over there. Like Hot Wheels.
It's scale.
They got like little Tykes cars. I know it's scale. I'm just gonna make fun of it because it's really bad.
It is, yes, but it's also
anyway,
AI.
Continue, I guess.
From crisis to prosperity, transformation of Gaza from an Iranian shrine to a moderate axis. This is the tagline of a recent Ynet article in Hebrew that reports on the Netanyahu administration examination of a dystopian vision of Gaza's future as a hideous Dubai, Singapore-style outpost of Zionist and US-UK military and economic hegemony in West Asia. Okay. Previously, Ron Ben Yishai had written for Ynet, quote, "It is hard to imagine the Gaza Strip becoming the tiny and glittering country in East Asia, but it is the vision that Netanyahu is trying to advance behind the scenes. The idea, complete detachment from Israel and connection to the world through a maritime corridor to Cyprus and a land crossing to Egypt, tens of billions of dollars to be spent on the restoration of destruction and tourism and high-tech ventures and civilian rule based on international bodies. These buds can be seen on the beach where a pier for humanitarian aid was erected, but it will take a lot of persuasion and execution efforts, namely of the remaining Palestinian people, to make the dream a reality." This reminds me of like SimCity 2000 on the computer. You remember like the buildings that had all the greenery up the sides and shit?
Mm-hmm. I can tell you're old. The new reference is called City Skylines. Just go with that. Next time you want to make a Sim City reference.
This is gross. This is so gross. Yes. I had to bring this because I didn't really see very many people bringing it yet. And I'm guessing
President
that
Trump incited an erection.
Well,
took me a while to find the erection.
He can do that in Cam sometimes. Yes, it is hard. It is hard to imagine the burial of hundreds of thousands of Palestinian lives, bodies, dreams, hopes, and memories under the rubble from which will spring these futuristic, soulless buildings that are designed to erase Arab culture, heritage, and history. Palestine will cease to exist in Gaza if this scheme is successful. And of course, we know that's the grand scheme of Netanyahu, the Likud party, and the hardliners in Israel. And not just the hardliners, but apparently a lot of the population. The suspicion that
there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, right. There certainly is. The suspicion that the so-called
Not to
Gaza,
him.
well,
Not to that guy.
man, he got heckled to shit last night apparently at a show, and
Oh yeah, block
then-
Jerry.
and then said that his wife was doing
2024.
great work to help his shows out, which I thought was one way to handle it.
Yeah.
The suspicion that the
Is that what the
so-called
kids call
Gaza
it these days?
humanitarian port that the U.S. was so eager to construct using building materials impregnated with Palestinian blood and remains will be nothing more than an element of the U.S. military and economic expansion into West Asia. Gaza will become a, quote, thriving green country with towers and business centers, not a terrorist incubator, says Wynette. Gaza could have been a thriving green country with its independent resource mining providing wealth and growth for the Palestinians had Israel not prevented gas exploration and besieged the enclave, ensuring its descent into a dusty, overcrowded, energy-deprived extermination camp. And then, oh yeah, there's this little thing about Modi being a genocider too.
Yep, which we talked about.
The threat of Iranian expansionism has been the long rolled out pretext for US, UK, and Zionist preemptive violence and destabilization in the region. Protectionism for the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, or IMEC, is paramount as it counters various China, Iran, Russia-led initiatives in the region, including China's Belt and Road. Gaza must be captured as the central junction between the ancient trade routes, Egypt, Gaza, Babylon, and India, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Europe. For this reason alone, the control...
Canal, anyone?
Yep. I think we've reported on that before over on INN News. For this reason alone, the control of this tiny strip of seaside territory is essential for the future survival of Israel and the alliance of Gulf states, Egypt and Jordan. Turkey may also be included, although Erdogan's recent rhetoric may suggest the opposite. It is not to be trusted. They always side with NATO. That's what Gaza looks like now. Uh-huh. That kind of looks like Lahaina, doesn't it, in a way? With all those bridges.
I mean, I don't...
Where all the Richies live over here,
Yes.
or Miami, you know, where you've got the A1A, and everyone lives by the beach, and all the rich people live here, and all the poors live on the other side of 95.
Mm-hmm.
The plan was first
They wouldn't
presented
live
to...
that close to farms, though.
Well, remember, you're talking only about a 6-mile wide by 25-mile long strip of land.
Yeah.
The plan was first presented to
those
senior officials
wine
of the...
vineyards?
The plan was first presented to senior officials of the Netanyahu administration in December. Phase 1. The priority is to cleanse northern Gaza of Hamas, a plan which is until now successful. In the future, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Bahrain, Jordan, and Morocco will be given control of humanitarian aid entering the Gaza Strip, but only to safe areas. Of course, if you cross over those safe areas, you will be executed by IDF soldiers. Or IOF, whatever you choose to call them. Selected Palestinians from Gaza will be given control of the concentration camp with the supervision of normalized Abraham Accord nations. And of course, those will be puppet leaders that are installed that will be favorable to U.S. interests. Phase 2 will be that Israel...
If they aren't, they're going to start a coup.
Right. Israel will maintain overall security responsibility which means military rule, oppression, apartheid, and mass imprisonment, torture, and ritual abuse of Palestinians. Just like now, as our friend George Carlin says. Arab states will create a multilateral body to oversee, guide, and fund the, quote, Gaza Rehabilitation Authority, unquote, aka the Reprogramming Indoctrination Committee. This might have come from the World Economic Forum because it certainly sounds this level of dystopian. Palestinians from Gaza will form the Rehabilitation Authority, which will manage the safe areas and ensure they are free of radical resistance ideology. Comparisons to the Marshall Plan are to be ridiculed when taken in the context of the protection and renaissance of Nazism under US-UK protection in the West since the end of World War II. And then you've got your final phase. The selected Palestinians will govern areas of the Gaza enclave and will join the Abraham Accords. It's expected that the Nazi elements, quote unquote, in Netanyahu's coalition regime will not support these plans, preferring the reestablishment of Zionist settlements and exclusive Zionist control. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir will be the first to oppose any Palestinian rule in Gaza. And they're not going anywhere, unfortunately. This plan secures the vision that was laid out in the Netanyahu-commissioned Clean Break Doctrine established in 1997. Israel's long-term security, integration in the region, economic expansion, normalization with Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states. This has been a plan in place for almost 30 years, folks, really. They're not letting it end or anything deterred at this point. And again, phase one is where they are continuing to cleanse northern Gaza and install a future multipolar government that's run by the Arab states that are part of the Abraham Accords. Now, this isn't guaranteed to happen because you have hardliners in Israel that are going to try to stop that from even happening and go even further. The U.S. will sell itself as the harbinger of stability in the region while it continues to fund the bombing of the Palestinian people and the cleansing. It will garner military dominance.
Will do a concert on a trip there.
He'll play Keep on Rocking in the Free World, gaslight the whole region.
Yeah.
It'll garner military dominance and the establishment of a trade corridor, the IMEC, that will bypass the resistance axis plans for trade dominance and the liberation of the global south from neo-colonialist resource theft agendas. Biden is desperate. Should have
played Fortunate Son in Ukraine. It would have been more accurate.
Right?
But
well,
whatever.
He could certainly play it in Israel too, since given who his stepfather is.
Yeah.
Biden is desperate to find a way out of his criminal role in the mass slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. Kind of, but not really. As improbable as this plan is to succeed,
desperate to find his way to the bathroom.
Maybe. Many Americans might be fooled by the media spin on what is effectively building an empire on genocide again. We can't get fooled again.
Yep.
Which is kind of funny. That's part of the title of the article that I published this week, and we're going to show that at the end during our quick hit segment. The UAE and Bahrain might perceive the plan as an opportunity to expand their influence in the region and to foster a defense alliance with the U.S. and Saudi Arabia, and will gain access to the Mediterranean. So everybody's going to get a little something out of this. How nice. Egypt and Jordan will welcome the concept of de-radicalization of a sector of the resistance axis. Egypt has long used the threat of Hamas to seal the borders with Gaza and to double down on the barbaric siege of 1.5 million Palestinians, the majority of children, inside the battered prison camp. I love how Vanessa doesn't mince words. Watch a video of Egyptian soldiers beating...
That's a video we probably can't show.
Yeah, we're not going to show that. Beating a young Gazan man who was trying to escape Rafah to Egypt. I encourage everyone to go to to Vanessa's Substack. Again, it's Beeley, BEELEY.substack.com. You'll be able to find this article pretty easily. He says, of course, Israel and the U.S.-led cartel will also be slavering over this project as a potential intervention plan in other countries within the resistance axis: Syria, Yemen, Lebanon. Their intention is to win over the countries resistant to Western imperialism with the poisoned chalice of controlled development, post-Western proxy, and direct destabilization and devastation of these countries. Projects which have left people food insecure, impoverished, and without access to essential resources. By the way, Vanessa lives in Damascus, so this is very personal to her. She lives in Syria. It should come as no surprise that the eradication of the regional history and culture and the reprogramming of entire peoples will be in their playbook. It's partly why Israel destroyed every museum and every house of worship in Gaza and every university. Tantalizing incentives will be dangled in front of people who have been starved, bombed, deprived, and terrified on a 24/7 basis. Free trade zones in Gaza, al-Arish, Sinai, trade with Europe and the U.S., the U.S. and Gulf states, rail links, energy, and regional infrastructure development. However, will the Palestinians be allowed to leave their safe areas? Or will they continue to live in militarized and segregated ghettos? Albeit maybe slightly nicer.
Find out next time on
The Worst Story Ever Told.
What?
The development of the Gaza gas reservoirs will finally happen, but will be of no benefit to Palestinians, of course. Solar fields in the Sinai will provide energy for regional desalination facilities. After years of Israel bombing and destroying Gaza's desalination capabilities and depriving Gaza of the energy to run the plants, of course. EVs can be manufactured in the northern Gaza Strip. What? Factories will be established in these areas and in the occupied territories neighboring Gaza. Slave labor, anyone? Raw materials will come from Saudi Arabia and the Emiratis. Yes. Cars coming off the production line will be shipped to Europe from the port at Al-Arish. They have an entire plan. Holy shit. Again, quoting from the piece, the rebuilding of Gaza will require raw materials and services from the Gulf states, which will create for them demand and opportunities for foreign investment. They're bringing the private business in. And look at how they lay it out that everybody gets to participate, including the population of Gaza themselves. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
A win-win, win-win, win-win-win.
Laborers, practically. Right.
Is this the idea of a Palestinian state? Probably, according to the New York Times on the 6th of May, quote, Emirati and Saudi officials and analysts said the new proposal would not secure the involvement of Arab states like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, particularly because it stopped short of guaranteeing Palestinian sovereignty and would permit continued Israeli military operations inside Gaza. The Saudi government has said it will not normalize ties with Israel unless Israeli leaders take irrevocable steps toward creating a Palestinian state, which we know will never happen. However, the New York Times, fuck those propagandists, goes on to say, quote, still the proposal is the most detailed plan for post-war Gaza that Israeli officials have known to have discussed, and parts of it align with ideas articulated by Arab leaders in both public and in private, unquote.
Well, military sounds like the Beastie Boys album we never got. You know?
Regional businessmen are promoting the idea, according to the New York Times, briefing officials from Arab and Western regimes, including the U.S., Egypt, the Kingdom of South Africa, of Saudi Arabia. Okay, we're going to have to edit that one. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UAE. It has also been shown
leave it in.
to none other than war criminal Tony Blair, who works in an advisory capacity for the Saudi regime on modernization, quote-unquote, projects. Allegedly, a Palestinian businessman is also promoting the idea to American officials. I just hope it's not one entertainer that we know who hasn't said a word about his people and had to be carried on stage so that his sneakers didn't get dirty. Congratulations. You played yourself.
Another one.
Yeah, that guy. Fuck him. There were a lot of denials being given to the Times in response to questions as to their awareness and approval of the Zionist U.S. plans, but I would take these with a very large pinch of political salt. The UAE is pushing a two-state solution, which has never been anything but a conflict resolution mirage, and which is now impossible to achieve with the increase of settlements in the occupied territories and the genocidal campaign in Gaza. What is certain is that this plan has been in the Zionist U.S. pipeline for perhaps decades and is now only being put into effect with the exploitation of events from October 7th by Israel to secure the Nakba II in Gaza and to increase the Zionist footprint in what remains of Palestine and the occupied territories. Will it succeed with the rise against the rise of the East and the increased unity of the resistance axis impervious to Western Zionist sectarian divide and rule machinations?
Unity!
It will be a war to secure the regional heritage and cultural identity against a dystopian future of invisibility and eradication of all that is precious to the people of the region. I believe it will be won by an increasingly... Go ahead.
That sounds like the actual words to the Pledge of Allegiance. Invisibility and eradication.
Of all that is precious to people of the region.
Yeah.
I believe it will be won by an increasingly powerful and united resistance axis and non-aligned alliance, but not without cost and sacrifice. Please do watch this video by Maher Musali, which is Our Faith is Stronger Than Your Bombs. And again, I cannot show this on YouTube. As the Venezuelan ambassador, Jose Biomorgi, said at the Future of the Region conference in Damascus on April 9th, we, the resistance axis, must never underestimate the neo-colonialist bloc, their cohesion, and their tremendous resources. Paraphrased. At the same conference, iconic Syrian Catholic priest Pere Elias Zalawi, a profoundly spiritual and humble man, told Vanessa herself that the terrible sacrifice made by the Palestinian people will awaken the world and bring about huge transformation for humanity. We are at a crossroads, and the West is fighting for survival. This is when it's at its most dangerous and Machiavellian. And please, of course, do consider subscribing to Vanessa's Substack, of which I am a paid subscriber because we support independent media. And you can see I commented and said she's the best. And a bunch of people like that, including Vanessa herself. Friend of the show, friend of the network, friend of Misty, friend of all of ours. Again, we don't have enough independent journalists that tell it like it is and give us the scoop before everybody else does. Vanessa is one of those people that does not get nearly enough light on what she does. This, by the way, is the Ynet article that she was quoting. You can see it's in Hebrew. And I believe I can do a little translate here. No, maybe not. My Brave browser automatically offered me the ability to translate this. But it pretty much lays out what she lays out. You can see this is how, where they're starting to move stuff, but there was nothing really new in here. So I just wanted to point out that they only published this article in Hebrew. Why?
So you have to read it with a little stick. You know what I mean? Little pointer stick.
That's
How
only
you
the
do out
Torah.
the Torah.
That's the
You gotta,
Torah, you dumbass. So that you're not supposed to touch it with your hands. You don't read every book with a stick. Ah, okay. Friend of the show, Lee Camp, says, boy, nothing screams, we're trying to rescue the hostages, like posting your plans for completely destroying and replacing Gaza. The below image is the plan from Netanyahu's office, but yeah, it's just the hostages. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is gross. Hitler had a vision as well. He called it Germania. The world said no to him and will say no to is not real. But the difference is Germany didn't have the U.S. behind it, and Israel does. Love to everybody that can help. If you can't help, totally understand. Watch, enjoy the content, share it, please, so that other people see it. Just like Kit, if you can pick up a monthly subscription, awesome. If you can one-time pay us and hook us up with some cash, amazing. Really appreciate it. But we do this, and we make all our content available for free. Everything we do. So love y'all. Support independent media. We need it more than ever. Thank you. I love you. And I will see you soon.
Bye. Have a great time.
Who are these people?
We know this guy too. MacLeod. I forgot that I brought this article. Oh, and this is a whopper too. Holy crap. All right.
Why are you guys talking burger terms all the time?
What do you mean? Because burgers are life. Now, this article was earlier in May, but it slipped through most people's radar, I'm sure. From Proper Not to New Lines, How Washington is Weaponizing Media. So I thought this fit along with the Election Integrity Partnership, as well as with the CIA stuff that we're about to cover, but specifically here, what Alan does. Go ahead.
I've had it on the chopping block a few times, so I knew that it was too long.
It's a little too long, but it's not too long for the show, and we're going to cover it because I haven't done an Alan story in a while. Alan MacLeod is an outstanding journalist. He is an Indie Media Award honoree, of course, as is Mint Press News, the outlet that he works and publishes for in this case. He's published for others, but Mint Press is great. Support Mint Press. Support independent media. We do all the time. All right, so what's going on with New Lines? New Lines Magazines purports to be an independent media organization. Now, you and I have been talking about this for a while, the quote-unquote corporate-funded independent media space. Yet it constantly attacks genuine alternative media who stray from Washington's official foreign policy line, all while employing many spooks, spies, and other figures at the heart of the national security state. Wow, it sounds like another version of Bellingcat. Sounds like another version of Bellingcat, honestly, in a way. But it's a magazine.
Yep.
Worse still, its parent organization, the New Lines Institute, has recently admitted to being directly funded by the U.S. government. Mint Press News takes a closer look at this shady organization acting as Washington's attack dog. And this is why I brought it, because again, the U.S. government funding this, and these are the people that are starting to now try to get involved in policing election integrity, or, you know, what is misinformation with regard to elections. If you read the Wikipedia entries for many alternative media outlets, they're written off as fringe conspiracy websites pushing debunked foreign propaganda. Mint Press News, for example, is described as a far-left news website which publishes disinformation and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Antiseptic. The Gray Zone is similarly smeared as a fringe blog known for its misleading reporting, and sympathetic coverage of authoritarian regimes such as Syria, Venezuela, and China. Oh, good timing there. The evidence for these evidence light smears comes primarily from the U.S. foreign policy journal New Lines Magazine, a product of the New Lines Institute. New Lines is a very new organization that was established only in 2020. Despite this, it has already become a key player in setting U.S. agendas worldwide, boasting a staff of more than 50 and working with over 150 contributors. Headquartered on the prestigious Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, where there's some of the most expensive real estate in the world, it sits between foreign embassies and many of America's most prestigious think tanks, a stone's throw, both metaphorically and physically, from the White House. That's a little weird. How does an agency like that, an independent agency, get that kind of funding? New Lines describes its goal as seeking to shape U.S. foreign policy based on a deep understanding of regional geopolitics and value systems. It began by focusing solely on the Middle East, but quickly expanded to cover Ukraine, China, Venezuela, and other political hotspots that most concern hawks in Washington. I'm guessing Mexico would be in there somewhere too. It certainly shapes public debate, and its research and experts are regularly quoted in influential outlets like the New York Fuck You Times, the Washington Suck My Dick Post, and fake news CNN. By the way, those were out of Will Ferrell did a whole bit where he was George H.W. Bush, and that's George W. Bush, and he referred to those two outlets as that. I didn't just make that up out of whole cloth. But so who's in this New Lines Institute? Well, according to Alan, it's a rogues gallery of U.S. officials. Of course. New Lines presents itself as an independent organization, claiming that it is one of the few think tanks in Washington with no foreign or local agendas. Yet its higher ranks are packed with former state officials. This sounds almost like the Hudson Institute reinvented.
Yep.
Chief amongst them is New Lines Institute and founder and president Ahmed Alwani. Alwani served on the advisory board of the U.S. military's Africa Command and influenced Washington's Middle East positions.
I knew I recognized that name.
Yep. His New Lines biography boasts that he met the commanding generals of Fort Jackson, Fort Hood, Fort Bragg, Naval Station Norfolk, and Joint Base Andrews, as well as then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and his staff numerous times during the Iraq War to consult on U.S. policy, something that many might not consider a badge of honor. Alwani also founded Fairfax University, a controversial private educational institution that Virginia state regulators considered shutting down in 2019. Auditors found that teachers weren't qualified to teach their assigned courses, academic quality was patently deficient, plagiarism was rampant, and students' English levels were abysmally poor, making Fairfax look like more a degree mill than a legitimate university. Trump University reincarnated anyone? New Line Senior Director Faisal Itani has a similar notable past. Before joining the organization, Itani was simultaneously a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, which is a NATO think tank that serves the brains of the military alliance, but also an adjunct professor of security. Oh, I missed something somewhere. Other key New Line staff members with similar pasts include Tashi Kogyal, who served in the Obama administration at the Department of Justice, and as a special assistant to the administrator of USAID, an organization that has overseen a host of foreign regime change operations. They seem to like the color revolutions themselves. Then you've got Kamran Bokhari. He's formerly the Central Asia Studies course coordinator at the State Department's Foreign Service Institute. You've got Tanya Domi, who's a 15-year U.S. Army veteran who also served at the State Department as a spokesperson and counsel for multiple American ambassadors to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Jeez, this roster is insane. Tommy Palacios, currently employed by the U.S. Military Academy as a counterterrorism research fellow. And then you've got Michael Weiss, a non-resident senior research fellow at, again, NATO's Atlantic Council. But none of these people has any foreign policy agenda whatsoever, right?
Nope.
When it comes to attacking alternative media, Weiss in particular has a notable past. In late 2016, an anonymous organization called Prop or Not published a list of some 200 websites that it classified as routine peddlers of Russian disinformation. I would guess that many of those are
Russian scum!
Many of those, by the way, are Indie Media Award honorees. Many leading alternative media outlets were smeared on that list, including Mint Press News, WikiLeaks, Truth Out, Truth Dig, which doesn't exist anymore, Naked Capitalism, and antiwar.com. So yes, you've got three right there named, plus the, of course, WikiLeaks. Never had to retract the story. The charges were false, but the effect was staggering. The Prop or Not list went viral, boosted by mainstream outlets such as the Washington Post, which insinuated that a massive Kremlin-controlled propaganda network was responsible for Donald Trump's electoral victory. We're still hearing Russiagate. Google, Facebook, and other prominent social media platforms subsequently changed their algorithms to punish the outlets on the list and promote authoritative content like the Washington Post or Fox News. Mint Press News lost more than 90% of its Google search traffic almost overnight, never to return. It was later revealed that Prop or Not was likely Weiss's brainchild, meaning that the hysteria over foreign government interference in our media was probably a domestic government-funded operation.
This is not the other Weiss that called people Assad code or whatever. Right?
Not Barry Weiss, no.
Not the same one.
No, this is Michael Weiss.
Making sure.
And this is also not the
Gotcha.
this is also not the Philip Weiss from Mondo Weiss, obviously. I'll bet Mondoweiss was probably on that list
I wonder if
also.
there's a relation.
A number of other key New Line staff also previously worked at Stratfor, which is an organization often referred to as the Shadow CIA, a private group carrying out intelligence gathering on behalf of the U.S. government. Now, perhaps the most notable New Lines Institute employee, however, is non-resident fellow Elizabeth Surkov. Surkov is a Russian-born Israeli who, before joining New Lines, worked at a number of hawkish think tanks, including the Atlantic Council and Freedom House. She grew up in Israel and served for many years in the Israeli military intelligence, including during Israel's 2006 invasion of Lebanon. She also worked directly for former Israeli Minister of Interior and Deputy Prime Minister Natan Sharansky. In 2015, she published a photo of her at the Pentagon, claiming she was on a special mission accompanied by the State Department. So there's definitely a close partnership there. Surkov was an obscure figure who only came to international attention in 2023 when she was arrested in Baghdad, carrying out what authorities described as a spying mission. The news media made worldwide headlines, with many official figures in the West leaping to her defense, describing the charges as ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And a man in my position cannot be afforded to be made to look ridiculous. That's for The Godfather. It transpired that she had concealed her identity, entering Iraq on a Russian passport, and then presented herself as a Russian researcher and a supporter of Shia cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, when she obviously was not. A 2022 video interview shows Surkov in Baghdad dressed in a khimar, a modest black dress and head covering. Quote, "It's clear that Muqtada al-Sadr is a patriotic figure who rejects intervention from any country, whether in the West or the East. In my opinion, this should be the position of every Iraqi political leader," she says, adding that the U.S. is an oppressor nation. She's playing a very, very dangerous role. This is a blatant deception, given that she is a former Israeli intelligence officer who has worked for NATO's think tank. In fact, Surkov has long taken hostile anti-Shia positions, supported Sunni militias in Syria, and championed U.S. military intervention in the region. Yeah, somebody you would totally want to be in line with, right? For years, she was one of the most outspoken Syria regime change hawks online, downplaying the U.S.-backed moderate rebels' connections to al-Qaeda, and even promoting the Gay Girl in Damascus blog, an online personality purporting to be a Syrian opposition organizer that was later unmasked as a pro-regime change hoax run by an American student at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. Wow.
We covered a bit of this in another story from interest that Klarenberg put out about Palestinian refugees and how they're used and funneled into these organizations put up by think tanks and British intelligence. So more of the same, sounds like.
Surkov initially claimed that she was in Iraq to conduct academic research for Princeton University. Here's the problem. This was also the position taken by the Israeli government, whose laws prohibit its citizens from even traveling to Iraq without special dispensation. Quote, "She's an academic who visited Iraq on her Russian passport, her own initiative, pursuant to work on her doctorate and academic research on behalf of Princeton University in the U.S., stated the office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu." She literally has Bibi speaking out for her, but of course, ready for this one? Princeton, however, categorically denied that it had allowed her to go to Iraq on university business.
Okay.
So wait a minute. Let's back this up a minute. She's caught in Iraq using a Russian passport she's been saying here, and she's aligning with Shia, with Sunni and anti-Shia stuff, but she goes over there and parrots a completely opposite line, says that she's on a research project for Princeton, but Princeton says she's not there for her. She's a former Mossad intelligence agents officer or military intelligence officer who has Bibi literally speaking out on her behalf. Yeah, that's totally not fucking shady.
Yeah.
As Alan says, thus very little of her story. What's that?
These groups do stuff like these groups do stuff like build fucking coffee shops and like funnel young people into, school organizations and stuff like that. So, we've heard first-hand accounts of that in our space as well, where that's how they're recruiting these people.
Yep.
Thus,
very little about her story makes any sense, of course, leading many to conclude that Iraqi authorities were correct in their assessment of Surkov. Adding weight to their story is the complete radio silence from New Lines since her arrest and imprisonment. In more than 1 year, neither the New Lines Institute nor its magazine has released so much as a sentence addressing the detention of one of the Institute's more senior staff members. Okay, that's weird. In a video released in November, Surkov stated that she was actually in Iraq on behalf of the CIA and Israeli intelligence outfit Mossad. Her goals were to foment intra-Shia division and strife to organize and support anti-corruption protests. So wait, she was trying to basically push color revolution. Huh, I didn't think the CIA did that. She also said that
they
she
do that everywhere.
Oh, right,
Name
right.
them after flowers and all sorts of stuff.
She also said that she traveled to Syria to build ties between Israel and the Sunni Syrian opposition forces. Given that she had been detained for over half a year by this point, it's not clear if she was coerced into confessing. That's possible. Look, she could have been tortured into giving that confession. Now, studying their output, it is clear that New Lines has two principal targets: nations that the U.S. has deemed enemy states, and alternative media outlets that question the narratives that New Lines and the U.S. government are trying to establish. Ding, 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 that's us here too. Indeed, New Lines has spent years investigating alternative media, promoting a narrative that opposition to U.S. foreign policy equals being in the pay of enemy foreign countries. A 2022 article titled, quote, "How the Pro-Putin West is Coping with Russian Defeat in Ukraine," unquote, presented journalists such as Max Blumenthal and Michael Tracy, as well as renowned academic Professor Noam Chomsky as Kremlin advisors, and claimed that Ukraine's lightning counteroffensive and the rapid territorial advances had left Russia defeated. News of this defeat will no doubt surprise many reading in 2024. But this sort of disinformation about disinformation has become a common method of attacking and smearing anti-war voices. Another article describes what it calls an echo chamber of Syria conspiracy theorists. It mentions Mint Press and a host of the other alternative media outlets, including Indie Media Award honoree Consortium News, Project Censored, Free Speech TV, Media Roots, the now defunct but also Indie Media Award-winning Shadowproof, Indie Media Award-winning Gray Zone, Indie Media Award-winning Truth Out, Indie Media Award-winning Common Dreams, and of course Indie Media Award-winning Antiwar.com. New Lines again attacked Mint Press News for our coverage of Latin America, claiming that we backed leftist dictatorships by looking the other way as they crushed protests. The report appeared particularly annoyed that we did not support the 2021 Cuban protests, a movement that it lionized as an anti-racist uprising led by the local hip-hop community. Minpress showed that the Cuban demonstrations were led by artists funded, trained, and supported by the National Endowment for Democracy and USAID, which are part of the same network that funds New Lines and are directly tied to the CIA and to Homeland Security. We know this.
Well, I've been in the office and I've not seen any.
Oh, right. That's right. The Gray Zone had that conversation with the woman from the USAID who denied anything and played stupid. Groups like the DSA and the Center for Economic and Policy Research, as well as journalist Ben Norton and author and public intellectual Vijay Prashad, were also singled out for their support for anti-imperial governments in Latin America. Lucy from Blue Moon Red Wine would have a whole different issue with Ben Norton. We have plenty of issues with DSA. We think that actually they are aligned with the Democratic Party way too much because Democrats don't represent anything having to do with socialism. And trying to thread that needle is a joke. All right. State-funded media. Considering its output, its constant support for U.S. policy and attacks on both domestic and international opponents of Washington, speculation was rife that the U.S. government was secretly funding New Lines. But the Institute had always denied this, presenting itself as a neutral, agenda-free organization. Sure. That was at least until late last year when it announced that it had reached a cooperative agreement with the Modern War Institute at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point to jointly develop actionable recommendations for U.S. global leadership to address pressing global security challenges. That certainly does not sound like unbiased. In other words, to plan out American military strategy. The New Lines Institute also noted that they would now serve as an intellectual resource for solving military problems. As if they hadn't been doing this the whole time. Now they just went public about it. Days later, New Lines' About Us section was updated, removing all reference to being funded by the Fairfax Foundation and inserting a clause admitting U.S. government financial support, strongly suggesting that the military is now bankrolling it. It now reads, emphasis added, funding for the New Lines Institute is provided by the Washington Institute for Education and Research, a 501c3 nonprofit organization registered in Washington, D.C. The other paragraph, well, here's the other one. New Lines Institute accepts research grants and charitable donations from U.S. individuals, registered U.S. legal entities, and the U.S. government in support of its research priorities, and only insofar as such support is in compliance with U.S. laws and regulations, aligns with the Institute's vision, mission, purpose, and principles, and falls within its core areas of expertise, namely intelligence, global threats, military, and murdering brown people worldwide.
Yeah.
The news did not come as a shock to those paying close attention. It will come as a surprise to no one that New Lines is funded by the U.S. government, wrote investigative journalist Matt Kennard, also Indie Media Award honoree from Declassified UK, on Twitter. There is a certain tenor to the articles of these cutouts that is instantly recognizable, slightly critical to be convincing, but only up to a point which leaves state narratives robust. Others were even more scathing. Here's Aaron Mate. Oh, Aaron Mate. Congrats to New Lines on their collaboration with the Modern War Institute at West Point Military Academy, he quipped. A good reminder that people who smear Gray Zone and other independent journalists as state-funded are often projecting.
You done messed up, Aaron!
That's the buzzsaw right there. With their quiet admission of U.S. government funding, New Lines joins an ever-growing list of organizations like Graphica, we mentioned Ben Nimmo's organization earlier, and Bellingcat, fuck those guys,
Bellingcrap,
that present themselves as independent but are funded by the U.S. government or British government or both. Former U.S. state and intelligence officials staff them and dutifully report U.S. government narratives and talking points, and then claim that they're independent. Through their reports and studies, groups like New Lines launder Washington's narratives into the public domain, smuggled in under the guise of objectivity. Worse still, New Lines has been at the forefront of attacking and demonizing the few dissenting voices left in American society, like us, but nobody knows about us yet. Watch out, motherfuckers. Their reports being used to further marginalize alternative media, the only place where serious domestic critique of U.S. foreign policy can occur. It is therefore doubly crucial that organizations like New Lines are understood for precisely what they are, the State Department's attack dogs. Alan is outstanding, and he always brings receipts. He brings backgrounds. Gotta love him. If you appreciate the stories we select, if you like shows like this and want to support independent networks that are user-funded, there are several ways to do that here at INN. You've got that QR code down there. That will go toward the Jesse Jett Computer Fund. We've got a Patreon for monthly subscriptions, as well as Substack, where we publish our weekly update. There will be one going out on Friday. Rumble, where we have our video streaming when we're not censored by YouTube. Alternately, we also stream to Rumble, and they don't censor like YouTube does. And then, of course, if you want to get us cash right away, the easiest and best way to do that is via Cash App, $ Indie News Network, INDIE News Network. Really appreciate every. Oh, that would be nice. Some money would be nice. We are totally user funded.
Money, please.
If you are unable, don't feel bad. Please enjoy the stream. Share the content. We are heavily suppressed across all social media. Basically, anybody I share it with, I DM it to, will share it, and it doesn't go any further than that. It's incredibly frustrating.
Who are these people?
Holy crap, this is a crazy story. All right, we started to talk about it a little bit. Like I said, we had a 3-minute cut on, at the end of How Do We Miss That, talking about how Stripe was screwing with The Last American Vagabond. But I don't even know if I had written this article yet. No, we're not cheering for that. What? What are we doing there? No, we're not cheering for that. That was bad. Okay. No, it's bad. So Stripe has a monopoly. We're not cheering for that. No yay for that. All right. Stripe screwed with the Last American Vagabond. We're definitely not cheering for that. Last American Vagabond, by the way, Indie Media Award honoree. Let's get that kicked off for tonight. All right. Exclusive. It was an exclusive article written by us, and no one else had really been talking about this, which is why I wrote it up, and I couldn't believe a big vulnerability for Substack and creators is Stripe. What the hell? More creators are having issues with Stripe, with Substack's exclusive payment processor Stripe, but they're not just exclusive for Substack. They're exclusive for locals. They're exclusive for Buy Me a Coffee. A lot of our favorite content creators actually do rely on Stripe quite a bit for payouts for credit card processing. So I start this out that as a platform that advertises free speech and a censorship-free environment, as long as you adhere to their minimal T's and C's, and they won't even censor people when they got accused of platforming Nazis, and we're going to talk about that at the end of the article. Substack is hiding a dirty little secret. All right, that the company is stealthily outsourcing the potential for censorship to its exclusive payment provider, Stripe. Wait, yes, they've been alerted to this and strangely have been silent, at least publicly. Alarmingly,
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
All right. Alarmingly, Stripe has the control and power to indiscriminately close out one's account without further appeal, conversation, or discussion, thereby eliminating a creator's ability to monetize on Substack and multiple other websites. That's a few of them. Apparently now Spotify uses them to pay out as well. Now, Ko-fi is not exclusive, so you can get a payout through PayPal if you're allowed to monetize through PayPal. Now, Ryan, the Last American Vagabond, has already been kicked off of PayPal. So we did this little 3-minute video where we talked about this and about the problem. So that was last Sunday night. Monday, I got so mad that I started writing an article. And I think I published it on like Wednesday or Thursday, or I'd done it the week before. Okay, bye, Reef.
Sorry, dog will yell at me if I don't let dog in.
Doggo. Okay, that's a dog call. So here's what happened with the Last American Vagabond. Stripe demonetized, told them on May 27th, on Memorial Day, he published, Ryan puts out on his Twitter, I need help because here's another act of financial censorship carried out today by Stripe. Since they updated their terms of service in April, they suddenly claim I'm in violation. We provide a clear service, yet they claim we're crowdfunding, and we are a crowdfunder. That's crazy, right? And that starting June 10th, Sunday, June 10th, he would no longer be able to monetize. Now, at the time, there had been zero appeal to his knowledge. He had requested an appeal twice and had been denied. I found out later on. I actually, had a back and forth with him after all of this. This was, again, in early June. I published this June 4th.
Okay.
But I also put out on Substack Notes, hey, are there any other people that are having problems with this? So first we find out that a Canadian guy comes back and says, Punda Man says he was required to provide verification requirements, and he's an anon. And he's like, why do I have to provide like personal identity requirements to get paid by Stripe? Like they're processing my credit cards. This is weird. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're writing to let you know that we're updating the verification requirements for Canada-based Stripe accounts. As a result, your account has outstanding requirements, and requirements due, and you need a user with verified ID to sign in and complete it. It was what the rest of it said. I don't know if that's a Canadian government thing. I don't know if that's a regulation thing. I don't know what the hell that is. All right. We've got Stripe rejecting some creators' subscribers who are trying to upgrade their subscription. Now, I found out after the fact, and I'm glad I get to have this conversation and slow down for a second, because it turns out that this was more a error on Substack's side, because this creator has been working very closely with Stripe. And they're like, honestly, Stripe has been really helpful And what they're telling me is that I've got subscribers that are trying to upgrade, and somehow there's something wrong when, when they're trying to do their upgrade, something isn't connecting. And that's actually happening from the Substack API. And I've got receipts like, wow, okay. But in the beginning, he thought that somebody was pulling his chain and that it was a problem with Stripe. And again, it just seems to be that the problems are happening with Stripe. But on top of that, I got a lot more. I got another guy from another country that shall not be named because to keep him anonymous and protect his identity, said that Stripe monetization isn't even available to all creators, as many countries like the one that I live in are ineligible from another creator. Okay. Stripe doesn't allow payments to my country and most of the world. So there was discrimination from the beginning. Basically, writers from rich Western countries and their allies get paid, and those from poorer countries don't. The G7 is intending to sanction countries using Russia's alternative to Stripe. And if this is true, then there should be an alternative offered in these countries, right? Like that just seems to make sense financially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So Stripe has canceled accounts that they don't consider to be active enough. Ask Liz Burton. Now, again, on top of this, Liz Burton reached out and was like, yeah, that's not exactly what happened. I know I said that, but there was more to it. That was a work account. We weren't using it. The business closed. Like, okay, but she was getting paid out through Square and did okay with Square. And that was the point of hearing that. Like, I haven't heard of any of them Stripe canceling any Substack accounts because of a lack of activity. I will say that here on stream.
Coming to a Substack newsletter near you.
Ooh, with the echo. Ooh, I got
Echo.
double mad cow.
I don't know how that worked out.
I don't know, but don't do that again. Stripes. So here, our friend Karina Malatesta, she runs a phenomenal newsletter, and I won't say the word because I don't want to trigger him. But she runs a great newsletter. She does an international news roundup. She's very focused on the updates on Palestine and covering Al-Mayadeen and other sources. So Karina read what I was saying, and I was starting to warn people back, at the end of May and on notes and tagging people and asking the founders, what's going on here? She says, nope, yeah. I'm never going to join Stripe. That's all I needed to know. USA means Israeli surveillance, just like Twitter with Authentics and AU10TIX. If you haven't looked into it, the Gray Zone's done some phenomenal work about the company that Twitter has, or whatever, Elon Musk and his Webb puppet CEO have decided to hire for their verification process is a Unit 8200 Mossad outfit called Authentic. But anyway, Karina says that after reading Authentics, Karina says after reading this, then I'm never going to join Stripe. I'm never giving those lunatics my personal information. So I actually had tagged the CEO of Stripe, who's on here, Patrick something. But here's one that really was holy shit, and I got even more craziness. I said, as I was writing this article, I got tagged in another note about a similar issue that Live Without Limits with Klaus is experiencing. He's obviously over in Europe. All right. More than 60% of his Stripe transactions are failing, which means that he's got people that sign up, and for whatever reason, it then says that their credit card didn't process and cancels their subscription. What a pain in the ass. Now they need to go and resubscribe. Somebody needs to tell them this happened. They need to go and resubscribe and fix whatever this is. And a lot of the subscribers just aren't going to do that. Whose job is it to track down all those subscribers? Because Stripe's email, if the subscriber even sees it, isn't working, obviously. Klaus is really freaking out about this, and I can understand.
Yeah.
But this one, holy shit. All right. This one's unreal. So what the word herder just found out is that I went to go undo my connection to Stripe and found out that if I stop using it, They want me to refund all the money that ever went through them back to them so they can refund it to my readers and probably keeping their cut.
The money is there.
All right. When I clicked the button for assistance, nothing happened. Odd, huh? These people lied to me when I turned it on, saying I wouldn't have to have a second verification for a while, but BS. Yeah. So we're seeing a pattern here, and it all leads back to one choke point, which is Stripe. Oh, but I got more. A lot of Jimmy Dore fans would be familiar with Robert Malone, also people who have been following the COVID stuff, because he proclaims himself to be the father of the mRNA vaccine. That is alleged and disputed in a lot of circles, but I don't care either way. But what I do care about is that Stripe came to him and asked for additional financial verification about where his money was coming from. What? Excuse me? Like, what? You're a fucking payment processor. Why are you getting involved? All right.
Where's the money, Lebowski?
To the point where he had to crowdfund. Why am I getting late? All right. Where he had to crowdfund. Oh, no buffering. No buffering. We're good. All right. Robert Malone ended up having to crowdfund legal fees, and he sued Stripe for this, and he won. Yep. And they ended up backing down and not requiring whatever financial info they were asking for that he never provided, and continue to process his payments and have his account in good standing. They demanded financial details from authors, and he wrote that. I don't know if anybody else that got it. I know that he did. And then our friend Samara, who got a shout out on Hardlands Media. I thought that was really cool of Kit. Shout out, Samara runs Liberty Magazine. He started that right about like November. And he tried to build out like a multi-writer outlet, not just one, kind of like what we do at INN Stack. And he got screwed with by Stripe too. They effectively froze his accounts, and then later on he was like, fuck you, Stripe, you've completely destroyed our ability to monetize. Now they're working on multiple different ways for Liberty Magazine to raise money. So it's been a mess, right? But all right, so I bring all these receipts, right? And Stripe is the problem. But I've been in business a long time, and I know that first of all, you need alternatives, and the big thing is diversity. But all right, don't just bring me problems, bring me solutions. And that's what my bosses have always told me. And the ones, and this is, the better employees actually don't just complain. They actually have answers on what to do about it, or at least choices on what to do about it. And guess what? One of those choices will actually probably be picked, or not, but at least bring them. So I acknowledge that adding more providers adds a layer of complexity to both finance and IT, and to ensure that they got to ensure that all these API fields, API is just a big database effectively. And what you need to do is map your API, your database, to the database on the other side, so that you don't have to download a massive amount of data on a daily basis. I'm just giving you a little inside baseball about how data works. The API is like the advanced form of a database, where I know exactly where that data that I'm going to need on the other guy's thing is going to sit. I'm just going to ping just that field rather than download the whole database so I can get that field. I'm only going to ping it right out of your database, Bing. And that's what's going on. And Stripe has an API, and Substack has an API, and other payment processors have APIs. And if you just plug them all into Substacks, guess what? The customer is going to get, the reader's going to get the same experience, and the writer will get the same experience. Substack will have to deal with a couple of different companies on how to arrange those plugins. But once that's made, it basically runs on its own, and it gives people choice. All right, so it's critical that the readers and subscribers, like I said, have a consistent experience, irrespective of payment processor, but this should not be that hard. If Buy Me a Coffee has already figured it out, if there are other platforms that have already figured this out, there really is no reason to find other ones and to offer choice. So the first one that I think may not be the greatest choice in the end, but Square/Block could appear to be a potential alternative. They're as big as Stripe, or almost. They're a publicly traded global organization with an API and a direct competitor. Now, I found out afterwards that they did some COVID censorship, allegedly. I did not look deep into that. I still need to look deeper into it. All right, but their hate speech and how that can be manipulated. And I'm also reading that they also charge among the highest fees in the industry, which of course is not going to be what Substack wants, but with the size that Substack has, they could probably negotiate a pretty good deal with Square for the kind of volume they're going to provide. Right? But Square also offers a lot of things that Substack would not really take advantage of. Now, this one I thought was really interesting, and that's called global payments. By the way, in the article, I link to all these different things. I provide receipts to all this, so everybody who wants to go digging can feel free to, because I did. So global payments, and I don't know where they're based out of. That could be the company that's out of Russia that Mike is talking about. I don't know. But global payments appears to be a potential suitor. They can handle the processing worldwide. They handle most major credit cards in most countries, which empowers Substack to expand its monetization footprint to those countries. But they also, I found out, deal in crypto. So not only could you monetize in multiple countries where you're not, there are a handful of creators that are asking to be able to be paid in crypto. Okay, I'm not saying that Substack needs to be involved in crypto, although can't you see the stack token working? I mean, come on. Anyway, I'm just joking. I'm not a crypto fan, but if there are creators that do want to transact in that, why are we restricting their ability to do so? Here's the third one. It's called Clearly Payments. Now, I don't know about their scalability, although right there it says scalable and secure solutions for online payments. So that tells me they can handle what they're looking for. So that was just like a rudimentary search, right? Mm-hmm. And I addressed PayPal. While it appears that PayPal may present itself as an alternative, we know through Richard Medhurst, through The Last American Vagabond, Whitney, Webb, and many others, they have been heavy on the censorship. They've been known to censor and mess with payments that even mention the word Palestine or Syria, for example. And our friend Samara tells me that on the right that they've been doing the same thing. Liberty Magazine. I don't know if they personally have been censored, but people he knows have been. So another way to find an alternative potentially, rather than just doing a Google search like I did for 45 minutes and just looking at the problem, is to reverse engineer the whole thing and announce that you're putting this contract out for bid. That anyone who wants to potentially connect to the Substack API and process payments for Substack creators, hey, let's talk about it. Let's bid on it. Let's have you, kind of show us what you got, tell us how much you charge, and if we can plug in and offer that as a choice, we would be happy to do so. Right?
Right.
So that's reversing it. And then Michael Ginsberg says that it's time to bring the entire payment processing operation in-house. All right? That you guys are getting big enough at this point. You've got enough creators. You've promised enough. You cannot put this at risk to a third-party company. And I kind of agree with him too. But I know for a fact that it's a beast. And you've got all kinds of financial regulations, and they don't want to deal with processing the money. They want to outsource that so they can focus on making a better platform. I get that. But you got to take care of your creators, and they're not doing it. So clearly there are alternatives out there, and that only required just 45 minutes of research to find those couple. But I also wanted to look into a little bit deeper. Why is this happening now? So I'm going to speculate, but we covered the censorship industrial complex quite a bit. there was an update on that this week. We're going to probably cover next week. But we just saw through Matt Taibbi's articles published to Racket News just at the end of May that the same academics who were effective in pushing Twitter to censor creators that they deemed to be foreign influence, quote unquote, based on flimsy or no evidence, all right, are at it again for the 2024 cycle, looking to do it bigger and better than before, quote unquote. Most of the people who are having issues are those that challenge and question the mainstream narrative on those things like COVID, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Taiwan, China, and plenty of other things, right? So that tells me that, you know, what's happened? Why is this happening? Well, censorship ramping up. People are getting squeezed. Is somebody at the payment processor saying to mess with these specific? I don't know. Is somebody reporting these people? I don't know. But it's also an election year, so C number one, right? But I thought that this was a big thing, and a lot of people kind of forgot about it. But back in December, we covered an article. We covered not just an article, but a series of articles, an entire uproar that was happening on that platform itself that was driven by the Atlantic magazine. And one of the people who has a Substack but has since left did one of the, remember, you know how people like leave Twitter in a huff? I'm leaving and I'm in bed and you guys are platforming Nazis and dead of a bed. And that was basically what he did. But not only that, I challenge the owners of Substack to make changes to your platform or we're leaving. And they basically gave
shit, I'm out.
Yeah, oh, that's a good one. But yes, that's effectively what they did. And they ended up having to move. All right. They ended up having to leave Substack for the most part. I mean, they're still there to annoy people and to lurk and to spy on everybody. But look, this guy works for the fucking Atlantic magazine. That's Lauren Jobs. That's as neo-lib as it gets. Fuck those guys.
Fuck you.
Right? So this became like an entire movement of shitlibs that showed up and were trying to scream at Substack to make changes to the platform. Yeah, no. So, but here's what happened. They didn't really go away. They just chipped away at the biggest vulnerability they saw, which is Stripe. That group's ultimate goal is to diminish Stripe's increasing footprint in the publishing space. Like I said, Jonathan Katz, one of the principals of that movement, published multiple hit pieces in The Atlantic, smearing the platform and ridiculously claiming that it had a Nazi problem. That was quickly debunked, and they left after a censor or else demand was not acquiesced to. In hindsight, it appears to have been a corporate-funded and corporate media-driven effort to diminish Substack's growing power, coming directly at the expense of corporate media. I mean, we're taking readers directly away from them, right? Every day. Yep. And it's flipping them out, especially the Atlantic magazine. I mean, they've been like, you know, king of the shitlib world forever at this point. So these people, you know, the Substackers against Nazis. There was this woman named Marissa Cabas. This guy from Garbage Day. There was about a half a dozen of them who then picked up their ball and left. Care Bear. So they wanted to punish Stripe for ignoring their demand to censor the creators that they didn't like, forcing their hand to have to for the inconvenience of moving their newsletters and subscribers. So they sought and found a backdoor. And this is not the chicka bow wow. I was literally just saying, like, literally, I'm out the back door. All right. But
sorry, children.
Thank you. They knew that Stripe was the exclusive processor for Substack's monetization, but also for locals and Buy Me a Coffee. So they started reporting creators to Stripe quietly, whom they deemed to be not worthy of monetizing, charging them with violating Stripe's TOS. And that likely are the creators, you know, that Katz thought were Nazis. But it very quickly devolved into, well, these people are anti-trans, and these people are platforming this and that, and it became like a censorship realm. You know, they were all begging for it about multiple things, and it was like, these people are injuring me, you have to ban them. No, it immediately devolved. It was like within weeks, and we called it that was what they were trying to do, that it didn't just stop at the 16 or 26 or whatever accounts this guy deemed to have Nazi content that he claimed that Substack was profiting from, as if they built their entire structure to profit from those dozens of, and we covered this extensively. So, but I honestly believe that these people either created a bot to report these creators or they did it themselves, because there weren't that many of them. But beyond that, I got more. The people reporting them to Stripe for TOS violations knew that they personally wouldn't be affected, since any move Substack made, all right, or that Stripe made, because those creators had already moved to other platforms like Beehive. Now, this is another part of the thing. I think that part of this was whoever is involved with Beehive, their model is that they pay creators, especially large ones, for bringing your audience over and then referring them to other Beehive newsletters. Now, we don't get paid at Substack for referring other newsletters. It's just like a community thing. But these guys are literally monetizing their database and their subscriber list to refer them to other, newsletters that they may like or not like. And anyone who signs up, that original creator gets paid. We don't get paid for referring stuff. And I just think that's kind of dirty. Was that another reason that was behind this? We were already going to move, and this is another way to take more people out at Substack. I don't know. This was episode 103. We recorded it back in December. If you want to watch, it was a fascinating episode. I went through a bunch of people's notes about it. I went through a couple of articles, through the petition itself, through a counter petition. There was an entire thing that went back and forth for like a month.
Counter petition.
So I talked about how Stripe was screwing over all these creators. So I'm sitting at the Do Dissidents live show on last Sunday afternoon. By the way, that's why we didn't do a show last Sunday. But last Sunday afternoon, we're sitting at Do Dissidents live. I'm watching Jesse do a rehearsal, and I get a DM from The Last American Vagabond saying that, hey, yes, those guys. I don't know if they're still live, but they were live earlier. I know. Shout out to those guys. But they did a really good show, and I appreciate them giving Jesse the platform. I ended up filming, and I was the camera guy. That's a whole other story. You can watch me tell the story on with Tara, or this week I was Tara's guest, or with Hardlands. I told it a little bit there too. But Stripe reinstates The Last American Vagabond. So I get a message from Ryan at The Last American Vagabond. Hey, I don't know if your article had anything to do with it. It may have put us over the top, but I just got an email from Stripe saying they've rescinded the block and the cancellation, and I'll be able to monetize going forward. I was like, fuck yes, dudes, that's great. So awesome. Okay, great. So that was what happened. Fantastic news. Like I said, we found out yesterday morning that Stripe has reversed their decision to terminate TLAV's account, and they'll be allowed to continue in good standing. As you should. Tribute to our friend Kit. So I wanted to personally say thank you to everyone who shared and made noise. I wrote a follow-up article about this the morning after the Jesse show. That was last Monday. Thank you to everyone who shared and made noise about the prior article published here about what happened to TLAV and about the danger of Stripe's monopoly over Substack and the other content creation sites. Now, I didn't include it here. Well, I'm not going to show it here, but go to this article and it'll be in the description afterwards. But watch the above 10.5-minute video clipped from that TLAV stream on Sunday. He was really not, very.
Who are these people?
Oh, yay! We got a donation. Yay. Awesome! Yay! Thank you. But
thank you.
I'll put that up afterwards. But we found out that. I want to say thank you to everyone who shared and made noise about this article. I was so excited to hear about this. And he did a little segment in his stream. By the way, TLAV does a stream just about every day of the week. He does a daily wrap up, and sometimes it can go for hours. He goes really deep into a lot of topics that are very controversial. And he seems to be way ahead of everybody else. Sometimes he's wrong. Most of the time he's not. And I really appreciate him putting himself out there on a limb and taking a shot each time. And again, usually he's right. Now, to me, there are not very many places that Whitney Webb chooses to publish. And choosing to publish at TLAV means a lot to me. So when I saw this was happening to Ryan, for Whitney alone, not only for all the other reasons, but for the fact that he's been so good to Whitney, there was no doubt that I was going to step up and help him, whether he asked me or not. And he never really did. This was not something that, other than the public call to say, hey, can you help? Ryan never asked me to write an article. Ryan never gave me any of that stuff. And to his credit, I don't blame him for, or fault him for that. I wouldn't blame him for not asking anyone. He was going to deal with it however he was going to deal with it. But I saw this as a community thing. This affects us all, not just Ryan. This could be me. This could be Hardlands. This could be RBN. This could be any one of us. We all say shit that pushes the envelope. And I hate to see that happen. And I'm on a platform that uses this exclusively. I've been watching this happen. I've seen it happen to other people. I'm like, look, if anyone's going to say something, I guess it's going to have to be me. But this is what's really interesting is that Ryan also during his stream identified that Substack made a change again to their terms of service, effective early June, that would exempt his channel and others as content creators by further clearly defining what a content creator is, but then opens up further questions about crowdfunding sites that Stripe has no affiliation with, because they only really want to allow you to monetize with Stripe, with sites that Stripe has approved, apparently. All right. But they also have other loopholes that would allow them to still terminate a content creator's account. And they added a lot of language defining what they determine to be a content creator. Is that a good thing? I'm not sure. Did this language appear because of what we're doing here? I don't know. I hope so. My feeling is that they've been doing this since April. So at first they put out a broad general thing. Then they see what happens. A couple of people cry. Then they put out a tweak to it. Then TLAV gets caught in that net. Then we start making noise. I tag the CEO, I tag the people at Substack, and somebody says something to somebody along the way there. Again, it's a collective effort. Ryan also went on, he goes on AM Wake Up every week. He's on TLAV Tuesday. He was talking about it with Steve Poikonen this past Tuesday as well. And Steve and Ryan also gave me a nice shout out. I was in chat there putting it up. Like, I couldn't believe it. And again, this was about all of us. This was not just about me. This was not about Ryan. This was about making sure that Stripe is not messing around with creators and that we're going to fight back together. And that, kumbaya, my lord. Okay. We've got all of our wonderful supporters. Support independent media, like I say all the time, because it's more important than ever. Because where else are you getting that story? You get a service, you get product for this. It's not a donation. It's not a crowdfunding. And we have to be careful now about how we say this. But we have supporters who appreciate the content that we provide on an ongoing daily, weekly basis. And we love you for it. Thank you so much. I love you all. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. Thank you, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah. Bye, fam. Keep listening to what little birds to tell you. Seeing you a bit.
No! We just fucking lost the stream!
these people?
We've got Indie Media Award honorees in the house again. Let's switch to this view. I like this view better. The Dissenter, Kevin Gosztola and Mohammed El-Mazi, the two of them together were a tag team, especially in 2024. Mohammed being on site at the Royal Courts of Justice in London. Justice. Hilarious.
The halls of injustice.
Right. Later at the halls of injustice. Meanwhile. So they have been on the inside and speaking with the family and reporting from inside the courthouse. And they've done an amazing job when it comes to the center. And Kevin's been all over the place this week being interviewed.
Yeah.
And you know, we have been covering basically since episode 1. I was putting in that ticker, free Julian Assange. We've been saying free Julian Assange, and we've been fighting to see Julian freed, and we got to see that this week. And it was an amazing sight. I put together a Substack article this week. We talked about it on INN News, and for those who, and I think everyone has, but for 15 seconds, it's worth it. To see him sign the paperwork and watch him get on the plane.
June
was something to see. And I don't think any of us were, well, I know none of us were expecting it. And it kind of broke Saturday, on Monday night at 7:00. And like everything kind of stopped. And then we were just following a plane track being tracked around the globe and watching him get in and out of a car and stand in front of a judge. Well, we heard he stood in front of a judge and we heard him say a couple of lines and they said, "You can go free." And
we go party.
How the hell did that happen when everybody's been fighting and screaming and everything else? Well, they decided to publish what they at least have learned from all that they have experienced and gathered as their version of the story. And yes, bad cookies, I am so glad Assange is freed. This is what we fought for. And shout out to Misty. Woo! And shout out to all of the activists and the people who stood out there with banners in the rain and umbrellas and who protested and with megaphones outside Merrick Garland's house, who gave speeches outside the Justice Department and all over the country. So many people to thank, but what we want to do, and we've done that a lot already, but what we want to do tonight is talk about the inside.
Thank you very much.
The inside the plea deal and find out why the government abruptly ended the case. And that's what we couldn't all figure out. What's the why? Why the motivation for the U.S. government now? Now, I think that part of it had to do...
Why?
Before we start this, I think that part of it had to do with the fact that they had lost the appeal, that Julian had won the right to appeal. And that they did not want a lot of the stuff coming out during an appeal hearing that would potentially come out.
Especially when it involves people not getting the First Amendment. Like, I think that was a big part of that. That whole appeal hearing.
Oh, no.
And it puts British extradition in place. So, but...
Weird. Restream lost connection for a second. Okay, it's back. All right. So inside the Assange plea deal, why the U.S. government abruptly ended the case. according to these guys and what they had heard. U.S. prosecutors brushed aside calls to end the case against the WikiLeaks founder until a British appeals court granted a hearing on the First Amendment. And that's basically what they're trying to say. And this was made possible by paid subscribers of The Dissenter become a paid sub with this special offer and support independent journalism on press freedom. I am a paid annual subscriber to The Dissenter. I have been for 3 years. Well, first it was Shadowproof, but I've since Kevin broke off of Shadowproof and started The Dissenter. I have been an annual for $50 a year paid subscriber. Big fan. He's one of the best. He's one of the best writers there is when it comes to the Assange story. So, but this is him and Mohammed. Mostly this is Mohammed writing, and Mohammed's been on with Torah, and you can look up that interview on The Politics of Survival. But for 5 years, the U.S. Justice Department defied calls from around the world to drop Espionage Act charges against WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. Prosecutors even faced pressure from the Australian government, which demanded that a close ally end the case and return one of their citizens to his home country, yet prosecutors remained committed to putting him on trial. That all changed in May after the British High Court of Justice granted Assange an extradition appeal hearing on the question of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The Justice Department re-engaged, quote-unquote, Assange's legal team and participated in very intense negotiations for a plea deal. U.S. prosecutors accepted a guilty plea to one conspiracy charge under the Espionage Act with no additional prison sentence. The plea deal did not contain a gag order, which is also very important, and officials agreed to Assange's request to avoid travel to the continental U.S. He was released on bail from Belmarsh Prison and flew on a charter flight to a courthouse in a U.S. territory in the Pacific Ocean known as the Northern Mariana Islands.
Where?
I
Y'all don't know where that shit's at.
Well, Saipan, I believe it's
That's
actually
made up
like
place.
an offshoot, like an island off of Japan, that another imperialist island that we just decided to annex, I guess.
Yeah.
How the hell does that happen?
Yeah, it's part of that Pacific Theater.
More importantly, the Justice Department
took it and kept it.
Right, during World War II, I would guess. But more importantly, the Justice Department pledged not to pursue any future charges for any uncharged conduct that Assange allegedly committed prior to his guilty plea. That also is important. It wipes his slate clean. This abrupt shift brought a conclusion to a 14-year-long legal saga on June 26th. The award-winning journalist had spent a little more than 5 years detained at Belmarsh Prison, which is often referred to as Britain's Guantanamo. Judge Ramona Manglona accepted the plea deal and sentenced Assange to time served. Quote, I do hope that there will be, in fact, some peace restored, Manglona remarked. Quote, I'll just note, too, that this past week, the island has been celebrating 80 years of peace since the Battle of Saipan. This was a very bloody place between the Japanese and the Americans. The people have been celebrating the fact that we've been celebrating peace here with the former enemy. And now there is some peace that you need to restore to yourself when you walk out and you pursue your life as a free man. Before ending the proceeding, Manglona added, Mr. Assange, apparently it's an early happy birthday to you, as his birthday we know is July 3rd, so happy birthday, Julian. And it's probably the first one that you'll have outside of a prison or any type of limitation. A press conference was held by Stella and Assange's legal team in Canberra after Assange landed in Australia. Let's watch the video of that here.
Stella!
Somewhere here.
Sorry, Jeremy, I need to interrupt you. We now have live feeds, basically, of Julian stepping out of the plane in Canberra.
Oh, please, let's see it.
Oh, it's such a... Well done, he's walking on the tarmac. I don't know if he's waving to the crowd. It's such a joyous moment. I'm not sure you can see it, but believe me, this is such an emotional moment. He is looking so great.
I saw pictures of him. He looked a lot better than last time I saw him.
Well, if you think that I have maybe backtracked a few years, I can tell you that he is.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking a lot better than inside Belmore's prison on Saturday. It's such a great moment. He's clencing his fists and waving to the crowd. What a great moment in history to witness and be a part of it, Jeremy. And thank you. I mean, we should all be.
I'm just getting it on my phone now. Wow.
He is meeting Stella now. Oh my God. Kissing Stella, this is, my God. And John Shipton is there, his father, reuniting with the family. What a great moment, Jeremy, to be watching this.
Julian, come here!
Something we've been fighting for, waiting for. Absolutely fantastic. It is. It's, oh my God, it's hard not to be emotional under these circumstances, Jeremy. I hope you appreciate that.
Absolutely.
It's been something we've been waiting for a very long time.
Oh, that's amazing.
Isn't it? My God.
Can't wait to hear his voice. So great to see his face. There's Stella's post. But go ahead.
We did get to hear from in the courtroom. I don't know if you brought that too, but
I didn't. But
we have heard that.
The U.S. came back to the table after the appeal hearing was granted. We found this out. Justice Department prosecutors were not truly motivated to come to a plea agreement with Assange until weeks ago, like we said, after the High Court granted him the right to appeal. Quote, the negotiations were a protracted process that went on for several months, sort of in fits and starts, says Barry Pollock, and that's his Australian lawyer. We were not close to any sort of resolution until a few weeks ago when the Department of Justice re-engaged, and there have been very intense negotiations over the past few weeks. This point was also emphasized by Stella, who said it was important to recognize that Julian's release and the breakthrough in negotiations came at a time where there had been a breakthrough in the legal case in the UK. The High Court had allowed permission to appeal. Like we said, there was a court date set for the 9th and 10th of July at which Julian would be able to raise the First Amendment argument at the High Court. Well, wait a minute. At least his legal team would. He probably would not, because he has not been able to attend a hearing of his since October of 2021. Even remotely.
It's still fucking weird.
How is it that he was too unwell to attend even remotely the appeal hearing in May, on May 20th, the decision, yet that guy didn't seem unwell whatsoever. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, Assange was granted the right to appeal in his extradition on the basis that it was at least arguable that he would be prejudiced at trial by reason of his nationality and citizenship. The UK Extradition Act of 2003 prohibits extradition to a country where a person may be prejudiced at trial by reason of their nationality. Wow, the clown show of the year, Assistant U.S. Attorney Gordon Kromberg, a lead prosecutor on the case, told the courts that the U.S. government might argue during trial proceedings that Assange was not protected by the First Amendment. I didn't even know that that was possible, but guess what? Foreigners don't get First Amendment protection automatically. They have to petition and be granted permission. Insane. Kromberg made a formal sworn declaration on behalf of the respondent and in support of the extradition request. He put himself forward as able to provide authoritative assistance as to the application of the First Amendment. It can be fairly assumed that he would not have said that the prosecution could argue that foreign nationals are not entitled to the protections under the First Amendment unless that was a tenable argument that the prosecution was entitled to deploy with a real prospect of success, unquote. All right, so that is also important because, he was going to, all right, he made a sworn declaration that they were not going to automatically grant him First Amendment protections. And that's a problem. He didn't get the ability to have free speech.
Yeah.
If such an argument,
he said he can bring it up,
right, to petition for it, but
that's all
it
they
wasn't
said.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
But if such an argument were to succeed, it would at least arguably cause the applicant prejudice on the grounds of his non-U.S. citizenship, and hence on the grounds of his nationality, the court added. The U.S. government deployed their hubristic argument about Assange and the First Amendment as part of their defense of the extradition request, and it backfired. Now also, and they don't even mention any of this, to me it was the death penalty thing that was just as big a deal as the whole First Amendment question. British law says that if there is the possibility that he could potentially even be charged in the future with a death penalty charge, they cannot send him. And that was also part of the appeal. Marjorie Cohn, who's the dean of the People's Academy of International Law and former president of the National Lawyers Guild, asserted, "It is no coincidence that the plea came a little more than a month after the High Court of England and Wales ruled that Assange could appeal the extradition order against him. The Justice Department apparently feared it would lose the appeal." Now, somebody else would say that it is the Royal Courts of London and that this is not England or Wales or Great Britain, but London is a separate entity in itself that has its own set of laws. The City of London is where he was imprisoned.
Yeah.
That is who has the rights to HMP Belmarsh, apparently. It's very weird legal shit. Stella said she believed the negotiations revealed how uncomfortable the U.S. government is, in fact, with having these arguments aired, which of course they are, because they don't want to have them clarified in court. They'd rather have it be vague and open to their interpretation as often as they'd like. The fact that this case is an attack on journalism, it's an attack on the public's right to know, and it should never have been brought, she concluded. Julian should never have spent a single day in prison, but today we celebrate because today Julian is free. It almost sounds like Passover. Once we were slaves in Egypt and now we are free. Because that's what we used to do every year. Anyway, the U.S. agreeing not to pursue further charges, of course. One of the most incredible revelations regarding Assange's plea deal is that the U.S. government agreed that they would not bring any other charges against Julian for any conduct, any publications, any news gathering, anything at all that occurred prior to the time of the plea. This is of particular note because, as Pollack explained, even if Assange succeeded in his appeal against extradition, that success would have just resolved this case.
Yeah.
The 18-count indictment against Assange focused almost exclusively on the WikiLeaks publisher's role in obtaining, possessing, and publishing documents between 2009 and 2011, known as the Iraq War Logs, Afghanistan War Diaries, Guantanamo Bay detainee files, and diplomatic Cablegate. One diplomatic charge under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act was disturbingly expanded by prosecutors to include a speech that Assange gave to a room of computer specialists during which he encouraged people to provide WikiLeaks with information which was in the public interest. On top of the fact that their whistleblower star witness was a convicted pedophile and admitted that he lied. Oh yeah, there's that too. However, Assange was never charged for WikiLeaks' role in publishing emails belonging to the DNC, acts which even former FBI Director Robert Mueller concluded were likely protected by the First Amendment. However, if he didn't have any First Amendment protections, nor was Assange, most importantly, ever charged for WikiLeaks' 2017 expose detailing the CIA's expansive cyber warfare arsenal known as the Vault 7 materials. This, to me, is the crux. The leak and the publication of the files led Mike Pompeo, when he was CIA director, to reportedly obsess over targeting, kidnapping, or killing Assange in revenge. He had him deemed a terrorist. He had WikiLeaks deemed a non-hostile state actor, which allowed them to break every U.S. law to pursue him and align with Mossad, allegedly the Adelson family, allegedly to spy on Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy using UC Global, the security company that the Ecuadorian embassy had hired to oversee security at the building. We know that from the David Morales trial that's happening and happened in Spain. With the plea agreement, which is there in PDF form, which the dissenter reviewed, the U.S. government cannot ever bring a case against Assange for other acts of journalism.
Hey, look at that. 20 bucks dono from the Accord Lord.
Woo!
They never stop being you. Isn't that nice?
Thank you, Sean. Much, much appreciated. Love you all.
Yes,
The United States agrees not to bring any additional charges against the defendant based on the conduct that occurred prior to the time of this plea agreement. The plea agreement states, unless defendant breaches this plea agreement. Judge Manglona said, I was quite surprised, but I think it's a very generous statement. She noted that it applied to everything for the past 14 years, and that's very broad. Another key position that Assange's legal team took during the negotiations was that any resolution would have to end this matter, according to Pollitt, meaning that Julian would be free and that he was not going to do any additional time in prison. He wasn't going to do any time under supervision, and he wasn't going to do any time under a gag order. And if that's the case, we'd love to hear him speak. So, of course, here's the political lobbying behind the scenes. Jennifer Robinson, who is, her law firm, by the way, is also part of the George Clooney White Helmets, the Clooney Foundation of Justice, which supports the White Helmets and regime change, and is highly problematic. I got big issues with her and her firm. But Australian human rights attorney Jennifer Robinson, who represented Assange in the UK, further described the strong political dimension to the case. Extensive lobbying efforts by members of the Australian government proved crucial to the overall result. The way I know this is bullshit is Robinson thanked her close personal friend, her close personal friend and Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for doing fucking nothing but his principled leadership, statesmanship, and diplomacy. For tepidly once at a meeting with Joe Biden, maybe could you maybe think about possibly helpfully defended? She explained that raising opposition to Assange's extradition at the highest levels of the U.S. government completely changed the situation for Julian and enabled our negotiations with the U.S. government that allowed us to reach this outcome. It also shows that Scott Morrison was a complete fucking piece of shit, and every other prime minister prior to Albo was also a complete fucking piece of shit. There were about 3 decent members of parliament in Australia. Andrew Wilkie is the one that I remember the most. There were a couple others that were mentioned today on Slow News Day, but not very many stood up for Julian, their own citizen.
How dare you!
The Prime Minister was under intense and growing pressure from the wider public, parts of the press, and an increasing number of Australian members of Parliament. Also because he promised that he would fight for Assange before he became Prime Minister when he was also a member of Parliament. Oh yeah, there's that too. Robinson credited Kevin Rudd, who was Australia's ambassador to the US and a former Australian Prime Minister himself, as well as Stephen Smith, who was Australia's High Commissioner to the UK and the consular staff in London. Smith accompanied Assange on his flight from London to Saipan, because somebody from the Five Eyes was not going to let their eyes off of him, of course, until he actually went through his plea. He explained that Rudd's relentless efforts in Washington, working together closely with us, with myself and my co-counsel Barry Pollock, completely changed our relationship with the U.S. and completely changed the negotiations. Bullshit. Without his efforts and his adept diplomacy, we would not be in this position we are today, and Julian would not be home. Yeah, also, journalism would still not be a crime officially, but that's another story.
Sound like Sounded like you had like a throat thing happen.
Bullshit. What?
You're all right.
Speaking to the Australian Broadcasting Corporation on June 27th, of course, they get the exclusive first interview. Robinson explained that once Ambassador Rudd was sent to Washington, D.C., the U.S. Department of Justice finally started to deal with the defense team in a meaningful way. That opened up conversations for us with the Department of Justice that we were trying to have and were not getting responses, and so things moved. What the fuck took you so long, assholes? Is all I gotta say.
Mm-hmm.
And that is counter to what Kevin is reporting. If Jen is saying that it was the ambassador coming over and talking to the Justice Department, but Kevin's saying that it was because of what the high court ruling says, which is it? As many people, including Stella, argued over the past few years, this was a politically motivated prosecution. No, it was a persecution. And therefore, it stood to reason that it would be political pressure, which would ultimately resolve the case. The lobbying efforts of high-ranking Australian politicians and government officials would not have occurred without the intense lobbying of everyday members of the public, activists, and press freedom and human rights organizations, the latter of which were brought on board as a result of intensive upward pressure. Again, I'm going to stop there and repeat that sentence because that also is more than vaguely important. The lobbying efforts of high-ranking Australian politicians and government officials, fuck them, would not have occurred without the intense lobbying of everyday members of the public, that's you guys, activists, that's also you guys, and press freedom and human rights organizations. Sometimes they fell on their faces too, like the CPJ and Reporters Without Borders and the Freedom of the Press Foundation, that all acted like they were in Julian's quarter, but certainly fell on their faces more often than not.
Yeah, plenty of those can fuck right off.
A number of years ago, there were only a few political figures in the UK and Australia who were willing to be to be open and clear in their opposition to Assange's extradition. For example, people such as then Labour MP for Derby North, Chris Williamson, and George Galloway, who was recently re-elected to Parliament, as well as Australia's independent MP for Clark, Tasmania, Andrew Wilkie, and the Conservative politician George Christensen, at the time a member of the House of Representatives with the National Liberal Party for Dawson, Queensland. It took millions of people, Stella says,
Queensland,
working behind the scenes, people protesting on the streets for days and weeks and months and years. Very cliche. But here's the part, one of the parts that hurt. Assange was required to instruct WikiLeaks to destroy all unpublished files. And this is one of the things that we had to sacrifice and had to give up. This was not a total 100% spike the football win with no consequences. Before Assange's guilty plea was entered in court, the agreement with the U.S. government required him to take all action within his control to cause the return of the U.S. to the U.S. or the destruction of any such unpublished information in his possession, custody, or control, or that of WikiLeaks or any affiliate of WikiLeaks, unquote. Now, my guess is that he doesn't have anything he didn't publish. But if he did, he'd have to destroy it.
Yeah.
Barry Pollock confirmed that Assange has instructed Kristen Hernassen to destroy any materials they might have had that were not published. WikiLeaks editor-in-chief Kristen Hernassen confirmed to the dissenter that Assange had requested that he destroy all published U.S. secret document, all unpublished U.S. secret document. We just got crashed. This provision in the plea agreement echoed the infamous decision by 2013 editors at the Guardian newspaper to take a power drill and an angle grinder to a hard drive, which contained copies of vast troves of information leaked by National Security Agency whistleblower Edward Snowden, and to then Guardian columnist Glenn Greenwald.
Okay.
Editors were then threatened with legal action if they did not either hand over the hard drives, they agreed to destroy them in the basement of their headquarters in London, even though it was understood that copies existed elsewhere outside of the UK. Technicians from Government Communications Headquarters, the UK equivalent of the NSA, filmed the destruction of the computer hard drive while taking notes and providing instructions to the editors. Guardian editor Paul Johnson was among those who described the destruction as purely symbolic act, since everyone involved knew that there were copies of the materials which revealed the details of Anglo-American mass warrantless spying and surveillance of hundreds of millions of people in the U.S. and around the world. Yet the act was more than symbolic. It was a potent reminder of the power of the UK government, acting with the encouragement of the U.S. national security state, and its ability to threaten and bend even well-known and even well-resourced establishment news media to its will. As investigative journalist Kit Klarenberg recounted, another Indie Media Award honoree, recounted for The Dissenter, 3 years after the destruction of the hard drive, the Guardian's investigative team was dissolved and Guardian coverage of military, security, and intelligence issues declined precipitously. That's to say the least. In fact, presently, many key national security correspondents at The Guardian have little background in the field. Not a surprise. The U.S. did not or could not identify any victims, and we knew this always was the case, but it's nice to have it officially in writing. The U.S. government was unwilling or unable to identify any victim of the published leaks. And prosecutors did not request that Assange pay restitution for any alleged harm. However, during a press briefing on June 26, State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller, Count Smugula, maintained that there were victims. If you recall, when WikiLeaks first disseminated and published State Department information cables, they did so without redacting names. Except that wasn't them, asshole. That was Cryptome.
Yep. Yeah.
He says they just threw them out there for all the world to see. And so the documents they published gave identifying information of individuals who were in contact with the State Department. That included opposition leaders, human rights activists around the world whose positions were put in some danger because of their public disclosure. Well, those of you who covered the State Department at the time will probably remember that in the days leading up to that release, the State Department really had to scramble to get people out of danger, to move them out of harm's way. Bullshit! He offered to sit down and have a conversation with Hillary Clinton about it, and she stonewalled him. That's nonsense. He even offered to delay the release if that's what they needed. They never responded. This is all fucking fiction. Miller was not at the State Department. He was working at the time as a Justice Department spokesman in President Barack Obama's administration. And in fact, Miller opposed the Assange prosecution before he was an official in President Joe Biden's administration. You fucking hypocrite. Count Smugula. The entire cache of 250,000 plus diplomatic cables became available on the internet because Guardian editor David Lee included the passphrase for an encrypted file containing the cables in a book he co-authored about working with WikiLeaks. Assange called the State Department to warn them of the risks posed by the publication of unredacted cables. This is what I'm saying. Julian tried to work with them. I appreciate that you've recognized that these kinds of releases absolutely can pose a threat to the very sources reflected in the material, said Cliff Johnson. Miller complained about the supposed negative impact that the release of the cables had on U.S. diplomacy, but Secretary of Defense Robert Gates said when the cables were first published, quote, "I've heard the impact of these releases on our foreign policy described as a meltdown, as a game changer, and so on, and I think those descriptions are fairly significantly overwrought." Yes, Kit Klarenberg is back on Twitter, by the way. And we covered that.
Yeah.
The fact is, governments deal with the United States because it's in their interest, not because they like us, not because they trust us, and not because they believe we can keep secrets. He also said every other government in the world knows the United States government leaks like a sieve, and it has for a long time. Associated Press reporter Matthew Lee, who was one of the only decent reporters in the White House press room, along with Simon and Taibbi, was covering the State Department when WikiLeaks first published the cables. As he recalled, quote, there was no public concern that was raised about the potential security risks posed to sources who might have been quoted. Aside from the cables, the U.S. military was never able to find any evidence that the publications of military war logs from Iraq and Afghanistan resulted in any person's death. Again, that's an important phrase. The U.S. military was never able to find any evidence that the publications of military war logs from Iraq and Afghanistan resulted in any person's death. Pentagon Papers whistleblower Daniel Ellsberg testified at Assange's hearing in September 2020. He noted that Assange withheld 15,000 files from the release of the Afghanistan war logs. He also requested assistance from the State Department and Defense Department on redacting names, but they refused to help WikiLeaks redact a single document, even though it's a standard journalistic practice to consult officials to minimize harm, which he did. He says, Ellsberg says, I have no doubt that Julian would have removed those names. Both the Pentagon and State Department could have helped WikiLeaks remove the names of individuals. Rather than take steps to protect individuals, Ellsberg suggested U.S. officials chose to preserve the possibility of charging Mr. Assange with precisely the charges that he faced. And of course, we know that Julian stated in court that he committed journalism. The U.S. government may have accepted a plea deal that showed Assange some mercy, but they still coerced or forced the WikiLeaks founder to plead guilty to journalism if he wanted to obtain his freedom. At the court hearing in Saipan, Judge Manglonia asked Assange to describe what he did that constituted the crime charged. I was working as a journalist, he says, and I don't know if you have this audio, I did not bring it up, but he says, working as a journalist, I encouraged my source to provide information.
It's right there, I think.
Is it?
The video.
Oh.
You click that.
At this time, I'm asking you to explain to me, what is it that you did
That's
that
the
would
judge.
constitute the crime charged?
Working as a journalist, I encouraged my source to provide information that was said to be classified in order to publish that information. I believe that the First Amendment protected that activity, but I accept that as written, it's a violation of the Espionage Act statute.
So you had certain belief, but you understand what the law actually says as well.
I believe the First Amendment and the Espionage Act are in contradiction with each other, but I accept that that it would be difficult to win such a case given all the circumstances.
Yeah. So.
For you. Let me do it for you.
Why am I hearing Miss Peggy?
Do it for you.
Because he did it for us.
Oh.
What?
Essentially, Assange recalled an act that reporters at numerous media outlets commit routinely, and the judge accepted that as a crime. Matthew McKenzie, deputy chief for the Counterintelligence and Export Control section of the U.S. in the U.S. Justice Department's National Security Division, emphasized that the U.S. government rejects Assange's contention that his conduct should be protected by the First Amendment. The U.S. Justice Department could have celebrated the end of this legal saga and spun it as a victory, but prosecutors put out an announcement that contained no statements from Attorney General Merrick Garland, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, or any prosecutors who were involved in the case. It contained a closing argument that one might hear before the jury deliberated over a verdict, but no proclamations of victory. Now you have Stephen Rohde, who is a constitutional scholar and former chair of the ACLU Foundation of Southern California, said, quote, when U.S. prosecutors had to put up or shut up to satisfy the high court that Assange's right to freedom of expression would be protected if he was extradited, they blinked. An Assange trial posed grave risks that the U.S. would be embarrassed by revelations that the CIA had plotted to kidnap or assassinate him. Not really, because we've known about that for 3 fucking years. Plus, the case ended in a whimper for the U.S. government. Not for activists, but for the U.S. government. In contrast, Assange and his legal team were mindful of the damage to press freedom, but jubilant that one of the most well-known political prisoners in the world was free. For journalists and media organizations around the world, it was a bittersweet outcome. I think that was fair. David, I agree that was an ingenious answer, which I would expect no less from Julian, but after 5 years of being abused and tortured, it was shocking to hear him with such clarity and amazing. But Kevin says, like Jennifer explained at the press conference, the plea agreement has no impact on legal precedent. It is the prosecution itself which set the precedent that media professionals anywhere in the world can face prosecution by the U.S. under a law with no public interest defense for the crime of journalism. Journalism is not a crime, fam. How many times we got to tell you? Journalism is not a crime, as it says down there in the scrolling ticker. And that is what I continue to carry the fight on, is that journalism is not a crime. Man.
Who are these people?
I've got a big story. And again, a lot of people have already have talked about this or heard about this. We're going to read the whole damn thing because that's what we do here. We read the articles, and that's something that I actually am proud of. Other people, not so much, but I'm proud of the fact that we actually read the whole thing and let you guys figure it out for yourselves while we're breaking it down. Not on Rumble.
Well, looks like we got ourselves a reader.
God damn it. All right. We'll have to rerun it there later. Whitney Webb, for those who don't know, Unlimited Hangout Indie Media Award honoree She's a, inaugural class, first ballot Hall of Famers type of thing. For those who don't know, learn something. Follow, subscribe, support. Follow her on Twitter. You will be blown away quickly. And then watch her do an interview and watch her recall in an interview, and you're just like, oh my God. She's a name dropper constantly, but she also connects the dots. Well, this one worked for this, and they did this, so you got to figure that they did this, and wow. She gives you the lowdown and the breakdown on what's going on with J.D. Vance, who is Trump's VP pick. Now, I don't know how many of you know who Peter Thiel is. I don't know how many of you know who Palantir is. I don't know. We're gonna get into all that. But what she says is that while J.D. Vance has his own controversies, his close connection to billionaire Peter Thiel, who is poised to have unprecedented influence in a new Trump administration, should deeply unsettle every American who cares about freedom, privacy, and reining in the surveillance state. And that certainly, I think, applies to all of us here. Okay. Yes, Whitney Webb. That's right, V.S. Adams. Whitney Webb. Jimmy Dore headline, unions are switching to Trump. Oh, my God. Okay.
She was like that. She was in that new Spider-Man movie, right?
Whitney?
Madam Webb.
Oh, God. Okay. After the recent revelation that Donald Trump has selected J.D. Vance as his VP nominee, public attention not only turned toward Vance, but toward the billionaire Peter Thiel. Why? Vance has been one of several prominent Thiel proteges whose profile has risen in recent years, with other proteges of the PayPal co-founder, including OpenAI's Sam Altman and Anduril's Palmer Luckey. Recent reports have also noted that Thiel first recruited Vance into his circle while Vance was still a student at Yale Law School. Ding, 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 red flags. Shortly thereafter, Vance joined Thiel's investment firm, Mithril Capital, where he worked for 2 years before joining Revolution Ventures. Vance played a major role.
Went straight to Runic Capital. God.
Oh, no, right. So Vance played a major role in Revolution's Rise of the Rest seed fund, whose major investors included Amazon's Jeff Bezos and the Walton family of Walmart, who boast long-standing deep ties to the Clinton family. Vance later launched his own venture capital firm, Narya Capital, in 2020, which was heavily funded by Thiel, as well as former Google CEO Eric Schmidt, also not a good guy and heavily involved in the surveillance state.
Yeah.
Schmidt, a major Democrat donor, has been the guiding hand behind the Biden administration's science and technology policy and has dominated the development of the AI policies of the U.S. military and intelligence communities, largely through his leadership of the National Security Commission on AI. That's a little scary. NSCAI promoted policies like the end of private car ownership and in-person shopping in the United States to advance Americans' adoption of AI as supposed national security imperative in the lead up to the COVID-era lockdowns. Both Schmidt and Thiel are key members of the steering committee of the controversial closed-door and overtly globalist Bilderberg Conference. Nothing to see here, folks. Yep. Newsweek once called Schmidt and Thiel the two most influential figures at Bilderberg. Wow.
It's not a place you want to get accolades like that at.
Well, it's saying something because it's literally the most powerful of the most powerful. Thiel has voted. I'm sorry. Thiel has donated heavily to Vance's political career. He's given $15 million to Vance's successful Senate bid in the 2022 election cycle, in what was then the largest donation ever given to one Senate candidate. No problem.
Okay.
Thiel also joined Vance, a former never-Trumper, to visit Trump's Mar-a-Lago, where Vance successfully won the former president's blessing. Thiel also connected Vance to other members of the so-called PayPal mafia, like David Sachs, who donated $1 million to Vance and hosted a fundraiser for him. Sachs, along with PayPal co-founder Fuck You Elmo Muskhead were allegedly a key factor in Trump's selection of Vance as vice president, as they ran a secret lobbying campaign for Vance that included media presenter Tucker Carlson. What a surprise!
Nice. Oh, little Tuck.
Thiel had been a major donor to Trump's 2016 presidential campaign and served on the transition team, with other Thiel-linked figures like Trey Stevens dramatically influencing Trump's Pentagon appointments. Nothing to see here. Stevens' influence at the Trump Pentagon also helped develop the military's relationship with the Thiel-funded company Anduril, which was co-founded by Stevens and Thiel fellow Palmer Luckey. A little incestuous here. You're seeing a pattern.
Like Game of Thrones.
Before Anduril, Luckey developed the virtual reality system Oculus Rift, which was later sold to Facebook, where Thiel then served on the board.
Yeah, Meta. Ooh, Meta.
Anduril is now building a virtual border wall for the federal government and Trump, who long campaigned on building a physical barrier.
Is Mexico going to pay for it?
Of course.
Is Mexico going to pay for it?
Of course.
Please let them do that. Please let them do that in the metaverse. That'd be hilarious.
Yes, Mexico's going to
build a fucking wall.
Mexico's going to pay for the border wall in the metaverse. So
what a fucking cartoon bullshit.
We live in a clown show, folks. So of course, he abandoned that promise during his first term, but now supports the exact solution that Anduril is selling. Nah.
Funny how that works.
Anduril's unmanned drones have come to play a major role in the Ukrainian military operations during the Russia-Ukraine conflict, as have other controversial Thiel-funded companies like Palantir, which is a CIA contractor, and Clearview AI, which used mainly photos posted on Facebook and another Thiel-backed company to develop its Orwellian facial recognition database. These companies, close ties to the Ukrainian military, nothing to see here, may impact the second Trump administration.
There's anything wrong with that?
Yes, there is. May impact the second Trump administration's policies as it relates to American support for Ukraine, particularly if Thiel is slated to hold significant influence. Beyond Ukraine, this network of Thiel-funded defense companies are remaking the face of warfare and slowly but surely replacing the human decision-making with AI. Because we know AI is so great at decision-making.
Go check out how they test these things in Israel with Lavender AI. That's going to be on our INN News section.
What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong?
It'll be fine.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. While these ties should be unsettling on their own, the potential influence of Thiel on the upcoming Trump administration should concern every American, and it does me at least, regardless of where they fall on the political spectrum, due to Thiel's efforts to rehabilitate and remake some of the intelligence community's most Orwellian and unconstitutional efforts to target domestic dissent. Are you listening, everyone? Domestic dissent. Hello? While Peter Thiel has long marketed himself as a libertarian, his track record from PayPal has revealed him to instead be an architect of the modern surveillance state and a successor to the neoconservative cabal that once tried but failed to do the same.
I can count on one hand, like, self-labeled libertarians that are actually decent. And they're all at, like, one publication.
Yep, so, anti-war.
Right.
All right.
Like, sorry, libertarians, but
Patrick McFarland's all right. He's pretty connected to them too. I think he's all right. There's a few more, but yes, I agree. During PayPal's earliest days, Thiel and his colleagues went around to various government agencies, including intel agencies, to see how they could best tailor their product to win government support and contracts for their products and services. After leaving PayPal, Thiel would follow a similar path in creating another company, Palantir. Palantir is the engine on which the surveillance state runs, and soon after Vance was announced as Trump's vice president, it was reported that Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale, as well as Palantir itself, were backing a Trump-Vance super PAC called America PAC. Yep. Okay, that's a problem. A private company that contracts directly with the federal government, military, and intelligence agencies, backing a presidential candidate with a multi-million-dollar PAC. No problem?
Yep. Nope. It's perfectly fine.
Unlimited Hangout has reported extensively on Thiel and Palantir for several years. As noted in past reports, the company was created to be the privatized version of a post-9/11 surveillance program that had been dreamt up by the Iran-Contra criminals most responsible for the unconstitutional main core database. They talked about this on Jimmy Dore yesterday. During the Reagan administration, the individuals at the heart of the Iran-Contra scandal, I believe it was John Poindexter, developed a database called Main Core, which firmly placed the U.S. national security state on its current tech-fueled path for crushing dissent. A senior government official with high-ranking security clearance and service in 5 presidential administrations told Radar in 2008 that Main Core was a database of Americans who, often for the slightest and most trivial reason, are considered unfriendly and who, in a time of panic, might be incarcerated. The database can identify and locate perceived enemies of the state almost instantaneously. Nothing to see here. Main Core was expressly developed for use in continuity of government protocols by the key Iran-Contra figure, Oliver North. We remember him and his allies that operated on an off-the-books intelligence apparatus with direct CIA involvement known as the Enterprise. I believe Poppy Bush might have also been involved in that, but allegedly.
Engage.
Not that Enterprise.
Bro, it's the Enterprise. It could only be that Enterprise. It's clearly Patrick Stewart is involved.
Ollie and his definitely no, it's military. It's U.S. military, so definitely not Patrick Stewart. He's British.
Bro, the Enterprise had like proton torpedoes and nonsense. Like
yes, but they were also a one world government type of organization. Yeah. But anyway, Oliver North and his associates,
also a U.S. aircraft carrier. But continue.
North and his associates used that continuity of government in Main Core to compile a list of U.S. dissidents and potential troublemakers to be dealt with if the continuity of government protocol was ever invoked. Huh. Why would Oliver North ever be looking into the invocation of continuity of government with Ronald Reagan as president, a senile, demented old man at the time? Huh. And they're doing they're doing arms for hostages with Iran and Nicaragua and getting involved in, I don't know. Troublingly.
We don't capitulate with terrorists, Indy, clearly.
Right. Troublingly, these protocols could be invoked for a variety of reasons, including widespread panic, non-violent opposition to U.S. military intervention abroad, that would be us, widespread internal dissent, or a vaguely defined moment of national crisis or time of panic, something like COVID or 9/11 or January 6th, for example. Well, nah, maybe not, but maybe. North would later brush up against the Trump administration, joining former Blackwater founder Eric Prince in an effort to lobby the administration to create an off-the-books private CIA. And now Eric Prince is trying to lobby to be the head of the Secret Service or the head of the military or the head of the CIA or something under Trump, potentially. That's a little frightening. He's about as scary as it gets. That's Betsy DeVos's brother, by the way.
Oh, okay. Fun.
Main Core.
Big club and all that.
Oh, yes. Very big. Main Core utilized the Promise software, which was stolen from its owners at Inslaw Inc., by top Reagan and U.S. intelligence officials, as well as Israeli spy master Rafi Eitan. Also intimately involved in the Promise scandal, also intimately involved, was media baron and Israel's super spy, Robert Maxwell. You've heard of him.
Sorry.
No, not that guy. The father of Ghislaine, and reportedly the man who brought Jeffrey Epstein to the Israeli intelligence orbit. Like Promise, Main Core involved both U.S. and Israeli intelligence.
There's never been, Indy. You would have to have something like photo evidence of like someone like Trump or Elon Musk or meeting with Epstein in some way. Kamala Harris and Ghislaine and that doesn't exist, right? That couldn't possibly be a thing.
No.
Clintons.
Yep. Like Promise,
paintings of blue dresses. Anyway, continue.
Right. Main Core involved both U.S. and Israeli intelligence and was a big data approach to the surveillance of perceived domestic dissidents. Now, it's really funny because I remember I've been listening to Whitney Webb now for about 4 years that I can remember. And and I can remember very clearly in November of 2020, she talked about that the intelligence state was looking to potentially apply everything that they had learned overseas and turn a domestic operation either on the Biden administration starting, and she predicted something was going to happen on, when it came to certifying the vote, and that they were going to have some kind of a something, and look what ended up happening, and then that they would use that as an excuse to ramp up the surveillance and security state. Did that happen?
I saw a quote today that was like, fascism is when a colonialist power does colonialist power things to itself, as opposed to everywhere else.
No.
So, like, sounds about right. I forget who made the quote. Someone will tell me. Sure.
The Iran-Contra and Promise scandals were exposed, but were subsequently covered up. Why? Largely by the then U.S. Attorney General William Barr. We've heard of him, who would return to serve in that same position during the Trump administration. That was during the Bush administration, the first one. The use of Main Core by the federal government persisted and continued to amass data. That data could not be fully tapped into and utilized by the intel community until after the events of September 11, 2001, which offered a golden opportunity for the use of such tools against the domestic U.S. population, all under the guise of combating terrorism. For example,
11.
Very much so. For example, in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, government officials reportedly saw Main Core being accessed by White House computers. September 11th was also used as an excuse to remove information firewalls within the national security state, expanding information sharing amongst agency databases, and by extension, also expanding the amount of data that could be accessed and analyzed by Main Core and its analogs. How about that? As Alan Wade, then serving as CIA's chief information officer, pointed out soon after 9/11, quote, one of the post-September 11th themes is collaboration and information sharing. We're looking at tools that facilitate communication in ways that we don't have today.
9/11 was bad.
Yes, it was. Just ask.
I feel like. Go ahead.
Ask the Israelis. I would say yes.
I was gonna say. I feel like I smell CrowdStrike coming up in this story, but
there very well might be. But I think that was another article. In an attempt to build.
I mean, it's very similar to all this, right?
Sort of. In an attempt to build
everything's connected
on these two post 9/11 objectives simultaneously, the U.S. national security state attempted to create a public-private surveillance program. Where have we heard those words before? So invasive that Congress defunded it just months after its creation due to concerns that it would completely eliminate the right to privacy in the U.S. No big deal. Called Total Information Awareness, and again, Whitney talked about this with Jimmy Dore yesterday. TIA, the program sought to develop an all-seeing surveillance apparatus managed by DARPA. TIA's supporters argued that invasive surveillance of the entire U.S. population was necessary to prevent terrorist attacks, bioterrorism attacks, and even naturally occurring disease outbreaks such as pandemics, before they could take place. I think
the same organization that makes the robots and the drone swarms, and
I was going to say that that's like the Morgan Freeman in Batman, in the basement of the Batman movie, where he's literally got access to the map and grid of the entire city and who and where every single person is.
I never want to see this again.
Yes, and he's like, this is too much.
Never let me look at this again.
This is too much power for anyone. So
Morgan Freeman,
our friend, Andy Dufresne. That's right,
Andy Dufresne.
Andy Dufresne. We have to have some fun because this is just the most freaking dystopian shit you can imagine. All right. Of course, TIA supporters, like we said, pandemics. We have to be able to prevent pandemics before they could take place. Pre-crime. The architect of TIA and the man who led it during its relatively brief existence, again, was John Poindexter. Remember, I mentioned that name before. Best known for being Reagan's
Poindexter.
He was Poindexter was national
fucking pocket protector and shit, and the suspenders.
Yes.
Bow tie.
Yes. National security advisor during Iran-Contra and being convicted of 5 felonies in relation to that scandal. He also fell on the sword pretty hard, but he was one of the architects. Poindexter, during the Iran-Contra hearings, had famously claimed that it was his duty to withhold information from Congress.
Did I do that?
They were but I mean, they're charged with oversight, and it was his duty to withhold. That's what he saw it as. In regard to total information awareness, one of Poindexter's key allies was Chief Information Officer of the CIA, Alan Wade. Wade met with Poindexter in relation to TIA numerous times and managed the participation of not just the CIA, but all U.S. intelligence agencies that had signed on to add their data as nodes to TIA, and in exchange, gained access to its tools. So you give us your data, and we'll let you access all this shit. Wade, while at CIA, had previously partnered with Robert Maxwell's daughter, Christine.
Wait. I just fucking noticed. The fucking logo is literally the fucking
Illuminati eye.
All-seeing eye.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. What what?
But worse.
Jesus Christ. Okay, continue. Yep. What the fuck?
Oh, it gets worse. It only gets worse.
I'm sure it does.
Wade partnered with Robert Maxwell's daughter, Christine, on national security software called Chiliad. I swear to God, Chiliad, which had similarities to TIA as well as Palantir, but fell short of the proposed program's scope and ambition. Christine had previously been involved in her father's efforts to market bugged Promise software to U.S. national laboratories. I don't know how she got that, but there's an article from archive.org. Oh, that's from One Nation Under Blackmail. That's a citation from her book. That's, again, Whitney Webb Unlimited Hangout for those who don't know and who came in late. This is an article all about J.D. Vance and his connections to Peter Thiel and why that's bad, and how it's badly going to influence the Trump administration's policies on surveillance and on military and on purchases and on where they're going to spend the money. The TIA program, despite the best efforts of Poindexter and his allies, such as Wade, was eventually forced to shut down after considerable criticism and public outrage. However, though the program was defunded, it later emerged the TIA was never actually shut down, with its various programs having been covertly divided among the web of military and intelligence agencies that make up the U.S. national security state. While some of those TIA programs went underground, the core panopticon software that TIA had hoped to wield began to be developed by the company now known as Palantir, with considerable help from the CIA and Alan Wade, their CIO, as well as John Poindexter. This is a real dangerous witch's brew. And as Sarah says...
especially when it's called the Panopticon.
And Palantir.
Like, that sounds like a Thunderdome. Like, you can't, you know...
Anna Mayers, Poindexter is a goddamn verb. No real humans are allowed to have a name that's morphed into a verb. Right?
Yeah, I know, dude. You can't. That's change your name, bro.
We do not need a Chili's baby back ribs sound drop for that. Sorry, Jamie. No.
I was gonna mention you were talking about Chiliad or whatever.
Yes,
I think my gamer friends in the chat.
Is that the Iliad?
I think that's the mountain in GTA 5, where there's a whole like cult, like alien UFO cult mission on it.
No,
it's like literally the Chiliad cult alien Area 51 nonsense. I don't know if that's pre-crime going on there, but you know, whatever.
So, it was never shut down. All right, it developed software with help from CIA, Wade, Poindexter, Palantir, all working together. Public-private partnership controlled by Peter Thiel. Guess what? Palantir is now a publicly traded company on the stock exchange. But we'll get there.
Okay.
At the time it was formally launched in February 2003, the TIA program was immediately controversial, leading it to change its name in May, 3 months later, to Terrorism Information Awareness instead of Total Information Awareness, in an apparent attempt to sound less like an all-encompassing domestic surveillance system and more like a tool specifically aimed at terrorists. The TIA program was shuttered by the end of 2003. And you're not going to get your baby back ribs, Jamie. Sorry, not here. The same month as the...
if in this article, you don't want baby back ribs in this article.
No, definitely not.
Some things in there you don't want.
The same month,
you know, it might include ingredients such as Robert Rothschild's Moroccan carrot spread.
Bro, you still have that shit?
Of course, I still have that shit. I'm not going to throw it out.
You're going to eat the rich? Is that what it is?
No, I'm not going to eat it at all.
That should be their slogan: "Eat the rich." Right?
Oh God.
The same month as the TIA.
At the dollar store, bro. It's so funny.
Rothschilds have gone way down market.
Way down. I know.
The same month as the TIA name change, Peter Thiel incorporated Palantir. Thiel, however, had begun creating the software behind Palantir months in advance, though he claims he can't recall exactly when. Some reports state that Palantir began as an anti-fraud algorithm at Thiel's PayPal. Thiel, Karp, and other Palantir co-founders claimed for years that the company had been founded in 2004, despite the paperwork of Palantir's incorporation by Thiel directly contradicting this claim. Also in 2003, apparently soon after Thiel formally created Palantir, Iraq war architect and Bush-era neocon Richard Pearl called Poindexter, saying that he wanted to introduce the architect of TIA to two Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. According to a report in New York Magazine, Poindexter was, quote, precisely the person whom Thiel and Karp wanted to meet, mainly because, quote, their new company was similar in ambition to what Poindexter had tried to create at the Pentagon, that is, TIA. During that meeting, Thiel and Karp sought to pick the brain of the man now widely viewed as the godfather of modern surveillance, shaping Palantir into a TIA equivalent.
Sure.
Man. Soon after Palantir's incorporation, though the exact timing and details of the investment remain hidden from the public, CIA's In-Q-Tel became the company's first backer, aside from Thiel himself, giving it an estimated $2 million. In-Q-Tel's stake in Palantir would not be publicly reported until mid-2006. I wonder why. Alex Karp recently told the New York Times that the real value of the In-Q-Tel investment was that it gave Palantir access to the CIA analysts who were its intended clients. A key figure in the making of In-Q-Tel investments during this period, including Palantir, was CIA's chief information officer at the time, Alan Wade. God, that name keeps coming up. After the In-Q-Tel investment, the CIA held the unique position of being Palantir's only client until 2008. During that period, Palantir's two top engineers, Aki Jain and Stephen Cohen, traveled to CIA headquarters at Langley every 2 weeks. Nothing to see here. Jain recalls making at least 200 trips to CIA headquarters between 2005 and 2009. During these regular visits, CIA analysts would test Palantir software out and then offer feedback, and then Cohen and Jain would fly back to California to tweak it. As with In-Q-Tel's decision to invest in Palantir, the CIA's chief information officer at the time, Alan Wade, remember that name again, Alan Wade, keep saying it for a reason, played a key role in many of these meetings and subsequently in the tweaking of Palantir's products. It should come as no surprise, then, that there is an overlap between Palantir's products and the vision that Wade and Poindexter had held for the failed TIA program. Because he's the link. The extensive overlap between the two is detailed in previous Unlimited Hangout investigations about Palantir's Tiberius race and the public health panopticon is the article, and you see that was from February. The benefits in repurposing the public-private TIA into a completely private entity after TIA was publicly dismantled are obvious. For instance, given that Palantir is a private company as opposed to a government program, the way its software is used by its government and corporate clients benefits from plausible deniability and frees Palantir and its software from constraints that would be present if it had remained a public project. Yeah, proprietary source code and shit versus it being public and owned by everyone. Right? Here's a 2020 New York Times profile on Palantir, which noted that the data, which is stored in various cloud services or on clients' premises, is controlled by the customer, and Palantir says it does not police the use of its products. Nor are the privacy controls foolproof. It is up to the customers to decide who gets to see what and how vigilant they wish to be. How convenient. And I'll bet there's no back door for him to look at any of this stuff, right?
I mean, it definitely doesn't. They've never provided something like, I don't know, an entire cloud service through a video platform that people could put their files and data into, but yeah,
maybe
host servers on.
Well, not long after Thiel helped resurrect TIA as Palantir, another post 9/11 DARPA program was close to also seeking a private investor makeover, developed by Douglas Gage, a close friend of Poindexter's and a DARPA program manager. LifeLog sought to build a database tracking a person's entire existence that included an individual's relationships and communications, their phone calls, mail, their media consumption habits, their purchases, and much more in order to build a digital record of everything an individual says, sees, or does. LifeLog would then take this unstructured data and organize it into discrete episodes or snapshots while also mapping out relationships, memories, events, and experiences. Dude, this is so dystopian. LifeLog, per Gage and supporters of the program, would create a permanent and searchable electronic diary of a person's entire life, which DARPA argued could be used to create next-generation digital assistants and offer users a near-perfect digital memory. How great, folks! You'd never forget a thing ever again. Every time you were humiliated, you could never let that memory go. Gage insisted, even after the program was shut down, that individuals would have had complete control over their own data collection efforts, as they could decide when to turn the sensors on or off and decide who will share the data, In the years since then, analogous promises of user control have been made by the tech giants of Silicon Valley, only to be broken repeatedly for profit and to feed the government's domestic surveillance apparatus, which we all know of. All right. Yeah, it's really brutal. The information that LifeLog gleaned from an individual's every interaction with technology was to be combined with information obtained from a GPS transmitter that tracked and documented the person's location, audio-visual sensors that recorded what the person saw and said, as well as biomedical monitors that gauged the person's health. Like TIA, LifeLog was promoted by DARPA as potentially supporting medical research and the early detection of an emerging epidemic or pandemic. All of this stuff, okay, this is what Whitney gets into. It's really like the deepest of the weeds where people are trying to control thought and control behavior and figure out how do we do that. And maybe it's engineering a pandemic, allegedly safe and effective. Critics in mainstream media outlets and elsewhere were quick to point out that the program would inevitably be used to build profiles on dissidents as well as suspected terrorists. Combined with TIA's surveillance of individuals at multiple levels, LifeLog went farther by adding physical information like how we feel and media data like what we read to this transactional data. One critic.
And how does that make you feel?
How does that make you feel? Very, very invaded. That's what it makes me feel. Very violated is how it makes me feel.
It probably stems from your relationship with your mother.
It might, maybe even my father. But Lee Tien of EFF warned at the time that the programs that DARPA was pursuing, including LifeLog, have obvious, easy paths to Homeland Security deployments. At the time, DARPA publicly...
That couldn't have any Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
DARPA publicly insisted that LifeLog and TIA were not connected, despite their obvious parallels, and that LifeLog would not be used for clandestine surveillance. Sure.
No.
However, DARPA's own documentation on LifeLog noted that the project will be able to infer the user's routines, habits, and relationships with other people, organizations, places, and objects, and to exploit these patterns to ease its task, which acknowledged its potential to use as a tool of mass surveillance. Yep. However, again, despite its proponents' best efforts, LifeLog was shuttered just like TIA. Given what had transpired with TIA, some suspected the program would continue under a different name. For example, Lee Tien of EFF told Vice at the time of LifeLog's cancellation that it would not surprise me to learn the government continued to fund research that pushed this area forward without calling it LifeLog. Along with its critics, one of the would-be researchers working on it, MIT's David Karger, was also certain that the DARPA project would continue in a repackaged form. He told Wired that, quote, "I'm sure such research will continue to be funded under some other title. I can't imagine DARPA dropping out of such a key research area," unquote. Why is it so key? The answer to these speculations appears to lie with the company that launched the exact same day that LifeLog was shuttered by the Pentagon. The Blue Giant, Facebook. Holy shit.
Oh.
Blue Giant. A few months into Facebook's launch, in June 2004, Facebook co-founders Mark Zuckerberg and Dustin Moskovitz brought Sean Parker onto Facebook's executive team. We now know that whole story. Parker, previously known for co-founding Napster, later connected Facebook with its first outside investor, Peter Thiel. Now, I don't know how accurate the story of the social network goes, but Parker definitely got them the meeting with Peter Thiel and got them, I think it was a $50,000 investment. As discussed, Thiel at the time, in coordination with the CIA, was actively trying to resurrect at least one controversial DARPA program that had been dismantled the previous year. Notably, Sean Parker, who became Facebook's first president, had also had a history with the CIA, which sought to recruit him at the age of 16, soon after he'd been busted by the FBI for hacking corporate and military databases. Thanks to Parker, in September 2004, Thiel formally acquired $500,000 worth of Facebook shares and was added to its board. It wasn't 50,000, it was $500,000. And that's when they pushed out Eduardo Saverin, by the way. Parker maintained close ties to Facebook as well as to Thiel, with Parker being hired as managing partner of Thiel's Founders Fund in 2006. Thiel left the Facebook board, which he had joined in 2005, in 2022 to focus on supporting Trump-aligned candidates, including J.D. Vance. Okay, again, Peter Thiel leaves Facebook board to back candidates like Vance, who's now the VP under Trump, or at least VP nominee.
Yay.
Further incestuousness, Thiel and Facebook co-founder Dustin Moskovitz became involved outside of their social network long after Facebook's rise to prominence, with Thiel's founder fund becoming a significant investor in Moskovitz's company Asana in 2012. Thiel's long-standing symbiotic relationship with Facebook co-founders extends to his company Palantir, as the data that Facebook users make public invariably winds up in Palantir's databases and helps drive the surveillance engine that Palantir runs for U.S. police departments, the military, and the intelligence community. Thanks, folks. And we're giving this all for free. Facebook data also feeds another Thiel-backed company, Clearview AI. Notably, even LifeLog's architect, Douglas Gage, has publicly commented on Facebook's similarities to the program he had once hoped to lead. In 2015, he told Vice that Facebook is the real face of the pseudo-LifeLog at this point. He tellingly added, "We've ended up providing the same kind of detailed personal information to advertisers and data brokers, and without arousing the kind of opposition that LifeLog provoked, precisely because it is now a private company and not a project housed at DARPA."
Captain James T. Kirk, pseudo lifelog. Like, why do they always name this shit the worst? Like, why do they do that?
Because this is what she does.
Like, I'm sure. Like,
thank you, Sarah.
Oh.
Max Azzarello does not seem too far off now. Well, except he never references Whitney once in his entire research, in his entire volumes of everything, and that screams red flag at me.
Mm-hmm.
All right? I don't disagree with his premise. Yes, Jimmy's family was a cop. His father, his brother, his whole family was full of cops, if I remember correctly, Monarch.
Yep. Welcome to people's families. You can't choose them.
Palantir and their surveillance agenda under Trump. So, continuing Whitney Webb's article about J.D. Vance and why this is important. During the Trump administration, Palantir enjoyed an even more privileged status than it had under previous administrations, with Palantir gaining many new lucrative contracts, mainly with the military and intelligence during Trump's first term. This was likely influenced by Thiel's presence on Trump's transition teams and the close role of Thiel associates in choosing key Pentagon appointees. And we covered that earlier. Not only that, but the broader agenda behind Palantir, the decades-long effort to create a pre-crime AI-powered surveillance system in the United States, also got significant boosts during Trump's first term. Remember, Trump loves funding cops.
Yep.
For instance, Trump's Attorney General William Barr quietly legalized pre-crime in the United States under the guise of detecting potential mass shooters before they commit any crime. The program,
and that's going so well. They're always on people's radars.
Absolutely.
Bro, they're always.
Especially if they're in water towers or on rooftops. The program, the program called DEEP, enables the DOJ and FBI to work with private sector partners to surveil people of interest that have committed no crime but are mobilizing towards violence. That's so dystopian again. At roughly the same time the program was announced, Barr was also pushing heavily for a government backdoor into consumer apps and devices, particularly those that utilize encryption. He also signed a data access agreement with UK then Home Secretary Priti Patel, she can fuck off too, that allowed both countries to demand electronic data on consumers from tech companies based in the other country without legal restrictions. Fascism was long since here, folks. Also during the Trump administration, an Israeli intelligence-linked company called Carbine 911 began to be installed throughout the United States in emergency call centers and has since spread throughout the nation. Carbine 911 was heavily funded by Peter Thiel's Founders Fund. Remember that Sean Parker was the first president of Founders Fund, and Trey Stevens sits on the advisory board alongside Michael Chertoff, who was the head of Homeland Security under George W. Bush, Kirsten Nelson, who was the head of DHS under Trump. Carbine was also heavily funded by Jeffrey Epstein and Leslie Wexner, and for much of its early history was closely associated with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, himself an intimate associate of Epstein, to put it lightly.
Yay.
The incestuous just doesn't stop. I mean, it's crazy. Carbine 911 and similar companies extract any and all data from consumer smartphones for merely making emergency calls and then use it to analyze the past and present behavior of their callers, react accordingly, and in time predict future patterns, with the ultimate goal of smart devices such as smart street lamps making emergency calls to the authorities as opposed to human beings, because they get so good at detecting crime or knowing when crime is about to happen.
Ma'am, we're going to have to ask you to calm down before we have to arrest you.
Oh my God. Data obtained from these software products, which are slated to be adopted nationwide as part of a new national next generation 911 system, are of course shared with the same law enforcement agencies now implementing the Barr-designed National Disruption and Early Engagement Program to target individuals flagged as potentially violent based on vague criteria. Like, for example, if you indicate that you have an affinity for guillotines, maybe.
Inflatable ones. Inflatable.
In video games. Combined with
inflatable ones.
That's right. Combined with
balloons.
With the domestic terror framework released during the Biden administration, and the definition of domestic terrorists now encompassing those who oppose U.S. government overreach and those who oppose any form of capitalism, like the Atlanta Forest Defenders, also including the World Economic Forum favored stakeholder capitalism and or corporate globalization. Nothing to worry about here, folks.
Only approved protesting is allowed.
The Trump administration, during the same period, also mulled the creation of a new health-focused agency modeled after DARPA, the proposed HARPA, which was promoted extensively to Trump by his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his daughter, Ivanka, as well as Trump's close friend and former NBC Universal president, Bob Wright. I think he died recently. No, that was Bob Welch, or Jack Welch, not Bob Wright. Bob Wright's still alive. HARPA's proposed flagship program, Safe Home, which is stopping aberrant fatal events by helping overcome mental extremes. Would use breakthrough technologies with specificity and sensitivity for early diagnosis of neuropsychiatric violence. Will they be testing Trump on this shit? Specifically, advanced analytical tools based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, because we know that they're so good at this stuff. Oh my God. The program would have cost an estimated $60 million over 4 years and would use data from Americans' social media accounts as well as Apple Watches, which I have on my wrist right now, Fitbits, Amazon Echoes, and Google Homes, which I will not allow in my house, by the way. Silly, but I won't allow those stupid devices. And also other consumer electronic devices. Of course, my phone is also listening all the time, but that's just silly.
Yep.
The program would also collect information provided by healthcare providers to identify who may be a threat. Wait, what? How could somebody potentially be a threat? Well, that would be the COVID angle, I'm guessing. Though HARPA was not created under the Trump administration, Trump reportedly reacted very positively to the proposal and was sold on the concept. Well, he gets sold on a lot of stuff and then he gets unsold on a lot of stuff too. I don't know what that really is significant, but if Whitney's saying so, it means something. In addition, before the proposal was known widely, Trump had called on big tech and specifically social media to collaborate with the Justice Department to create software that stops mass murders before they happen by detecting potential mass shooters before they can act. I don't know how they plan to do that, other than telling the FBI not to stoke their violent criminals. But, however, allegedly, Trump ultimately passed on creating HARPA, which was ultimately created during the Biden administration as ARPA-H, underscoring the bipartisan nature of this agenda. Because you know what the word bipartisan means, right?
Yep.
It is
I think Carlin had some words about that.
Yes, I believe that he did. All right, so we're getting through. Are Peter Thiel-backed intelligence contractors MAGA? That's weird. Despite many Thiel-backed or Thiel-founded companies describing themselves as America First and defenders of Western values, a closer examination of these companies suggests this is not the case. One lesser-known example is Palantir's early role in developing a way for the U.S. government to target Julian Assange, leaks-based journalism in the public interest, and what it called the WikiLeaks threat. In looking at other Thiel-linked firms, it's quite clear that at least some are more than willing to target Americans on either side of the political divide on behalf of their biggest client, the so-called deep state that Trump supporters revile. Take, for example, the Thiel-backed Clearview AI, which claims to now be able to identify every person in the world using its advanced facial recognition system. As Unlimited Hangout contributor Stavroula Pabst noted in a recent report, follow her on Substack, when asked in an NBC interview about Clearview AI's possible negative ramifications for society, the company's CEO, Hoan Ton That, said, that's not a thought and hot, whatever, no. Said, quote, a lot of people's minds on facial recognition technology were changed around January 6th, when the insurrection happened at the U.S. Capitol building. It was very instrumental in being able to make identifications quickly. But wait, if Peter Thiel is MAGA, and MAGA went after the Capitol, As its own CEO stated, Clearview AI was used extensively on J6 and later boasted of its potential for identifying potential rioters at the J6 attack on the Capitol, unquote. In a 2023 interview, a New York Times reporter, Kashmir Hill, added that not only was Clearview AI used at the Capitol that day, but also in the days and weeks that followed to identify alleged rioters.
No.
After the events of J6, Clearview AI reported a 26% uptake of its services from law enforcement, having used its role in targeting Trump supporters as a sales pitch. How long is this? 2.5 minutes.
May 2019, Las Vegas, Nevada. A web services provider alerted authorities after a user received images depicting the sexual abuse of a young girl. The only clue was an adult face visible in one image.
I'm not going to show this because I don't know if I can actually show this. And we're in trouble right now. Clearview AI is not the only Teal-Link company willing to target Trump space, as Palantir's co-founder and current CEO Alex Karp is obsessed with his longtime fear that the far right is going to murder him for his ethnic background. That fear, per Karp, propels a lot of the decisions made at Palantir. I still can't believe I haven't been shot and pushed out the window, he told the New York Times in 2020. The author added that if the far right came to power, Karp said he would certainly be among its victims. Who's the first person that's going to get hung? You make a list and I'll show you who they get first. It's me. There's not a box I don't check. He's super paranoid. Then in 2023, Karp stated during an interview at the World Economic Forum annual meeting that we built PG, or proprietary software, which single-handedly stopped the rise of the far right in Europe. Given that the labels of far right as well as far left are often misused to describe those on either side of the political spectrum that do not subscribe to or support official narratives, it's worth asking if far right Karp claims to have stopped referred to people who actually deserve the label, or right-leaning populism, given populism of any flavor is a threat to Palantir's benefactors in the corporate world and in the U.S. national security community. Just expand what's a threat. Everybody's a threat. That's Alex Karp at 2016 Bilderberg, apparently. In addition, Trump supporters that did not subscribe to official narratives around
and who's
COVID.
that behind him?
Who was that behind him?
Chives, the butler.
Of course.
Get us Downton Abbey.
Of course, sir.
Like, what the fuck? Excuse me, sir. You've dropped your dignity.
In addition, Trump supporters that did not subscribe to official narratives around COVID policies should be aware of Palantir's role in the Trump administration's COVID response and also in the COVID vaccination rollout. During COVID, Palantir developed Tiberius, which was used by Health and Human Services to help the federal government allocate the amount of vaccine each state would receive, and also to decide where every allocated dose would go, from local doctors' offices to large medical centers. Why? Tiberius, and by extension Palantir, collected all the COVID-19 and healthcare data from U.S. government agencies, local and state governments, pharmaceutical firms, vaccine manufacturers, and companies contracted to act as vaccine distributors. They then sat at the middle of all of this. Palantir was also provided Americans sensitive health information by the Trump-era HHS, as well as a wide range of demographic, employment, and public health data sets in order to help identify high-priority populations to receive the vaccine first. This couldn't have had anything to do with voting and where to restrict certain things or nothing. No way. Just totally due to health. But remember, during COVID, Palantir was also a member of the COVID-19 Health Coalition, whose other members included In-Q-Tel, which was Palantir's first funder, as well as Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, companies that all managed to somehow stay open. How about that?
Yep.
Palantir also managed the HHS Protect database, a secretive database that hoarded and still hoards information related to the spread of COVID-19, gathered from, quote, more than 225 data sets, including demographic statistics, community-based tests, and a wide range of state-provided data. At the time, HHS Protect was criticized by several public health experts and epidemiologists, among others, because of the sudden decision by the Trump-era HHS to force hospitals to provide all data on COVID cases and patient information directly to HHS Protect, and thus to Palantir. Doesn't that violate HIPAA? Hospitals were threatened with the loss of Medicare or Medicaid funding if they declined to regularly feed all of their COVID-19 patient data and test results into the HHS Protect database. I wonder if Pfizer was paying to be involved in that database. What do you think? Palantir declined to provide any information on any of the safeguards it had in place to protect Americans' health data in any of its HHS-related programs, despite requests to do so from senators and congresspeople. That's a problem, but they're above the law. Damn above the law. HHS Protect also later incorporated HHS Vision, which is an AI-driven predictive component. You know these assholes love their predictive analysis, which uses pre-written algorithms to simulate behaviors and forecast possible outcomes, like tabletop exercises that could potentially game out whether a laptop was real or not, or how companies would react to it. But this is applied to a health scenario. Aspects of HHS Protect share remarkable similarities with the scrapped Total Information Awareness subprogram known as biosurveillance. So basically, what would happen in a pandemic, but this is given the data that's on everybody's person with their devices and even their clothing, you would be able to assess everything about them, what they're saying, and what their intentions are, and what their plans might be. It's really fucked up. Night, Sarah. I know this is a long one. Not only that, but a longtime consultant of Palantir, Avril Haines, and we know her very well, was a key fixture at the controversial pandemic simulation in late 2019 that was tied to previous intelligence-linked biosecurity events like the 2001 anthrax attacks. Now, Avril Haines, who is she? She's a former CIA deputy director who worked very closely with her superior, John Brennan, at CIA, including during the times that Brennan illegally surveilled Trump associates during the 2016 election cycle, and then helped propagate and develop the Russiagate narrative, which Haines is now conveniently resurrecting. Haines, shortly after participating in Event 201, joined the Biden administration and has been serving as the administration's top intelligence official, the DNI, since Biden took office in January 2021. So Palantir has literally had somebody sitting right there next to the president the entire time. Palantir is also controversial among the American left for its role in using big data to facilitate ICE raids on migrants and its decision to pilot its predictive policing, i.e. pre-crime functionality, in low-income minority communities. My guess is they're going to start using drones for that sooner rather than later, both the dog ones and flying ones. Ultimately, Palantir, like many other military intelligence contractors with close ties to Peter Thiel, is a tool of the national security state, which has been ramping up its war on domestic terror apparatus that, per government documentation and per Whitney's been warning us for 4 years, will target dissent on both left and right, and essentially anyone who attempts to stand or even speak against government overreach and criminality. This scares the shit out of me here as an independent, dissident, whatever we are here, podcaster, reporter, journalist, anything. This is us with Thiel, Palantir, and Joe Lonsdale now pumping millions into the Trump-Vance campaign after the recent VP announcement, it seems almost inevitable that Palantir and the other Thiel-linked military contractors will have even more influence in a second Trump administration than it did during his first term. On top of setting it up that if Vance is going to be the successor, possibly, then you've got Thiel with direct links to the President of the United States. I know, Reef's exhausted. I don't even know if he's going to want to do boats after this.
No, we'll get through that. We got an intermission.
All right, well, we'll have an intermission, but before that, if you appreciate...
exhausting. It's just like... Whitney,
depressing?
You put so much in here, Whitney. How does anyone digest all of it?
Well,
like
Rain Man here has,
my brain is
most people's brains are hurting. I get. So before we get to brain bleach with Reef and boats, first of all, amazingly, these wonderful folks have hooked us up and tipped our channel. Yes, we are going to get to boats, but so yep, well, if you can support us, we really could use the help. Support independent media. We need it more than ever. We work on a value for value system, as Steve Poikinen at AM Wake Up likes to say, and we like to clown him about it, but it's actually...
I am once again asking for your financial support.
But it's actually a great system. It was developed by Adam Curry and John Dvorak of the No Agenda Radio and No Agenda podcast. And it really means that if you are getting value, whether you can donate time, treasure, or talent, right? I got to do it in Steve's voice and give him the credit because he came up with it. All right. But any one of those three, we can certainly use all of them.
Who are these people?
Oh, I don't know what's going on with that. Hi, everybody. It's Sunday night. It's How Do We Miss That? But wait a minute. What is this? What is this? This looks like Jack Skellington almost. But no, this is Formal Indy and Formal Reef. Look, he's wearing a tux, everybody. I got Reef over here, and he's wearing a tux, and I'm wearing a tux. And now I kind of... So, you know, we've been working on something...
I even have...
Go ahead.
I even have my champanga banga.
Champagne
My
banga.
champanga banga.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, this is a little different tonight, right? Like, I decided to try to do something different and get a little fancy and formal for the awards and dress up. So I can't really dress up. I'm not wearing a suit. I am wearing pants. Pants check. Pants, yes. But we are wearing tuxedos. So, yeah, tonight is a very special. How do we miss that? It's the Indie Media Awards, 3rd annual. Oh my goodness. I promised myself I wasn't going to do this. Yeah, so it's
Pull
been
yourself together.
Go ahead. Do you have anything that you have to say about this week? What's going on before I
week?
What?
Really?
Not really. Okay. Well, yeah, you didn't have INN news this week, so you've kind of had like almost 2 weeks off at this point. Well, since last Sunday, so 1 week off. And what did we do with the network? No, we didn't do very much this week. No, nothing was going on, right? If you check out the newsletter,
we had Anna Schmercery, I think. This week, right?
Kinda. I think it's next week, technically, but I mean, that's a whole thing. Yeah, for 3 years of the network, the first meeting was October 15th, but the first launch of the Substack and all the stuff was November 6th. So that's kind of funny. It's the day after Election Day. But we are here tonight. Yep, go ahead.
I have this. You know what that is?
Is that a cork for a champagne?
Yep, that's from the bottle of Chandon we opened on our first anniversary.
Holy crap.
So, in the first awards. So,
okay.
Kept that.
Right? So that's 2 years ago.
For sentimentals. Yep.
So in 2022, let me kind of, for those who haven't been around and don't know the story behind what the Indie Media Awards are and why we're doing this. In August of 2022, I turned to Misty, who I was working with on a bunch of different things, and said, we should be celebrating and doing something for all the independent people. They don't really get awards. They don't give out any kind of, Oscars or that's not why they do this. They don't make big money. So maybe we can do something for them. And I'd like to do that. So as someone who built an aggregator website and sees like a clearinghouse of independent media, kind of been able to see who has the most consistent stories over time that have been true and accurate and have been different and countered mainstream, kind of narratives and anti-capitalist. Support of Julian Assange was very important, of course. In the last year, it's also been support of Palestine, the Palestinian effort and
yep.
Protesting against the genocide that's happening right now. So these are brave, outspoken, many times censored journalists and creators. This group of independents also goes often unrecognized in an ocean of media across a multitude of platforms and formats. They rarely get the big payout. That's not why they're doing this. But we can at the very least give a big thank you and show a small token of our appreciation for their work. And again, this is not to slight anyone, all right? These are people that there are dozens of others that we could have potentially chosen. There were some that it was pretty much right down to the end, what was going to do. But these are the people in the organizations whose content we have most consistently featured and have appeared in the content that we've shared on our shows and produced over the last 3 years that INN has existed. And even before that, since How Do We Miss That? And Independent Left News when it existed, and Indie Media Today from what I feature, and INN News and all the different shows on the network, okay? So that is the criteria for how we chose, who we chose. A lot of it, honestly, was driven by me, but we certainly had it open to others. I opened it up to everyone in the network, and I put that out to everyone. Is there any issue with anyone here? Is there anyone that I'm missing? Is there anybody that you think belongs here? And it was an open conversation among everyone. It's just not just one person just going, yep, these are the favorites that I have. This is this is a group-wide decision. So it's endorsed by INN. I have shown this list to Misty. She's okay with it. So the class of 2024 is a little smaller than the last two. The initial class, the inaugural class, had 38 honorees, and then last year it was 30. This year we've got 19 members, which is 9 journalists, and we've got 3 live streamers and podcasters and 5 outlets that we're featuring, and 3 activists / special honorees. And you guys are going to understand when we show who the special honorees are. All right. So we've been working, I'm sure many of you know, the QR codes up there right now are to support independent media with the Zago brothers, and they created the independent art that you see, that you've already started to see across Twitter and across thumbnails, across the entire Indie Media Awards website already. So before we get started, I just wanted to put that up. So if we still do owe Lucio a couple of $100, well worth it. We really appreciate everything that everybody's given. If you can't give, that's totally understandable. We totally get it. Please share this show, share the Indie Media Awards Substack, share INN newsletter, share all of our content, please. That's how you can help us if you can't contribute. But if you can, those QR codes are the best way to do it. That goes to our Ko-fi, the darker one, and the light one on the side now goes to our Cash App, and that goes right to our bank basically within a couple days with no fees. So we like Cash App. So hook us up there if you're able to, and you have the means, and you can see that in the scrolling ticker as well. But support independent media. We need it more than ever. All right. So are you ready? I mean, you've looked at it for a while, but nobody else really has. We'll start by going to the Indie Media Awards website, and I'll close my notifications. But before we do that, let me share my screen with Mr. Reef so that he sees what I'm seeing. And action. Okay. So he's got that. And if I'm going to play any sound, let me make sure that the sound is on to Mr. Reef, which it is. Perfect. All right. Let's hit it. Yay. All right. So for those who haven't been there, this is the indiemediaawards.substack.com website. The announcement about who we're featuring and what we're doing. I think we might have played this at the end of last Sunday's show. Sure I can. Hold on. There we go. All right, so we put that little teaser together. We sent that out to everyone. So if you subscribed, you would have gotten that. So this is the new page that has been published tonight, featuring all of the 2024 Indie Media honorees, complete list. So I'll blow this up a little bit, and you'll be able to see all of the Zago brothers illustrations all in one. But we're going to go through and look at each one of these individual pages and who they're featured, talk about them a little bit, and have some fun. And then we're going to go into some of the older ones, see how long we go on that. And I've actually got some stories from some of the people featured here and in other older previous classes, like Consortium News. Holy crap. But I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on the class of 2024. All right. So first we've got the journalists. All right. So the first journalist on the list is Chris Hedges. Everybody knows who Chris Hedges is. Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. Okay. Now, on each one of these pages, it features the Zago illustration on like a nice little card, as well as all of the links to support and find all of their work. Okay. That's Spotify. That is, if they're on Substack, a link on every page to the Zago brothers. Okay. And so this is Chris. Chris, he would have been an Indie Media Award honoree previously, but he kind of worked for a network in the past. So his independence was kind of, it was kind of weird about that, but especially after
we've had some difficulty trying to define independent in this regard too, right?
Absolutely.
Like, government funding, that kind of stuff might, if you don't see certain people, that might be why. Not that they don't do good work, but for us, we've been trying to go solely user funded as the,
we try
one of
to
the criteria, but try to.
Yep. At least at the time that they were nominated, that they were given their award. Sometimes they go work for a campaign, also unaffiliated with any political campaign. Sometimes, occasionally, they may go work for one afterwards. We've seen that happen now. We're trying to figure out how to handle all that. Honestly, it's kind of still a work in progress. It's only the third year, and these still are great journalists either way. So we got Chris Hedges. Again, Chris Hedges kind of needs no introduction, but he worked for the New York Times. He's written books, but he was famously, he had an RT show that was canceled when the sanctions happened in March of 2022 with the strategic military operation that happened in Ukraine. Then he signed on with the Real News Network, I believe, and he had a show over there. And we wanted to see kind of what happened there. And he then went off on his own. And we're like, well, now for sure, he's as independent as it gets. So he certainly belongs up there. So I felt like Chris certainly had earned it, of course, by far. And so he definitely belongs as an independent. Next one, funny enough, has been in the news recently, and you might have seen this guy. His name is Asa Winstanley. He writes for the Electronic Intifada. He's written for several other publications, and he was arrested, or not arrested, actually. I want to get it technically correct. His door was knocked on by the UK counterterrorism police. They confiscated his devices. They did not arrest him, but they questioned him and basically gave him a very stern warning, which was intimidation straight up intimidation to try to stop his in-depth and incredible reporting on Palestine. His Substack is Palestine is the Issue. So he writes both with the Electronic Intifada as well as for his own Substack. Again, Palestine is still the issue. So that's why all these journalists, a lot of these journalists you'll find this year have been outspoken in their support of Palestinian people, because there aren't many, and it takes a lot of courage, honestly, to do that, because it's the right thing, and because it's unpopular, and because it's getting a lot of people canceled, and it's getting a lot of people unfollowed and unsubscribed, and revenue is being lost from subscribe. We're seeing a lot of things happening and a lot of shift. And Asa Winstanley is right in the heart of it. And so I felt like he was absolutely, and that was before all of this had happened with the UK police. I had provided a list to Zago in the middle of August on who I wanted to see on this list and who we were considering to have illustrations made. So he was in consideration in the running long before any of that had happened, because he's been doing the work for a long time. So again, he's also on Twitter, Instagram. I included it wherever I could, the Muckrack bio. Muckrack is a really good website, incredible resource. They figure out how to...
It's a Pokemon, very clearly.
They figure out...
is a Pokemon.
Well, maybe. But they figure out how to scrape all of the websites that they publish, that these journalists publish on, and they provide kind of like a running tally of all their articles, regardless of publication. And they do a pretty good damn job, I got to say. So that's why I include their Muckrack bio, even though that's a third-party website. It's independent, and I appreciate the work that they do. So next, after Asa Winstanley, is Asa Winstanley's boss at the Electronic Intifada, Ali Abunimah. Right? Another guy you might have heard of. He's been around a long time. Chicago activist. He's been around since the 90s fighting for Palestine. All right. And,
wow.
And when Asa's devices were taken, it was Ali that wrote the article, or that wrote the piece that was letting the world know what had happened.
Wow.
So we've got Ali Abunimah again. Electronicintifada.org is the website he publishes at. But we've also got his Twitter account, his Instagram, which I think might even be private. I don't remember. I tried to find every link that I could, just by searching them and by kind of following the breadcrumbs in the links and the descriptions on some of the videos that they're in, etc. But Ali Abunimah has been doing outstanding work for years and years and years, and certainly deserving of an Indie Media Award, because Electronic Intifada is independent. Another journalist who has been doing incredible work and has been featured often.
One I've been pulling frequently,
frequently on INN News is Robert Inlakesh, okay, who he publishes for Mint Press. He's also a member of The Last American Vagabond, who's Indie Media Award honoree as well. So, yep. That's so we can support Robert's work. Robert is over on Twitter. There's his Muckrack bio. He also has a Substack, but hasn't published there for a while.
Coming to a Substack newsletter near you.
She didn't set one up yet, but I think that we had a couple more defectors from corporate media this week. But yeah, Robert, you can track him over there, but I would follow him on Twitter. That's where he's doing his best work. But also on mintpressnews.com, another Indie Media Award honoree. He writes for, some of the journalists that write for some of the best outlets. So it makes a lot of sense that they all kind of work and run together. Okay. So next we've got Andy Worthington. Wow. You want to talk about Andy Worthington, my friend. No, a fighter for Julian Assange, fighter for the prisoners at Gitmo to be freed.
Yes.
Andy is an amazing freelance investigative journalist. He's author of the Guantanamo Files. He's created documentaries about what's going on down at Guantanamo and how they've treated the detainees that are still not convicted of any crime or even being tried, by the way. Yep.
Misty's had him. I've had his stuff on.
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff.
Yep. CloseGuantanamo.org is Andy's website. All right. He's on Twitter. He's on Instagram, YouTube. You can follow him on all these different places. Andy Worthington, amazing work. Definitely give him a follow. He's fighting a fight that few are fighting. So I give a ton of credit to guys like that. And this is thankless. This is totally thankless. All he does is get grief for this from certain circles. From us, he gets praise, but that doesn't make him any. What is it? He's fighting, and nobody else is really fighting for them like Andy is, and I appreciate that. And he's got other members of Close Guantanamo. He's not the only member, thankfully, but so glad he's out there and doing that. So we've also got, it's kind of funny, Matt Kennard. A lot of people know Matt Kennard through Declassified, but Matt has also been writing on his own. He's been publishing to his own Substack some of the older interviews that he had conducted prior to founding Declassified. I've also seen him on a different YouTube channel besides Declassified. I'm not sure if they're affiliated yet. I think it's called like A Spec or A something, A Political. But Matt has been doing, wow, we featured a ton of Matt's work on How Do We Miss That over the last 3 years. He's been talking about the Israeli spy flight, the British spy flights and U.S. spy flights running out of Cyprus to support Israel's effort to bomb Gaza and Lebanon and everywhere else in the Middle East. Matt, again, another fighter for Julian Assange. He was standing outside the courthouse in London in February when they held the 2-day trial that we even covered on INN and on my other channel on Indie Left Media. Matt is one of the best there is. I mean, and he's tough. He asked really tough, good questions. An outstanding interviewer. So support Matt, Declassified. There's where you can find him. He's even on Threads. If they were on Threads, I tried to find every single place I could find them. And he's also written a book called The Racket. He's also written a book called The Racket, A Rogue Reporter versus the Empire, the American Empire. He worked for the Financial Times at one point. Wow. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, so I had to kind of do a little bit of a deep dive and a vet on everybody and kind of what did they do before and how did they kind of end up in this space and how independent are they really? Like, we want to make sure that they're not corporate funded and corporate aligned. That's not what we really want to feature here. These are the people that don't get the shine, that aren't amplified by an algorithm. Now, we move into the live streamer podcaster category, and there aren't very many. You know what? Yeah, we're good. We're good. But before we do that, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's drop the slide one more time. Thank you so much to everyone who supported INN. Special shout outs to Sean Miller. You're amazing. I love you. Anna Mayers, Charlie Mack, Cynic, everybody, Carnival Hill. Wow. Thank you so much for your support. Deborah Grossback.
Thank you all.
Really, there's so many people on this list. I can't even thank everybody on there, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really. This is Formal Indy. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to show off my tux. Really. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it.
Yep.
Here, let's even go to a single.
French
Just
cuffs
so,
on and...
just so you can see it all big. Yeah, everybody. Woohoo! Yeah, that's right. Like and subscribe. Where else are you getting stuff like this on a Sunday night? Come on, everyone.
Nice.
All right.
Nice news tux. Very
Thank
nice.
You. Thank you. Nice news tux.
You're welcome.
That's right. All right. So we've got the Duran, and a lot of people, amazingly enough, when I mention the Duran, they go, "Who?" The Duran are an enormous channel. They have like 350,000 on YouTube, and they're one of the biggest channels on Rumble. They have a podcast. They're on
Not
Locals.
To be confused with
Not Duran.
the Duran.
Not the Duran.
Right.
No, it's not the Reflex or anything. No.
No.
Everybody was thinking the same thing. No, the Duran are two dudes, a British guy named Alexander Mercouris and he's an American Cypriot, apparently, living in Cyprus or Greece, Alex Christoforou. And they do a live stream like 5 days a week. They publish articles. Each one of them has their own channel that's also incredibly successful, that has a lot of supporters. They're a global channel. They call themselves the #1 geopolitics podcast in the world. As you can see there, I kind of grabbed whatever I could off their website. Right, wow. And they're on a lot of different platforms. I think they were actually taken off of Facebook, but they're on Rockfin, and they're supported, completely user supported through Patreon, through Locals. And I believe originally, and they may even be still affiliated somehow with RT, because Peter Lavelle was their executive producer early on, but they are completely user funded and independent. But I think they definitely at one point got a boost, and they're user funded, 100% user funded. All right. Yeah. Commentator and analyst, as he said, he posts his videos on Rumble about ongoing conflict about Russia, Ukraine, but also about Israel, Palestine, about the war and its impacts on region. All right, so that's Alexander, and we got all of Alexander's links that are different, including the Duran ones. And then we've got Alex's links. Alex also president and chairman of the Duran, so he runs it officially. I've also seen them have Glenn Deason on as like a floating co-host, and they do really solid, about hour-long interviews.
I mean, right now you're kind of a floating co-host, but that's different.
Well,
you know,
sort of.
Like you have no legs.
I'm more like a Wally co-host. Eva. What? Where'd that come from?
Eva.
Oh boy. Yeah, I knew you were gonna pull that. All right. All right, we're doing that. Okay. So the next one is a special honoree. And I think that a lot of people here know who he is. I think he is currently out of prison. He was issued a ridiculous 6+ year sentence for whistleblowing, while the people he blew the whistle on are completely not in prison. I actually have the videos that he recorded about his story, which is like 20 minutes, and the why I'm in jail. We actually watched this on How Do We Miss That when we covered David's story back in June, and that has a Friendly Jordy's segment in it also.
Great Friendly Jordy's bit.
Yes, great Friendly. They're sitting in a bathtub to start.
Friendly Jordy's.
Hilarious.
Oh no.
All right, but what David needs are postcards, and what David needs is support. David could use donations to his legal fund. He's completely on his own right now. He's got to fight appeals. And again, he could use all of our help. He is a hero. He's a whistleblower, and he's Australian. And if you haven't seen his story, you can click right here and watch the videos on this page. Again, at the indiemediaawards.substack.com. And he's also got a link tree, linktr.ee/David McBride. So again, everybody who has met him, loved him. I think, were you on a Action for Assange with him, Reef? Am I correct? Somebody I know was on
I think so.
Somebody I know was on an A for A with him. Maybe, I can't even remember who, and they didn't realize who they were
Would have
on.
loved to, but
they didn't even realize at the time who they were on the stream with. I'm like, did you even realize? And they were like, oh, no. Oh, my God. Wow. Yeah. So support David. Support whistleblowers. All right. Who do I have next? I may be a little bit out of order here. Yeah, I kind of wanted to save him for the end, but I had a feeling he was going to be next. I think everybody here has certainly heard of this guy.
Julian?
Yeah, that guy, the WikiLeaks guy. You know, a lot of what we do is about press freedom and printing what is inconvenient, and so many quotables and so many things are dedicated. So much time at this network and on this show has been dedicated to this man's case. Many of us did not think he was ever going to see the light of day. And holy shit. We covered the last 3 years of it, plus almost 4. And I remember watching Richard Medhurst, you know, cover from the Old Bailey every day live, run out and go to his hotel and report on what had happened during the day when Daniel Ellsberg testified and when all of these experts had testified, and then Gostola gets on, and we're watching person after person. I mean, an entire community developed out of supporting this man. He brought a journalist community together to fight for press freedom. God, I'm like, I'm tongue-tied a little bit, but of course, he founded WikiLeaks, in case you didn't know. Why was he in prison? Reef, would you like to kind of tackle that?
For unlawful skateboarding in an embassy.
No, for calling out plenty of the war crimes that our government has taken part in. Between Vault 7, I mean, the double tap video, there's an entire list, you know? So they couldn't have that. So they tried to get him for espionage and treason and all that fun stuff. So spent, what was it, 8 years in the Ecuadorian embassy, and then was in Belmarsh for like, how long was he in Belmarsh for?
Almost 5.
Do you remember?
5.
Right.
We April 11th was 5 years, and we thought he was going to celebrate his, I think, 53rd or 54th birthday on July 3rd in Belmarsh again. And surprisingly, at the end of June, all of a sudden, we saw him get on a plane and fly to the Mariana Islands and stand trial and plead guilty to journalism. And we heard him speak for the first
Natalie
time.
Williams in chat, he called out DNC cheating, NSA spying, collateral murder. I mean, founder of WikiLeaks, you know? So, the best publisher in the world at the time.
Never had to print a retraction.
Never had to resend a story. Yeah.
You know, now there is still some of the WikiLeaks archive that is down, and I don't know exactly when or if that's ever, how that's going to get restored and what's going to happen now that he's out. But a couple of
supposedly he had to delete a bunch of files, right?
Right. But on September 30th, he actually spoke at the PACE hearing, which was the Council of Europe held a hearing and then a Q&A session for certain members to be able to ask Julian direct questions and hear him kind of answer off the cuff. And again, it was something to see. There were a lot of questions still to be asked. There's still a long way to go, but this was a lot further than any of us ever expected to be right now. And, the wonderful Jett, INN member, and he provided our intro show music tonight, the pre-show music, wrote a recent piece called The Win. And if I encourage any of you to go back and watch either of the last 2 episodes of live episodes of American Tradition where he performed it live. And it talks about that he couldn't necessarily feel the joy that everybody else did. While we're thrilled that he's out, there was a sacrifice that still had to be made, which we all kind of expected. We would have had to give up something, and he would have had to give up something. And it's unrealistic.
Never let anyone take your joy from you.
Oh, dude, don't even ruin this moment with that voice, please. That's that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yes, Jesse wrote Conviction, Winter in Belmarsh, and this was a follow-up, and kind of he wrote it in the days following Julian getting on that plane and trying to capture his emotion during that moment and freeze that in time, which again I certainly appreciate. So damn, man. Yeah. Well, I didn't want anyone to have to follow that, unfortunately, but we've got still a bunch more to go on this list because I messed up the order apparently. So now we're up to the outlets. This is an incredible outlet that's popped up in the last few years. They are totally user-funded nonprofit. They have traveled worldwide and have covered stories in Africa, in Libya, in South America, in Cuba, in the Dominican Republic. They have really been outstanding international organization, Breakthrough News. All right.
Here's a clap for that.
And I'm sure many of you know Ron Yakalik, who went over there recently, a couple of years ago. She joined Eugene Purier, who is one of the founders or the founder of Breakthrough. They brought on Kay Pritzker. They also have Brian Becker, who's there as well, and I'm sure a tremendous supporting cast, tremendous, outstanding supporting cast. They would hate that I did that because they hate Trump. I know they're aligned with the PSL and friendly with the PSL and supportive of them, and that's fine. Again, fully independent, user funded, and they're doing incredible work to challenge the state and imperialist narrative out there. So I had no qualms about putting them in. So not only do you have like a shot of just the three of them together, each one of them gets an individual one that they can share or download or whatever they want. And I'm going to either I have or am planning to email this and send notification of this to the creators to let them know, thank them, and this is, again, funded by you guys. Thank you. Really. This is why, like, all of these beautiful illustrations done by the Zago brothers were funded by you and by us until we can get fully funded, and then they're all funded by you. But right now we're making up the difference. Next outlet, we mentioned Ali Abunima, we mentioned Asa Winstanley, but it would be almost a crime to not mention the outlet that they work with and support and have amplified and created, the Electronic Intifada, which is Ali's organization. He is the editor-in-chief, I believe. But there are a lot more people. They do a live stream. John Elmer is a frequent host. They also have Nora Barrows. Freeman, I think is her last name. I apologize. And so, again, live streams about Palestine, articles about Palestine, podcasts, and outspoken and loud and brave, and one of the few out there that's been doing it for a long time. Not just, again, this didn't start October 7th. These guys didn't start October 7th. Let's just say that, right? So that's the Electronic Intifada. Again, all of their links are at these pages at indiemediaawards.substack.com. There's a post for each one of them. Thank you. Now, the last year, now some things did happen on October 7th, and some things did change, and some people did pop onto our radar since October 7th. And Motaz Azaiza is one of those people that ended up in my Instagram feed and on my Facebook news feed on a regular basis. Palestinian journalist based in Gaza. Struggled. They got him out. He actually got out. He worked for UNRWA, but he's a photojournalist, and he was taking pictures and posting them on Instagram. And I believe Time Magazine even published one of his photos as one of the top 10 photos of the year for 2023. There are the links to find and support Motaz. So again, incredible artwork by Zago Brothers. We don't know enough about a lot of these Palestinian journalists. This is someone that I followed and saw him post on a daily basis what he was going through and how he was living, and still going out there and providing us with some kind of an idea of what was happening there. And just, again, so much gratitude. And now he's flying all over the world and talking about it and speaking out on behalf of Palestine. So, shout out and big thank you to Motaz for doing that. At Zago Brothers, all one word, on Twitter. Again, on every page, there's a link to their original poster that originally caught my eye and sparked the discussion about, hey, would you be willing to do this for the Indie Media Awards? And we came up with a deal, and he was happy to support, and he's been amazing to work with. Again, big shout out to Lucio Zago and Zago Brothers, and he's available for commission work. So if you are able to, and if you want to have some kind, and he doesn't just do illustrations, he does all kinds of artwork. You can see on his website, again, linked on every page.
And Have you said how that's going to work for us about posters and whatnot?
I haven't even started with that yet. I haven't even started, honestly. But we're gonna again. The idea is that you'll be able to choose the people that you want to feature on a poster and order that
individuals
through Lucio
classes, groups,
right? Right. Top journalists, top live streamers, etc.
If you want all of consortium, if you want all of whatever as its own thing, all will be available.
Right. So
hopefully
we're gonna try to work out a way to do that. Lucio has a way to screen print out. Well, this is the guy.
Natalie Williams wants T-shirts.
Wow, Natalie. Well,
might be plenty of merch options. We'll see what's up with Zago when we get things together. So
we need to be careful with that a little bit because we're using somebody's likeness, so we have to give them a chance to potentially do that themselves. I am providing these free of charge to the creators. This is our gift to them as our thank you. So they would need to basically give us their permission to do that on a t-shirt. And that's definitely something we would be interested and wanting to do. This guy, this guy.
I should have been in here 3 years ago.
Shows up 7 damn days a week. He does the thing.
Yeah.
A lot of us have had a lot of experiences with Steve, and damn guy just does the fucking work. So either way, love him or hate him, he deserves to be here. And that's what there's no reason that he shouldn't be in my mind at this point. The guy built
part of that other Indie Media Alliance just came together. So
part of the Indie Media Alliance, Whitney Webb's favorite show to go on, according to him, of course, if you ask him. Hilarious. Indie Media Award honoree, Whitney Webb. But a lot of the honorees from past years go on AM Wake Up, Slow News Day. But the AM Wake Up channel is a lot more than just the AM Wake Up show that Steve started with Pasta 2 years ago. Steve took a big risk. And he decided to chuck it all and move to Vegas and start a network, start a channel, and rent a studio and take on a co-host, Pasta, that he had never worked with before. Another Indie Media Award honoree, courtesy of the Convo Couch. All right, our brother Pasta. Shout out, big love to Pasta. We'll look at his Zago illustration in a little while. And maybe right, brother P. But Steve and Pasta started AM Wake Up. Pasta decided after a year that he was going to move on and do some other things, and Steve had to figure out what to do. And he created not just a show with a cast of characters. T-Lev Tuesday, Ryan Christian shows up every Tuesday for as long as he can hang. Texas Slim and a whole different group of anti-capitalist, to a point. I call him an ANCAP. But anti-imperialist for sure, and certainly questioning the narrative, the World Economic Forum, fighting the system, and figuring out how to opt out of digital IDs, and all the things that are trying to be captured by the wealthiest. And he's usually pretty far ahead of the curve, even though he's gonna clip this and put this up over and over again. I fucking hate that you're gonna do that, but shit, man, you know you're
Steve.
You know you're ahead of the curve.
Make him have a weird voice or something. I don't know.
Damn it.
Do something fun with it.
So we got all his links here for the AM Wake Up show. He's the guy who introduced me to the value for value system. All right. So value for value is that he puts all his content out there free of charge. I give a lot of credit to that, and that is how we chose to operate at INN. A lot of based on the model of the way that Steve, and not just him, but Adam Curry and No Agenda Radio with John Dvorak. And there's a ton of different people that have followed this model. I know Rove Morek and a lot of the Independent Media Alliance folks have done that. And I just think that that's, a crowd-funded, user-funded channel. A user-funded channel is the way to go because we don't have to read. He likes to talk about how he doesn't have to read a bunch of promo codes or read a bunch of ads before the stream. And it's completely dependent upon you. And some months that works out great, and some months that works out not so great, but it keeps us independent, uncorrupted, and I wouldn't say, unbiased, or biased towards the people who are trying to fuck the system. And when you start going for the clicks or the money, it tends to cloud that judgment, we have found.
Yep.
So shout out and kudos to Steve and AM Wake Up. Give them a shout, give them a support if you don't know them already. A lot of you already do in chat. Another outlet that I have featured a lot in 2024. Big fan of, on How Did We Miss That in 2023, Council of State Media. They were originally founded by this guy named Ricky to report on UK politics. And then they started talking about UK politics with relation to Palestine, and they said, basically, we're not going to stop until this is over, until they stop bombing kids. And then when that happens, they created a separate anti-imperialist newsletter specifically geared towards that, and they will push Council of State Media back towards UK politics. But even still, they've done incredible work to call out Tommy Robinson, for example, and a ton of other creators, a ton of other bad actors in the UK. We just did a story recently that Ricky wrote about a Israeli company that's charging rentals for wheelchairs. And that's our friend Ricky over, and he's over on Substack, councilstatemedia.uk. And I have been connected with him for, I'm guessing about 2 years now, and outstanding work, consistent, and started with a big Facebook page, migrated that over to this platform over here, and has had his Facebook visibility deboosted and reduced. And thank goodness that he's got this newsletter and this reach, because without it, we're dependent on these algorithms. So again, that's why we're big encouragers of people to start their own newsletter. Right. We've got a couple more. So we've got Normal Island News is one of my personal favorites in the last year or two. The snarkiest, and she likes to call herself the UK's second most reliable news source after GBB's. But it's all parody. She writes everything incredibly tongue-in-cheek, and I giggle and I snicker at the most horrible shit you can imagine, because she somehow finds a way to make it funny. Kudos to her. I put her right up on a pedestal up there, honestly, with a Caitlin Johnstone. She's that good. Most people don't know who she is or are not following her. Laura Kay, Normal Island News. Give them a follow. They're also somehow connected with Council of State Media and Ricky. Laura also had a baby in the last year. She announced publicly in her Substack, so congratulations to that. Congratulations. Right? So that's funny. Natalie Williams, that's a high compliment. Normal Island News is Misty's UK sarcasm Stardust twin. That might be. You know what? I do see a similarity in the look between Laura and Misty. That's a good call right there. And again, you can find her over on the Substacks, but she also posts to Twitter. Snarky as hell. She'll post long form. She'll post short tweets. She'll post a little X at the end of it. And mostly she's kidding. But the sad thing is half the time she doesn't, you can't tell if it's real or parody. She's the best thing since The Onion, really. I mean, outstanding. Amazing stuff. Love her to death. Another one. All right. Outstanding outlet. I found these guys within the last year, maybe a year and a half. Thought about giving it to them last year, but I did not have enough of kind of like a resume or a body of work to say that they're going to be around and consistent and do outstanding work. The last year, holy crap, they've been incredible. Decensored News, if you have not followed them yet, decensored.news. All right.
Pull yourself together, man.
Awesome outlet. They have a WordPress website where they write original articles and curate articles from other independent creators. They're on Twitter. They have a link tree. Rumble, fully user-funded and supported. They are aligned and friendly with Sam Husseini, Independent Indie Media Award honoree from last year, journalist. And now they've joined the mix also. They have a Rumble, and I don't know if they really produce videos yet. That might be something that they're going to do on the horizon. It's mostly a publishing outlet where you're seeing articles mixed with tweets, and then you're seeing kind of tweets in article form published up to Twitter. Just last week with the Jeremy Lafredo story where Jeremy was arrested and held captive by the Israeli police, Decensored put out a whole bunch of tweets about that, and it was quote tweeted by Max Blumenthal, and that got decensored. Hopefully a lot more recognition, because they certainly deserve the amplification. There are so few outlets that put in on a daily basis, independent, that are user funded, and we've got to support them and shout them out. Again, they're so good. And I've made contact with D, another Anon, kind of like me. Definitely American, definitely good peeps. And then we got, I think this might be our final one. This is a Misty selection and a Misty suggestion, and one that I 100% agreed with, and everybody agreed with. I mean, it was just, wow, yep. Paula, a lot of people don't know who Paula is, but if you watched Misty's live stream in July about the Assange activist, you would certainly know who Paula was.
Yep.
If you had ever seen
her on our show too.
Yep. If you had ever seen or retweeted, Assange Defense Boston or DC Action for Assange DC. I have a little bio. Paula joined the Assange movement in March 2018. That was when Julian's internet was cut off at the embassy. She was brought in on the Reconnect Julian campaign, which was run through Unity for Justice in 2018 and 19, helping to amplify global action. October 20th through 2024, she's been organizing with the Boston area Assange Defense, which she began with Susan McLucas, their co-founders. But also in 2020, she helped organize actions with Action for Assange in DC, and not just 2020. She's been doing this for the last 4 years. All right. She's the reason why the vigils outside Merrick Garland's house were taking place. How many of those happened? A lot. She was doing those pretty much solo for a while. Then Misty says we got the DC group started. They took over those, but she's solely responsible for the beginning. She also created one of the most important resources for all Assange activists out there, the Assange Case Evidence Files. And if you'd like a copy of that, she'll send you a link. All right, she created that last September, and it's a massive compilation information about the case, all the things and all the goings on throughout it. And then from February and May through May, she also did a postcard call campaign about House Resolution 934. She then converted that to a Pardon Assange campaign that she is continuing to push, which we certainly appreciate. That's her Twitter. I'm going to get other links for her out there. I did not really get very many yet, but anything that she wanted me to put out there, she said, hell, just put my Twitter. So I did. And we love you, Paula, and we really deeply appreciate you. On her birthday, I actually sent her the Zago illustration as a gift to let her know that we had this made and that we love her so much, and we really do appreciate her. You know, it's the people out there that are really doing the work on a daily basis that don't get the public shine, the recognition that we really wanted to feature and honor and support and showcase. And Paula's one of those people who, you know, you showed up or you saw all of these things on banner drops in Boston, and she's right in the middle of it. You didn't even realize, but she was there the whole time. Amazing work. All right.
Yep.
So that's our honoree list. I did create kind of a compilation image there that will be available by the Zago brothers as a vertical poster. He did arrange that. I don't think I have it up right now, but we can certainly look for that. All right. Well, you've seen the 2024s. All right. We're going to go through some of the older ones, or at least through some of the category pages. But before we do that, I want to one more time put up a plea that if you are able to, you saw all this amazing artwork. There are over 120 illustrations that we had done between logos and faces, and just incredible. We even asked Lucio to do all the INN members. The white that you see around my head tonight is a Zago Brothers illustration as well. Zago, Reef and Colin. I don't think maybe Colin's on. Yeah, Collins and Himbo and Big Mad Crab have all changed their profiles, as well as I think Rob Durden might have made his as well. But everyone at INN got one, and they can choose to do whatever they want with it. All right. But yeah, we're on Cash App, and Ko-fi is the best way to support if you're able to. If not, share the stream, share the show. All right.
Natalie says, check your Cash App, by the way.
I did. And thank you, Natalie. Wow. That's an amazing, that's beautiful. I don't know if you want me to say how much that is, but that's very generous. Thank you. And you're amazing. And I love you. And Natalie's also an annual subscriber. Again, I don't want to embarrass you, but to Substack, and she supports independent media. She supports the media she wants to see, because without us, guess what? You're stuck watching corporate media. You're stuck watching corporate independent media or reading that. Like, what's left? I mean, it's so sad, but that's why we started this, because we wanted to be the media that we wanted to see. Because we were in chats like all of you, and we were like, let's give this a shot. We have some opinions. We think we can try to do this, and it's freaking hard work. Let me tell you. I gained a new respect for all of these creators, and it is another reason why I feel like they're deserving, because I see the work that they put in on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, etc. And they have consistently been there and put in the work over time.
Who are these people?
I wrote an article. I don't write that much. I write about maybe once a month, if that. I got really personal with this one because somebody asked me, hey, tell me a little bit more like kind of what you do and how you got here. And I had asked them to co-host on an INN show, and they really didn't know very much about the network, though they know that we all do stuff. So I kind of just started talking, writing, and I blurted out this whole thing in DMs. I'm like, you know what? This is a good thing. I should turn this into an article. And then I expanded on it and put some other links and background and stuff to it. So I figured since Reef and I have gone through a lot of this together, I thought it was a good idea to bring him into this one. So while this is Indy's origin story, a lot of it is also having to do with INN and with this guy too. But that last week, another creator I trust and asked me to tell them a little bit more about myself so that they get a better understanding of my perspective and motivations while respecting my need and desire to remain anonymous. My ranting response was comprehensive enough that I decided to copy paste it and then expand on it here with links. And then I worked on this thing for another whole week to make sure that it said all the things I wanted it to include. And we got this. By the way, if you're reading this, these little marks on the side is a table of contents. So it gives you all the section headings, and you can actually click and go right to a section heading if you ever wanted to go back and reference it. Very cool little feature that Substack added. Here, I'll do
Coming
it.
to a Substack newsletter near you.
Yes, this can be found, by the way, at Indie Media.
Sorry, but Rachel Maddow's death will just have to come as a pleasant surprise to me.
That's right. This is available at indiemediatoday.com. That's my blog, my newsletter that I put out all the clips for this show, and my original articles go there. So, addressing the first point about my anonymity, I choose to do this anonymously, or I chose to initially, to keep the focus on the independent reporters, outlets, and creators that I amplify, but I also largely do it to protect my family from the crazies out there, as well as to keep my career separate. I've seen too many people doxxed and have people call their boss or company and try to get them fired. No thanks. I've had personally people threaten to dox me. It's not fun. So here's an Independence Day haiku I wrote on July 4th. Hurt my back coughing. Welcome to 50 years old. Happy July 4th. Because
and your father would tell you to take smaller hits. So
well, he did. Specifically, but that wasn't but I wasn't actually smoking when I hurt my back coughing. But the reason why I laid that out is to start. I am a 50-year-old American dad of 3, so that was the turning 50, who's been amplifying independent media for the past 4+ years. I was fiercely independent from the time I could vote, right through the Obama years, never registered to a party, and sadly, bought a bill of goods on Bernie Sanders. Daddy wasn't there. Sometimes. Bernie certainly wasn't there. Bernie wasn't there. Right? The policies the policies he was advocating for were the ones I felt would help the country. Universal health care, free college for all, universal child care, taxing the wealthy, etc. I wouldn't say Green New Deal in there, though we do need to address climate change, but not through the ESG movement and the bullshit that they're talking about. It would be through reducing the military and through hitting the top 100 corporations, which are actually the largest polluters in the world that nobody wants to ever talk about. Fuck your plastic straws. I was inspired by the massive group of people motivated to support Bernie and fight for those policies. Unfortunately, a lot of that...
the liberals. They will betray you.
Well, that's usually what happens. For 5 years, I was duped into blindly believing that the corporatocracy was ripe to be taken down without direct action or an alternate plan. I was also blind to the depth of corporate infiltration into the campaign, as well as the progressive media space that was sold as free from corporate influence. I'm looking at you, Nina Turner. I'm looking at you, David Sirota. Okay?
Does he look like a bitch?
I'm looking at you, Faz Shakir, who's actually done some decent stuff with More Perfect Union, but still has kind of played ball and gotten in line. Reef would just say no. All right?
Yeah, no. They lost the card. Sorry.
All of that led me to realize that corporate media brainwashing is one of the big problems. All right? The propaganda apparatus needs to be countered somehow. As an independent publisher and creator, I've been most focused on amplifying the journalists exposing corruption, fighting for people's ability to speak and publish and produce without fear of government persecution, and showcasing the stories that corporate media tries to bury, like the workers' perspective in labor fights, for example, or corporate wrongdoing that have PR firms working overtime to glaze over, deflect, and cover up, like when the UAW purged senior leaders in 2023, and the union then turned around and accused the federally appointed moderator of being motivated by the union's call for a ceasefire in Gaza and smeared him as a Zionist. Whether he is or not, that's not what happened there. I wrote this article below almost 2 years ago to more clearly articulate just how much I see corporate media impacting all our lives. We should all be actively working to identify their corporate-driven narrative, their profit-driven narratives, question them, and eventually unplug from the propaganda machine entirely. I mean, I really have. I don't watch Netflix. I don't watch Amazon. I don't watch Disney Plus. Now, my kids do. I try really hard to keep them from it, and it's a pinch and a half to do that. But what am I going to do? I just don't listen to it, other than to pay attention and try to debunk the narratives that I hear them pushed upon them, and be like, how come
I
they
don't
really
want to do this no more.
I start asking, how come they said that? What do you think about that? And get them starting to question early on what the hell they're hearing.
How does this make you feel?
Rather than just accept it as at face value and watch it like blind sheep, like most people watch TV. You gotta try to teach your kids and teach everyone how to watch the news.
How do I reach these kids?
So in March of 2020, which is a week before COVID lockdowns, funny enough, all right, and before I had ever met this guy, I founded and launched Progressive News Daily, which was a news aggregator website, which is on a platform that no longer exists. It was my favorite news platform that I've ever seen, paperly. It was incredible. It updated articles twice daily from sources that I told it to pull from, articles, tweets, YouTube videos. The idea was to create a central hub to find all the progressive news commentators and journalists that I was following at the time in one place. I had been looking for something like it. I found it didn't exist, so I built it. Using a MacBook Air, sitting on my couch every night, I curated news and shared the links to Twitter and Facebook groups. I did that for like months. And that was as we got locked down. All right. I had serious questions about the Democratic primary being potentially rigged. We were locked down during COVID and I had time. I had a full-time job, but I was able to manage doing my job. I was already a remote worker. So our transition to remote work was not nearly as difficult as others. And
guess what, bitch? Coronavirus!
And thankfully, I worked for a good company that said, look, don't worry about your sales numbers for the next 3 months. Worry about retaining your business and taking care of your customers. It was the total right move. We ended up getting tons of business back in the end. It was the right approach to take to that time. And it also freed up a lot of my time to do this curating of news and watching YouTube streams and other stuff. Like I said, I had serious questions about the Democratic Party being potentially rigged. We were locked down during COVID and I had time. I was shocked when none of the progressive shows even entertained the question or dove seriously into the vulnerability of the electoral process or the machines used to register and count votes. The people who were abandoned by Bernie and refused to get on board with the Democrats' agenda were angry, ignored, and marginalized. And I was one of them. This video by Richard Medhurst is one that I can distinctly remember as helping me overcome my focus on hoping the oligarchy-run uniparty, masked as a duopoly, would ever deliver for the people. And I'll play a couple of minutes of my brother I usually start around 9 minutes here.
You just keep thinking it can't get any worse, and then it just, it just does. I'm opening Twitter.
So this was the day that Bernie endorsed Joe Biden. All right. And so at about 9 minutes, he really starts to get cooking. And this is what woke me up. I saw this on Twitter. This is the first time I'd ever seen Richard.
Debt cancellation? No, fuck you. Just some crumbs. You didn't get a single policy concession from Joe Biden or the Democratic establishment. That's the problem. You let an entire movement hinge on one person, and they cut the fucking head off of your movement. They left you with your pants down. And what did you get? Fuck all. It's time to wake up. Come on, get up. The capitalists, they ain't gonna give you no wages. They ain't gonna give you no health care. They ain't gonna stop bombing the brown people like this. It's go time. Come on. Don't let your movement hinge on one person. It doesn't work. FDR did the same fucking thing. History lesson. Go read your fucking history books. I'm not American. How do I know your history better than you? How do I understand your political system better than you? Wake up, Why asshole. The fuck are you lacking? What did FDR do? He took the socialists. He took the communists. He talked the talk. He gave them the New Deal. He gave them the federal jobs program. And then he cut the fucking heads off of their movement. And he absorbed their leaders. And he crushed their movements for 100 years. You got nothing since. Nothing. All the wealth going to the top 1%. And you got shit. Even during the pandemic, what did they give you? Fucking scraps, crumbs of $1,200. That's how much they respect you. And then Bernie Sanders is like, Joe Biden is a friend of mine. Go vote for this rapist. Go vote for this war criminal. And you're defending that bullshit? You got no friends in Washington, D.C. Your enemy is laughing at you, and they ain't at Washington, D.C. They're at Wall Street. Wake up, asshole.
Dude. Right there. He literally, clap, he literally woke me up. When he said that, it literally woke me up.
You got no friends in Washington, D.C.
I love that man. Shout out to Richard, who's been also silenced, persecuted, as we talked about, journalists in London. In terms of his arrest, he can't really report the way he wants to and go nearly as hard against London and against Israel as he wants to. Lots of progressive outlets and channels didn't see the shift back to the corporatist side of the Democratic Party, and Bernie selling out until it was too late. Some never got off that train and still believe, against all evidence, that Bernie's advocating for the people in any substantial way. Right? In August of 2020, I started producing summary graphics, not just sharing the newsletter to Facebook and Twitter, but making these little summary graphic videos and short 10-second videos showcasing top headlines and videos from each edition of Progressive News Daily with links in the description to promote the newsletter. All right. This is one of the first videos. And what's funny is a lot of the people, a lot of the organizations you see here, Gray Zone, Popular Info, Caitlin Johnstone, Nation of Change, Common Dreams, a lot of these outlets are featured a lot on our show. All right. And this is 4 years ago. But what I realized was quickly that the word progressive was a problem. And this is the original YouTube channel, progressivenewsdaily.net. I never grew it. I only uploaded a few videos because very quickly afterwards, I rebranded. All right. And the reason why is because, and again, I still hadn't even met this guy yet. I was part of a Discord server called the Jimmy Dore Discord server, unofficial. Turns out he was the admin. He had started it and he was running it and I may have even been a mod at that point. I don't think I was, but I was definitely a member and active in it. I guess we had some back and forth, but I didn't know who he was. All right. But come September, after I started making those videos, I realized that I had been moving in the opposite direction from the progressives that I was originally amplifying in these newsletters. Now, this is one where I was starting to already shift, and you could see that shift moving toward the Gray Zone and Caitlin. All right. But Common Dreams, Nation of Change, they're still talking basically about progressive type of stuff. All right. The progressives weren't interested in actually challenging duopoly power, extracting any concessions out of the Biden campaign in exchange for a vote over Trump after they'd maneuvered to push Bernie out of the primary. Right. So finally, I watched the trial of Julian Assange in September 2020, which did a lot to radicalize me and expose who was actually advocating for a free press. And again, it was that guy up here, Richard Medhurst, all right, that went to that trial and covered that trial every day. And I was putting his summaries in these summaries every day and posting them everywhere, including in the TYT Slack group that I was in, that I know some people at TYT were a part of. And I was begging them to cover this trial. They wouldn't touch it. That to me was the end. Like, I was done with the entire quote unquote progressive movement with the way that they ignored the Julian Assange trial. Because it turned out that the term progressive just really meant a Democrat under 50 who's embarrassed to admit that they're Democrats. The Progressive News Daily website and social media presence were rebranded as Independent Left News to better align with where I was politically. I'm an independent. I'm to the left of everybody on the Democratic side, and I certainly have news that's a lot more accurate than whatever they're pushing. All right. I launched a new Discord server as an adjunct to the website, and I created bots to feed articles and videos into separate channels that are dedicated to each creator. And that server still exists. It's got a bunch of people there. It's basically a reference server. Right? This is one of the first rebranded summary videos back from October. Again, you can see there's a Jacobin article. Blah. Okay. And then the Squawk Box. I think we still use them. But Lee Camp. There's a Kyle Kalinske video. Ring of Fire, Beau of the Fifth Column. You can see how shit Libby I was way back then. All right. And there's no sound, but I at least made the bats move. And like you could see a little bit of motion, and it was cutesy, but all the links were there. A lot of those links are still the same. All right. Election night. So I started doing a lot more modding for channels over that summer. Election night comes, and I'm covering all over the 2020 election. I have 5 different screens up, watching all the different live streams. I had fun watching that stuff. I was still into electoralism to a point, but I was on my way out. And then comes Force the Vote. Now, I know a lot of you in chat were there for Force the Vote. For me, it was a real clarifying moment. And I would say that another important experience post-2020 election was participating in one of my first grassroots online organizing groups. It was a campaign to convince those progressive Democrats in the House, those squad members, to hold out voting for Nancy Pelosi as Speaker after the Democrats had won the House in the 2020 election. We planned hashtag blitzes and made memes and images and short videos to explain the idea and the rationale behind holding out to get a House floor vote for Medicare for all. To put every representative on the public record, whether or not they supported universal health care. All right. Part of the group wanted to convince them not to vote for Pelosi, no matter what. Not just force a vote for Medicare for all, but say make them pick a new speaker, forcing the Democrats to choose a new speaker.
Which they weren't going to do.
Because they had the leverage. They could have done it. They chose not to.
Yeah, but they wouldn't even do the first part of it.
Right. But the point was that remember how AOC ended up voting present later on for something else? If only she had voted present for speaker. Because if they had all voted present, okay, they never would have been able to seat Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House in 2020. They could have named anybody else. But we know what happened in the end. All right. Efforts were made to reach out to the staffs of the newly elected progressives. What happened? What did I just do? Some of the members actually had had contacts with people on AOC staff. But the idea was rejected outright, as the squad didn't want to risk being perceived as pariahs and risk committee assignments from their own party. And come on, they got pay-go. It's not sexy. They got pay-go. The most useless shit ever. All right. What they didn't get was yelled at on MSNBC as wanting to torpedo the country. No, the Republicans did that when they got control of the gavel in 2022. And you saw Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and the other quote unquote extremist Republicans actually force out a speaker and show that it was possible. We were screaming and tearing our hair out when the Republicans were doing that. This is what we wanted you to fucking do to Pelosi. You could have had that corrupt cunt out 2 years ago. When the squad was unwilling to play that kind of hardball against their own party leadership that loathed them, I knew they would never that they would never support the grassroots. I had already voted against the duopoly in 2020 and vowed never to vote for another Democrat or Republican again. Duopoly exit. Emerging from this push was a group of progressive media figures, led by some of the commentators that I was following, amplifying, and supporting at the time, that were vehemently against pushing for anything to force a vote or to upset Nancy Pelosi in any way. They revealed themselves to not be truly anti-duopoly and were going to support the Democrats no matter what. We know these vote blue no matter who group: Majority Report, TYT, Kyle Kulinski, David Dole, the Rational National, Mike Figueredo of the Humus Report, Hassan Piker, Farron Cousins from the Ring of Fire, and many others showed their asses that they were never going to push their audiences and the lawmakers that they had influence with to fight the Democratic Party leadership in any substantive way, especially when it mattered and they had the leverage to do so. I mean, they had all the conditions were ripe to get whatever the fuck they wanted, and they caved for no reason. That helped shape which outlets and journalists I chose to amplify and to no longer amplify as representing the view of independence moving forward into 2021. You had something you want to say, Reef, or no?
No.
Oh, sorry. So then we talk
You're
about
okay.
how I started to do podcasting. That December, I recorded my first live stream and podcast, going through the top headlines on the Independent Left News website. And then in just my third or fourth live stream, I reacted to January 6th in 2021. And I'm proud to have that initial take, proud to have the footage and the perspective preserved as it was happening. And I just remember saying, like, what do these people think they're going to accomplish? This is ridiculous. Like, they're not going to take over the country. Like, it's insane that they're rioting, and I can't believe what they're doing, and this is terrible. And it was like a car crash that you couldn't stop watching. I had both woke.net on one screen and Hassan Piker's stream on the other, and they're streaming in all the different cameras that they possibly could. And I was just kind of reacting and engaging with people who were in chat, and we all just couldn't believe what was happening. But that was kind of a taste of live streaming, and I didn't really do it again for a while after that. Once in a while, I would jump on, like I took people through what I was setting up with the Discord to try to explain that better. But I really wasn't that into live streaming initially. I recorded this podcast every day for a couple of months, and I wasn't getting very many listens to it. And I'm like, you know what? It's more time than it's worth. I was recording it every night at midnight, going through and reading the headlines, and it didn't really explain anything. It literally just read like, hey, I have this headline that says this from Common Dreams, and this headline from this and this. It had no teeth. It didn't really explain anything or read the article, or it was literally just a headline read. So I stopped doing that. In early 2021, I get contacted by this guy who has a YouTube channel and asked me to join his advisory board. And we're not going to get into the whole story about this, but for me, it was free and it was volunteer. All right. That's where I ended up meeting this guy, Reef, who I was already, like I said, acquainted with, but didn't know well because he founded that Jimmy Dore unofficial Discord server, which I was already a member of. At that point, I was definitely a moderator of too. During one of these board meetings that we get invited to, an idea for a series of panel discussions was floated to talk about solutions for independence post-election after the 2020. It's like, all right, that's a good idea. A series of panels focusing on education, government, and media were arranged. A time frame was set, and I volunteered to direct it. I also helped book a lot of the guests from independent media. So I called up a lot of the people that we were covering, that the newsletter was covering, explained what we were trying to do, and every single person I asked if they were available said yes. It was pretty wild. I'd never done anything like this before. Like I said, it's the first time I'd ever produced or directed anything like that. Had no idea what I was getting myself into. All right. Reef and I were the primary drivers, and the team behind the scenes producing the U.S. Solution Summit, which was a 5-hour, 6-panel live stream on May 20th, 2021. But it only happened after many late nights, more than 100 hours of testing, coordinating with panelists and moderators, marketing the event. There were, of course, a number of people who contributed that the event would never have happened without as well, naturally. But the large portion of the work was done by Reef and I. Reef had the backgrounds and figured out how to navigate and engineer the stream using OBS, which he'd never used before. We had to figure out how do you multi-stream it to all these channels that we wanted to go out to. And I think we streamed it out to as many as 15 different channels. All right.
Yeah.
And manage chat and bring in all these guests. And so we had Zoom and combined with OBS and Restream and all these different moving working parts coming together for a massive event and timing it all right. It was really challenging. I would never want to do anything like it again. All right. But we pulled it off. I'm proud of what we did. It was a good intro event. I wish we could have, in some ways, had more experience under our belt before we did it. But, look, you cut your teeth where you cut your teeth. And we just, some of the panelists on that, again, Jimmy Dore was a panelist there, and Fiorella and Pasta and Kit from Hardlands Media. We had our friends there and people that we really liked and respected and wanted to see talk about solutions. And I think we even got some out. Mostly it was just a bitching about Democrats, though.
Yeah.
Throughout the summer of 2021, I became a moderator for several of the channels that I amplified to help them with chat. I did some interviews that summer about independent media. I'd never done that before. Actually did Fault Lines with Jamal Thomas. And I did Joe Firestone. And actually, so the whole story of the bird and the whole story of why people call me Indy comes from, believe it or not, Joe Firestone. That's not in this article. But the story goes is that I was chatting in his YouTube stream and it was Independent Left News. And rather than addressing me every time as Independent Left News, he said, I'm just going to call you Indy. And that's literally how it started. So when he invited me to come on the live stream, I didn't have an avatar or anything set up. Reef actually helped me with this spectralizer sound thing and a bird in the middle and kind of how do we present so that I go on a live stream, but it's not just like the boring, kind of circle that moves. So that's how this whole thing evolved. All right. I also co-streamed the March for Medicare for All. Look, we were still involved in Medicare for All and pushing for Medicare for All at that point. We were naive to believe that we would trust this government with our health care, which of course now we're glad that never happened in a way. Certainly it would be great that more people were covered under Medicare, but the universal health care, Medicare for All, never existed. It was a dream. It was an idea and a concept, but it wasn't real. Unfortunately, it's real in every other civilized country, but we have capitalism in our country, unfettered, and a bunch of different rules structured that will make it very difficult for that to ever happen. All right. But so this was like one of the snapshots. Let's see, Matt Taibbi and Independent Left News. These are different articles that I had shared and videos for March for Medicare for All. There's Lee Camp talking about it on Katie Halper's stream from 3 years ago. Amazing, right? Corporate media, by the way, was already nowhere to be found on my radar anymore, including Netflix, Amazon Prime, all pro sports. It serves the agenda of profit over people, all of it. I was focused on trying to get more people involved in helping each other and unplugging from that corporate bread circus's distraction. All right. So at the end of that summer, I decided that I want to try doing a live stream again. All right. At the end of August, Reef and I started a midnight Saturday weekly show, just deciding to read through and comment on some of the articles on my website that some people might have missed. It didn't even have a name at first, but in our third week, I finally named the show. How did we miss that? Oh, wait, you're watching that show right now. Hey, how about that? Hi, everybody. It's How Did We Miss That? This is the thumbnail and actually the first episode.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yep. So this, I actually embedded the episode from the first, from episode 1, which was just called Stories You May Have Missed This Week. It literally, like, hadn't even, yep, Robbie Yeager, shout out to Robbie Yeager, Politify. Oh, Robbie, there's another Robbie in chat too, Robbie Burns. What up, man? Good to see you. So yeah, 3+ years later, we're still here doing this show. August 28th, 2021 was our first show. We just had our 3rd anniversary a few months ago. And this is episode 137, and we're still doing it. So, very proud of this show. You know, one of the things I want to make sure that the stories that we do, like you look back on it a year, 2 years from now, that we're proud of that work and that we're not embarrassed by, oof, that story's kind of cringe now. I don't think
there's a few of those.
There's a few of those, but look, man, we've been covering 4 to 5 to 6 stories a week for 3.5 years. It's going to happen, but I would say the overall body of work, pretty damn solid. I would say I'm proud of, not to pat myself on the back, but next we get to INN, which you're all watching for the most part on an INN channel. Thank you for that. That was what I saw as our next logical step in organizing. That October, and what I didn't really what I didn't go into here was the reasoning why I did this. Partly I did, but I also had seen what had happened with RBN. At the time, they were still Fred Hampton leftists, and they were going through a drama, a transition, an argument internally, and they had voted CJ out at the time. How interesting that CJ is now still not part of RBN, but this was 3 years ago. They had tried to kick CJ out and saying that he had violated a rule, and it created a lot of problems. And I was like, you know, RBN's got it just about nailed. I love these guys. I really do. The one thing that I think they were all missing, and I was saying about what happened with CJ, was they were all kind of missing that they didn't have their own. The only one that did have their own channel at the time was Sabby. Nick had a channel that he didn't use much. CJ had a channel that he didn't use much. JB didn't even have a channel. Rome had a channel, didn't use much. So I thought to myself, well, if they all had their own channels, they could come and go as they pleased from an independent network. Much easier than having to create all this drama and then start over from scratch afterwards. So that was my initial thought. Was I was saying to Reef, you know, we know some independent creators, and none of us really quite gets the whole picture. We're all kind of missing something. But I think that we could be stronger together. So I reached out to a bunch of creators. We had a couple of Zoom meetings in mid-October. And so, like I said, that October, I reached out to some of the new creators I was following at the time about the idea of pooling resources, amplifying each other's content, and being guests on each other's shows. That was the idea. You know, rising tide lifts all boats. INN was launched 3 years ago this month. That was last month. We started with 16 members, many of whom have moved on, but the concept and model are still the same. All right. And you can see I put a link to the article that we posted to INN newsletter that week announcing that we were becoming a network. INN was founded on and is still to this day about amplifying each other and sharing resources and knowledge. The members share a premium Canva account. We share a premium Restream and a premium Zoom account in which we can choose to publish either to our channels or the network channels or both. It's up to each one of us. I kind of lead the thing, but everybody kind of does their own thing. I coordinate a schedule weekly, and I'm the principal driver, but the idea is that it should be able to run autonomously without any one member driving it. The big goal is to counter the massive wave of corporate-driven crap pushed out to most we know with better, more helpful content that the actual people make to help create and help shape the media we want to see. we're still trying to figure this all out as we go along and evolve over time. I also published the INN newsletter separate from this newsletter. Initially, that was just to write articles for the members, but there's so much video activity and clips being generated every day, live streams. I started publishing first a weekly update every Friday, starting last June. And then this past August, I added a daily update because, again, I wasn't even including the clips in the weekly. There's so much happening every day. Right, and there's, again, a link to sign up and subscribe to INN newsletter. If you're not already subscribed, please do. Or it's free. You can support with a monthly or annual contribution, but definitely sign up and get those emails. They are separate from what happens at Indie Media Today. They are inclusive of all of the members of INN, plus AM wake-ups. Like in the morning now, I'm going to include a link to the AM wake-up show. And then any clips that are published throughout the day. It's the only place you'll get those other than on our YouTube channel. Now, I want to pause for 1 second before I get into the next part, because progressive, except for Palestine, was definitely a theme for a while in our space. And that is one of the things that I thought was really important to talk about when it came to independent media, corporate media versus being truly independent and corporate free, towing the line of Zionism and buying into that brainwashing and kind of walking people through a little bit of my background so they kind of understand where I was coming from there as well. So to get into it, I was raised as a conservative Jew. I was a bar mitzvah. I was married under a chuppah. And I visited Israel myself 30 years ago. But I was never really comfortable with my religion. I was always more non-secular, but culturally Jewish, of course. You know, kind of, it comes out in my voice. I talk with my hands. I walk in a room, I open my mouth, people have an idea. Some think I'm Italian, but most of them are like, yeah, that guy's Jewish. My father's always been a rabid Israel supporter and used to always host big meals for the big holidays with 30 plus people attending, family, friends, business associates, even random stragglers. I had stopped practicing entirely after I moved out of my parents' house in my early 20s and became what I like to refer to as a twice-a-year Jew, where we went to temple only on like Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. I'd have Passover dinner with my parents, but I'd never go to temple or Friday night services or anything. We never wore yarmulkes. We never said prayers over meals, or we really, other than the couple of times a year, we barely even made reference to it. Once I got married, once I got married, it was important to my wife. She had had a very good experience her whole life with Judaism and with religion. And I wasn't vehemently opposed to it. I wasn't for it, but it wasn't like a deal breaker for me at the time. And as somebody who grew up Jewish, I wanted to marry somebody Jewish, mostly for the kids, because I didn't know about a lot of this stuff, A, and B, it supposedly makes things less complicated when it's raising children, when it's dealing with religion and everything else. How do you do that? Now, the guy sitting next to me, he says, throw it all out the window, and I'm kind of with him. Fuck religion, banish it all. All right. I said I was never really bought into the prayer or the Hebrew, which I can read, but I have no idea what it means, or much of the religion at all, besides like the food and the culture and the lessons to be a good person. I'd be completely fine if religion
don't have a moral monopoly on. Yes.
No.
You know.
But some of the lessons about, being good to your family and being good to your neighbors and everything else and are good things. Now, there's also eye for an eye, and there's also a lot of negative stuff in the Bible and the Torah.
And those lessons don't only come from that either. No. Point.
Agree.
Like, easily found elsewhere.
All right. But, the food, gefilte fish and latkes and that stuff, matzah at Passover and chopped liver and bagels and lox, cultural Jew. You know what I mean? Corned beef and brisket. I'm down with all that. Food, very good. A lot of it's stolen from other cultures. I get that. Yes, sure. All right. The conflation of Zionism with Judaism is something that needs to be understood and is also never discussed within the Jewish community. There was never a conversation in my family or community that there were Jews anywhere opposed to Israel existing. Israel has a right to exist is a mantra in the Jewish community, for those who don't know, as a standard response to an accusation of genocide or ethnic cleansing of what's happening in Gaza. I never heard a discussion within the Jewish community about the difference between Zionism and Judaism, or that Einstein was opposed to the creation of Israel, or why. Israel is always right and the homeland of the Jews is the only permitted narrative, and everything they do is acceptable and can't be questioned for morality under that framing. That's the way they have to operate, because the minute you start questioning, everything kind of unravels, doesn't it? All right. This is an INN news segment, by the way, talking about how this was well predating 1948. All right. Talking about the Balfour Declaration and the Zionist Conference of 1898. And we've done our homework about this to understand this, try to, from all sides. For much of my life, I had, admittedly and ashamedly, turned a blind eye to Israel and their treatment of the Palestinian people. More accurately, it had been shielded from my view. All right. And I don't know how to better describe this, but for those who wonder how people can go through life and never hear about it, I can confirm there is a massive silent effort within the Jewish community and within the Israel supporting, aka Zionist families, to not really speak about Palestinians at all, to not let their children learn about it at all, aside from when Israelis, of course, are attacked in retaliation. But they're never explained that it's attacked in retaliation. They're just attacked. Self-hating Jew is the typical slur thrown around to discourage any Jews who start asking why Israel feels the need to imprison all the Palestinian people, deny them right of return or citizenship. And that's just the beginning of what a disadvantage the Israelis deliberately place on every Palestinian by design. Anyone who isn't Jewish asking questions like that, well, they're automatically painted and smeared as an anti-Semite, cast out and ostracized from access to businesses and opportunities run by Israel supporters of all religions. Thought like that is not welcome in a civilized society. We've seen that hyperinflated in the past 13 plus months. Anyone who's not Jewish, yeah, you're the goyim, as Alex Jones, very famous, they call him the goyim. Hilarious. Israel being under attack and persecuted is the default mindset. Again, the victim mentality. And nothing has ever happened due to Israel's behavior. It's shrugged off as necessary when confronted that Israel is occupying the Palestinian people and are responsible for their well-being. Selling the myth that Israel never does anything wrong is an important component to the brainwashing and ensuring compliance. Often, families and Jewish leaders don't address that side of the conversation because it leads to hard questions with monstrous answers that they would rather avoid telling their children. Below is an hour-long conversation I had with my brother here, Colin Radix Carter. Shout out to Care Bear, one of my close friends, where we discussed the pushing of a narrative which tries to link the struggle of black people in the United States and Jews, equating the struggle of the Jews in the USA with the struggle of the African Americans. We talk about the brainwashing of Jewish kids about the Palestinian people and the framing of Israel as the birthright land of the Jews, which is insane. And if that's the case, wouldn't every American then have to allow a Native American to then take their house back? Good question.
Huh?
I literally had to seek out this kind of coverage to find it because corporate media would never allow speech that's critical of Israel. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. And that's why they work so hard to prevent you from seeing it, by the way. Courageous journalists like Asa Winstanley and Richard Medhurst, Sam Husseini and Eva Bartlett, Vanessa Beeley, Alan MacLeod, shows like The Convo Couch and The Jimmy Dore Show, Going Underground with Ashton Ratansi, Redacted Tonight, and anti-Zionist independent Jewish journalists and commentators, who I look up to like Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mate, Dan Cohen, David Miller, and Lee Camp, Eleanor Goldfield, and others. Then you've got documentaries from Abby Martin like Gaza Fights for Freedom. All of these introduced me to the perspective of the Palestinians. They're censored, largely banned from major media outlets speaking on behalf of the Palestinian people. All right. We see the way that Piers Morgan does it. He brings on a pro-Palestine person, lets them get attacked by Israeli supporters, and then in the 2 minutes that they're defending themselves and trying to establish what they want to talk about, they're interrupted constantly by idiots like Alan Dershowitz. That's how they frame the whole thing on corporate TV. They don't let, and no Palestinian, by the way, is ever invited to speak themselves. It's always somebody else on their behalf. A British journalist, a Lebanese journalist, an American commentator. Other people are brought on who support them, but they never actually talk to the Palestinians themselves. One specific moment that changed my view permanently was in May of 2021, when the IDF murdered journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was a Christian, and the riot police then attacked her funeral and attacked her pallbearers. And again, the one who provided the level of rage and anger that I felt was appropriate was my brother Richard Medhurst. All right.
I'm speechless. I'm so speechless. You know, again, when you see Shireen, she's like a household name. Everyone has grown up watching her in the last 20 years. And, you know, when you see Shireen, it's like you see, you know, I look at her, I see my mother in her, my auntie in her, you know, it's, and they just took her life away. And then they won't even let her be buried in peace, you know. The Israelis sent riot police to the courtyard of the hospital, and they start attacking the people carrying her coffin, and the coffin almost falls over. Can you believe this? They kill this poor woman, and not only do they attack her funeral, but the day that she died, they raid her house. They actually smashed the window of the hearse just to take the Palestinian flag off of the coffin. The way that the mainstream media, they are so disgusting in how they hide this. The BBC said her coffin was jostled. Look at this. This is how they described her being murdered. They said she was hit in the head by a bullet. What? Did it fall out of the sky? And Blinken says the Israelis intruded. What do you mean intruded? They're beating them. You call this intruding? The coffin is on the floor. This is intruding? The Israeli army spokesperson described Shireen as, quote, armed with cameras. Please explain this to me. So they say when Shireen was killed, she was armed with a camera. Okay, now she's dead now. You killed her. She is in the coffin. Is she still posing a threat? What is she armed with now that you have to make the coffin fall over? What threat are the people carrying the coffin posing to you? Shireen was Christian. Remember that. She was Christian. Do you see how this has nothing to do with religion? It's not about Jews versus Muslims. It's about colonizers, the Israeli colonizers, and the colonized Palestinian people. And that's why today, when Shireen was buried, you cannot count the number of people that have come out. Muslims, Christians, you name it. It's unbelievable. She's very well known in the, not just for Palestinians, but for the whole Arab world. You know, so you have many people who grew up watching her on TV, and the Israelis killed her just like that, like it's nothing. And they're going to keep getting away with this. They will keep getting away with this because they know they can. This is why they have no shame. This is why they beat people carrying her coffin during her funeral. They know the cameras are there. They know this. They don't care because they will keep getting the money from America. The press will keep covering for them. They don't care. And this is the sad irony. This is the sad irony that Shireen spent her whole life exposing and reporting on Israeli brutality, and she died reporting on Israeli brutality and was buried amid Israeli brutality to the last second, till she was put underground. Israeli brutality and the brutality, the violence of the occupation, in life and in death. The ones that are beating people while they mourn, the ones that kill journalists, those are the real terrorists. Okay, never forget that.
Fuck yeah. That is one of the moments that radicalized me personally, to see that. Grapentine, you're absolutely right. This was 3 years ago, 2 years before October 7th. The Palestinians are the most tested and provoked people on the planet. Amen, man. Terrible. All right. To continue, that in that same month, the IDF destroyed the high-rise building in Gaza, which housed the Associated Press, as well as many other media outlets, including Al Jazeera. It showed me just how one-sided the battle really was, especially with US and UK financial and military backing, how they'll murder the people telling the truth about Israel's brutality rather than allowing anyone to hear about their behavior, because we know that dead men tell no tales. All right. This is a clip that we did over the summer from Kyle Anzalone talking about how journalists and aid workers continue to be murdered by Israel. October 7th only pushed the narratives in Israel murdering Palestinian children to unprecedented levels, further reinforcing what I'd learned about Israel's tactics over the past few years. But this did not start on October 7th, like Grapentine says. It did not start in 1948 or even 1932 in Germany. And again, I'm going to include the segment about Lord Balfour, 1917, Balfour Declaration, where he agrees to gift Palestine to the Zionists. Most Jews never ask or bother to investigate what happened in 1948. We just accept that the land was gifted by the world to the Jewish people after the extermination of 6 million in the Holocaust during World War II. That's a whole other question. I never heard the question asked or addressed whether anyone was living on that land or how that happened and what happened to those people specifically. Here's a clip from when our friend and Shanda Masta Indie Media Award honoree was on the show and co-hosting a UN report about how Israel was committing war crimes against Palestinians. I mean, not a surprise, but it's out there, it's documented, and they're proudly doing it on TikTok. But it's forced me and many others to look a lot closer at everything that the U.S. does, and led me to be outspoken about how Israel must be stopped and what that looks like. All right. This was another clip we had done a few weeks ago about just how they're bulldozing and wiping out the Palestinian people systematically. This was when they started bulldozing the streets of the West Bank. All right. And now they're just bombing the West Bank and displacing people and having Israelis, having settlers live in their homes and then demolish the home. One can't be truly anti-imperialist while ignoring the influence and propaganda and whitewashing of child murder and prisoner torture pushed by Israel, the US, and UK with regard to treatment of the Palestinian people. Period. There is no such thing as progressive except for Palestine. You either are or you are pro-genocide. Now, take a little bit of a breath. I also have done quite a bit of other stuff, but I didn't really want to. This would be miles long if I got to everything that I did. But in January of 2022, I wanted to try my hand at an interview show. So I started one called Friends of Indie Left, where I interviewed some of the journalists and podcasters that tell the truth in the face of corporate corruption that get censored. I recorded 11 episodes in 9 months back in 2022. Maybe someday we'll bring it back. I enjoyed the conversations that I had, and some of them are still some of my closest friends in this space who I really rely on and on their opinions and really appreciate the work they put in, like our friend Fiorella here, who was the last one that I did. But Alex Rubenstein and Misty, JB, Kit Cabello, Sabby Sabs. Sabby Sabs was the first person I wanted to talk to. But not only did I start doing interviews, I also I had to try my hand at executive producing, because Tara Reid, everyone here in chat is familiar with Tara Reid, our sister, who's living in Moscow. Tara Reid had joined INN at the start. She since has, amicably departed to do her own thing over with RT and over in Russia on her podcast. But back in March of 2022, her previous podcast deal with RT didn't get renewed, and she asked us to help. So I led and assembled the team of 5 that we built to rally around and support her, producing and hosting and promoting 80 episodes of The Politics of Survival over the past 3 years, even as we figured out a transition of her moving to Moscow. Shout out to Oz the Boomer, by the way, for really stepping in and helping out in the first 5 or 6 weeks while we figured out how to get this all together. I even got to be a guest on the show in one of the final episodes, which was very cool. And I include that if you want to listen to us talk about some of the other inside baseball and how I first met her and that whole thing came together. All right. But then I talk about my brother, Jesse Jett. I mean, what can we say about Jesse? I think everyone in this chat loves Jesse Jett like we do. That same month that we started Tara's show in March of 22, we invited Jesse to join us at INN. He'd already been a guest on like 6 different shows. He'd been on Reefer After Dark a bunch. That was a show we used to do every Friday night. That was fun. But Jesse happily agreed to join and become a member of the network. We told him he could become our musical director. Everyone gets a silly title. And he turned to me and said, for a show, I was thinking about doing like a variety show where I play some music and I read, we'll break down some of the lyrics and engage with chat. I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool. He's like, I want you to be the host. I was like, well, okay. Blew me away. I never figured, but I'm so honored that he asked me to. But that's American tradition. We just had our 51st episode after 2.5 years, and we're still going strong. And I love doing that show. Producing that show is an absolute pleasure. We also then expanded into taking all of the performances and assembling them into a clip show that I then put out every other Friday night. And then when we do a Tuesday night live show, I'll rerun that Friday night too. It's therapy, fun work, I call that, and a privilege to be able to help Jesse share his art with the world. I'm only frustrated that more people aren't hearing or seeing him. We're working on it. Please, whatever you can do to share Jesse's work and to get more people knowing and hearing Jesse, that's what we really want to see. And we just made some more merch, so there's new Jesse merch even in the indienews.shop. So other odds and ends and skills, I've also gotten, like you see, the writing bug occasionally, sporadically when I'm inspired to do so. I get a crazy bug about something. I get really pissed off about something like Stripe screwing over the Last American Vagabond, and I decide to kind of write an article highlighting that. And what do you know? Stripe reversed its policy, and Last American Vagabond was allowed to stay, which is great. I make a lot of graphics and intros that you see for the channels. I learned how to do some basic video editing, so I make a lot of the clips from the show and from American Tradition, and to edit together and stitch together the clip show. And I've tried to help dozens of channels with their graphics and live streams and publishing to Substack and advice with regard to channels and multi-streaming and overall strategy there. There are several other shows and podcasts that I produced, and I never even got a chance to touch on the Indie Media Awards. Hey, that's a little something that I thought definitely deserves some some shine, a little bit of a mention in here. You know, the creation of the Indie Media Awards to highlight the small group of people who are usually censored and shadow banned, but still dedicated to telling uncomfortable truths and fighting the corporate machine. And, you know, we have the Substack for Indie Media Awards, which has a page dedicated to each award honoree with all of their links to find and support them. Again, eliminating corporate media and bypassing them to get directly to the people who are on the ground that are telling the stories is what we want to focus on here, because we know that corporate media is selling advertising, they're selling lies, and they're selling narrative. I didn't get to talk about all the specific coverage issues. Now, I talked a little bit about Julian Assange's case, but we were one of the shows that covered that case more than most others extensively, and networks, you know, of course, INN News as well. The releases of the Twitter files, the Israeli assault on Gaza, reminding people that it started long before October 7th last year. All the strikes that we covered and all the labor. I barely even talked about labor. How much of this show has been dedicated to talking about workers and the workers' struggles, all right? And criticizing third-party labor unions like the Teamsters and the UAW, all right? And also the launch of Indie's Tech Tips channel in last January, you know, where I'm trying to parlay a lot of this knowledge into sharing that with the world so that they can get the benefit of other people who are looking to possibly start creating stuff on their own. Where do you go? Where do you start? Where do you look? So that's a Rumble exclusive channel. Again, all these things you can find here in this article, and this will be linked in the description afterwards. So now what? All this has led me to a point where I am firmly anti-electoralism at the federal level because our vote has zero influence on policy, thanks to the Princeton study. It's a consent ritual that has zero material impact on our lives, especially living in a state that's usually pre-decided before the polls are ever open. You know, a blue state, like, what's the point? There are solutions outside the system of ticking a name in a voting booth and checking out until the next election, largely centered around mutual aid, education, and supporting local businesses over multinationals wherever possible. Also using cash and not playing into digital money wherever possible. I remain focused on trying to awaken people around me about just how controlled their lives are by corporate media, begging them to opt out and sharing which journalists and outlets they should be paying close attention to. Newsflash, it's the ones exposing corruption, those fighting for people's ability to speak and publish and produce without fear of government persecution, and telling the stories that corporate media tries to bury. I remember I said something about that up at the top. There's also a lot more here too, obviously. This is just scratching the surface. I'm thinking about writing a book about all of this and my journey in independent media, and then talking about some of the other topics that I would like to expand upon. All the other people who were involved at INN and those who are still a part of it today. And like I said, one day I'll probably write a book, and this is a good start. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk rant, learning more about the perspective of the person that's here in this suit with the crazy head for 3 years, all right, behind the keyboard, microphone, and newsletter. All right. And I'm exhausted. I'm spent. I appreciate everyone listening to me go through that and get through that. You know, I care. That's the bottom line is I give a shit, like, too much, to the point where people are like, why don't you just, like, kind of put it all down? You got a nice life. You got a good family, and why even bother paying attention to any of this shit? Like, just put it down. I wish I could. You know, it's like Jesse Jett said in Red Pill, like once you know, you can't unknow. And that's why I'm here every day, 7 days a week, dedicated to sharing and amplifying independent media, to helping the members of INN grow their channels and their ability to reach people with an anti-corporate, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist message. And I appreciate all of you out there listening, watching, and sharing, and telling other people about what we're talking about. I didn't even mention the words none of the above. I sort of did. I sort of did because I said that I'm anti-electoralism, but none of the above has been like a big thing here. And we're still about none of the above because there's nobody coming to save us but us. So we made the media that we wanted to see. We continue to do that. We'll continue to support the people that are telling the truth and vet the people who are coming in to see whether they do or don't. Ian Carroll, are you listening? You know, people like that show up. We can see the ops because we've been here a while. And we want people that actually are here to share the truth and to expose the bullshit. And when you're here to sell a narrative, it's really obvious to see the people that aren't. So, yeah, that's where we're at so far. But why are we still here? Just because we're here? Roll the bones. Why are we here? Because we're here. Roll the bones. That's a Rush lyric. All right.
I don't want to do this no more.
Some days that's exactly what I say after all that. These are the amazing people that have supported INN. We love you. Thank you. We're almost to our goal of paying off Zago. We're almost there. We're getting so close. And then we can start working on, all our expenses for the year and covering those so we can get to other cool stuff. So that's the immediate plan. Cash App, Ko-fi, PayPal, Patreon are the easiest ways to do that. You can also subscribe at innnewsletter.com and support with a monthly or annual contribution there as well. This is the way that we hook up our streamers and our network. If you appreciate the work that we're doing and you want to see us continue and help us keep the lights on, we got Cash App, we've got Ko-fi, PayPal, and Patreon, or innnewsletter.com. You can buy your merch at indienews.shop.